Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the lock.
The Tower by Marghanita, Laski. The road begins to rise in a series of gentle curves, passing through pleasing groves of olives and vines. 5 kilometres on the left is the fork for Florence. To the right may be seen the Tower of Sacrifice, 470 steps, built in 1535 by Niccolò di Faramano. Superstitious fear left the tower intact when, in 1549, the surrounding village was completely destroyed. Triumphantly, Caroline lifted her finger from the fine italic type. There was nothing to mar the success of this afternoon. Not only had she taken the car out alone for the first time, driving unerringly on the right-hand side of the road, but what she had achieved was not a simple drive but a cultural excursion. She had taken the Italian guidebook Neville was always urging on her, and hesitantly, haltingly, she had managed to piece out enough of the language to choose a route that took in 4 well-thought-of frescoes, 2 universally admired campaniles, and 1 wooden crucifix in a village church quite a long way from the main road. It was not, after all, such a bad thing that a British Council meeting had kept Neville in Florence. True, he was certain to know all about the campaniles and the frescoes, but there was just a chance that he hadn't discovered the crucifix, and how gratifying if she could, at last, have something of her own to contribute to his constantly accumulating hoard of culture. But could she add still more? There was at least another hour of daylight, and it wouldn't take more than 35 minutes to get back to the flat in Florence. Perhaps there would just be time to add this tower to her dutiful collection. What was it called? She bent to the guidebook again, carefully tracing the text with her finger to be sure she was translating it correctly, word by word. But this time her moving finger stopped abruptly at the name of Niccolò di Faramano. There had risen in her mind a picture. No, not a picture, a portrait, of a thin white face with deep-set black eyes that stared intently into hers. Why a portrait, she asked, and then she remembered. It had been about 3 months ago, just after they were married, when Neville had first brought her to Florence. He himself had already lived there for 2 years, and during that time had been at least as concerned to accumulate Tuscan culture for himself as to disseminate English culture to the Italians. What more natural that he should wish to share, perhaps to even show off, his discoveries to his young wife? Caroline had come out to Italy with the idea that when she had worked through 1 or 2 galleries and made a few trips, say to Assisi and Siena, she would have done her duty as a British Council wife, and could then settle down to examining the Florentine shops, which everyone told her were too marvellous for words. But Neville had been contemptuous of her programme. You can see the stuff in the galleries at any time, he had said, but I'd like you to start with the pieces the ordinary tourist doesn't see. And of course, Caroline couldn't possibly let herself be classed as an ordinary tourist. She had been proud to accompany Neville to castles and palaces privately owned, to which his work gave him entry, and there to gaze with what she hoped was pleasure on the undiscovered Raphael, the Titian that hung on the same wall ever since it was painted. The Giotto fresco under which the family had originally commissioned it still said their prayers. It had been on one of these pilgrimages that she had seen the face of the young man with the black eyes. They had made a long, slow drive over narrow, ill-made roads, and at last had come to a castle on the top of a hill. The family was, to Neville's disappointment, away, but the housekeeper remembered him and led them to a long gallery lined with 5 centuries of family portraits. Though she could not have admitted it, even to herself, Caroline had become almost anaesthetized to Italian art. Dutifully, she had followed Neville along the gallery, listening politely, while in his light, well-bred voice he had told her intimate anecdotes of history, and involuntarily she had let her eyes wander round the room, glancing anywhere but at the particular portrait of Neville's immediate dissertation. It was thus that her eye was caught by a face on the other side of the room, and forgetting what was due to politeness, She caught her husband's arm and demanded, "Neville, who's that girl over there?" But he was pleased with her. He said, I'm glad you picked that one out. It's generally thought to be the best thing in the collection. A Bronzino, of course." And they went over to look at it. The picture was painted in rich pale colours, a green curtain, a blue dress, a young face with calm brown eyes under plaits of honey-gold hair. Caroline read out the name under the picture. Giovanna di Ferramano, 1531 to 1549. That was the year the village was destroyed, she remembered now, sitting in the car by the roadside. But then she had exclaimed, "Neville, she was only 18 when she died." "They married young in those days," Neville commented, and Caroline said in surprise, "Oh, was she married?" It had been the radiantly virginal character of the face that had caught at her inattention. "Yes, she was married," Neville answered, and added, "Look at the portrait beside her. It's Bronzino again. What do you think of it?" And this was when Caroline had seen the pale young man. There were no clear light colours in this picture. There was only the whiteness of his face, the blackness of the eyes, the hair, the clothes, and the glint of gold letters on the pile of books on which the young man rested his hand. Underneath this picture was written, "Portrait of an unknown gentleman." "Do you mean he's her husband?" Caroline asked. Surely they'd know if he was, instead of calling him an unknown gentleman. "He's Niccolo di Ferramano, all right," said Neville. "I've seen another portrait of him somewhere, and it's not a face one would forget, but," he added reluctantly, because he hated to admit ignorance, "there's apparently some queer scandal about him, and though they don't turn his picture out, they won't even mention his name. Last time I was here, the old Count himself took me through the gallery. I asked him about little Giovanna and her husband." He laughed uneasily. "Mind you, my Italian was far from perfect at that time, but it was horribly clear that I shouldn't have asked." "But what did he say?" Caroline demanded. "I've tried to remember," said Neville. "For some reason, it stuck in my mind. He said either she was lost or she was damned. But which word it was, I can never be sure. The portrait of Niccolo he just ignored altogether." "What was wrong with Niccolo, I wonder?" mused Caroline. And Neville answered, "I don't know, but I can guess. Do you notice the lettering on those books up there under his hand? It's all in Hebrew or Arabic. Undoubtedly the unmentionable Niccolo dabbled in black magic." Caroline shivered. "I don't like him," she said. "Let's look at Giovanna again." And they had moved back to the first portrait, and Neville had said casually, "Do you know, she's rather like you." "I've just got time to look at the tower," Caroline now said aloud. And she put the guidebook back in the pigeonhole under the dashboard and drove carefully along the gentle curves until she came to the fork for Florence on the left. On the top of a little hill to the right stood a tall, round tower. There was no other building in sight. In a land where every available piece of ground is cultivated, there was no cultivated ground around this tower. On the left was the fork for Florence. On the right, a rough track led up to the top of the hill. Caroline knew that she wanted to take the fork to the left, to Florence and home and Neville and, said an urgent voice inside her, for safety. This voice so much shocked her that she got out of the car and began to trudge up the dusty track towards the tower. "After all, I may not come this way again," she argued. "It seems silly to miss the chance of seeing it when I've already got a reason for being interested. I'm only just going to have a quick look," and she glanced at the setting sun, telling herself that she would indeed have to be quick if she were to get back to Florence before dark. And now she had climbed the hill and was standing in front of the tower. It was built of narrow red bricks, and only thin slits pierced its surface right up to the top, where Caroline could see some kind of narrow platform encircling it. Before her was an arched doorway. "I'm just going to have a quick look," she assured herself again, and then she walked in. She was in an empty room with a low arched ceiling. A narrow stone staircase clung to the wall and circled around the room to disappear through a hole in the ceiling. "There ought to be a wonderful view at the top," said Caroline firmly to herself, and she laid her hand on the rusty rail and started to climb, and as she climbed, she counted. 39, 40, 41, she said, and with the 41st step she came through the ceiling and saw over her head, far, far above, the deep blue, evening sky, a small circle of blue framed in a narrowing shaft, round which the narrow staircase spiraled. There was no inner wall, only the rusty railing protected the climber on the inside. 83, 84, counted Caroline. The sky above her was losing its colour, and she wondered why the narrow slit windows in the wall had all been so placed that they spiralled round the staircase too high for anyone climbing it to see through them. "It's getting dark very quickly," said Caroline at the 150th step. "I know what the tower is like now. It would be much more sensible to give up and go home." At the 269th step, her hand, moving forward on the railing, met only empty space. For an interminable second she shivered, pressing back to the hard brick on the other side. Then hesitantly she groped forward, upwards, and at last her fingers met the rusty rail again, and again she climbed. But now the breaks in the rail became more and more frequent. Sometimes she had to climb several steps with her left shoulder pressed tightly to the brick wall before her searching hand could find the tenuous rusty comfort again. At the 375th step, the rail, as her moving hand clutched it, crumpled away under her fingers. "I'd better just go by the wall," she told herself, and now her left hand traced the rough brick as she climbed up and up. 422, 423, counted Caroline with part of her brain. "I really ought to go down now," said another part. "I wish, I want to go down now." But she could not. It would be so silly to give up, she told herself desperately, trying to rationalize what drove her on, just because one's afraid. And then she had to stifle that thought too. There was nothing left in her brain but the steadily mounting tally of the steps. 470, said Caroline aloud, with explosive relief. And then she stopped abruptly, because the steps had stopped too. There was nothing ahead but a piece of broken railing barring her way, and the sky, drained now of all its colour, still some 20 feet above her head. "But how idiotic," she said to the air. "The whole thing's absolutely pointless." And then the fingers of her left hand, exploring the wall beside her, met not brick, but wood. She turned to see what it was, and there in the wall, level with the top step, was a small wooden door. "So it does go somewhere after all," she said, and fumbled with the rusty handle. The door pushed open, and she stepped through. She was on a narrow stone platform about a yard wide. It seemed to encircle the tower. The platform sloped downwards away from the tower, and its stones were smooth and very shiny, and this was all she noticed before she looked beyond the stones and down. She was immeasurably, unbelievably high, and alone, and the ground below was a world away. It was not credible, not possible that she should be so far from the ground. All her being was suddenly absorbed in the single impulse to hurl herself from the sloping platform. "I cannot go down any other way," she said, and then she heard what she said and stepped back, frenziedly clutching the soft rotten wood of the doorway with hands sodden with sweat. "There is no other way," said the voice in her brain. "There is no other way." "This is vertigo," said Caroline. "I've only just got to close my eyes and keep still for a minute, and it will pass off. It's bound to pass off. I've never had it before, but I know what it is, and it's vertigo." She closed her eyes and kept very still, and felt the cold sweat running down her body. "I shall be all right now," she said at last, and carefully she stepped back through the doorway onto the 470th step and pulled the door shut before her. She looked up at the sky, swiftly darkening with night. Then, for the first time, she looked down into the shaft of the tower, down to the narrow, unprotected staircase spiraling round and round and round, and disappearing into the dark. She screamed, I can't go down." She stood still on the top step, staring downwards, and slowly the last light faded from the tower. She could not move. It was not possible that she should dare to go down, step by step, down the unprotected stairs into the dark below. It would be much easier to fall, said the voice in her head, to take one step to the left and fall, and it would all be over. You cannot climb down. She began to cry, shuddering with the pain of her sobs. It could not be true that she had brought herself to this peril, that there could be no safety for her unless she could climb down the menacing stairs. The reality must be that she was safe at home with Neville. But this was the reality, and here were the stairs. At last she stopped crying and said, "Now I shall go down." 1, she counted, and her right hand tearing at the brick wall, she moved first one and then the other foot down to the second step. 2, she counted, and then she thought of the depth below her and stood still, stupefied with terror. The stone beneath her feet, the brick against her hand were 2 frail protections for her exposed body. They could not save her from the voice that repeated that it would be easier to fall. Abruptly, she sat down on the step. 2, she counted again, and spreading both her hands tightly against the step on either side of her, she swung her body off the second step down onto the third. 3, she counted, then 4, then 5, pressing closer and closer into the wall, away from the empty drop on the other side. At the 21st step, she said, "I think I can do it now." She slid her right hand up the rough wall and slowly stood upright. Then, with the other hand, she reached for the railing. It was now too dark to see, but it was not there. For timeless time, she stood there knowing nothing but fear. 21, she said. 21, over and over again. But she could not step onto the 22nd stair. Something brushed her face. She knew it was a bat, not a hand, that touched her, but still it was horror beyond conceivable horror, and it was this horror, without any sense of moving from dread to safety, that at last impelled her down the stairs. 23, 24, 25, she counted, and around her the air was full of whispering, skin-stretched wings. If one of them should touch her again, she must fall. 26, 27, 28. The skin of her right hand was torn and hot with blood, for she would never lift it from the wall, only press it slowly down and force her rigid legs to move from the knowledge of each step to the peril of the next. So Caroline came down the dark tower. She could not think. She could know nothing but fear. Only her brain remorselessly recorded the tally. 501, it counted. 502, and 3, and 4.
Richard Henry Malden, Between Sunset and Moonrise. During the early part of last year, it fell to me to act as executor for an old friend. We hadn't seen much of each other of late, as he had been living in the west of England, and my own time had been fully occupied elsewhere. The time of our intimacy had been when he was vicar of a large parish not far from Cambridge. I will call it Yaxham, though that is not its name. The place had seemed to suit him thoroughly. He had been on the best of terms with his parishioners and with a few gentry of the neighbourhood. The church demanded a custodian of antiquarian knowledge and artistic perception, and in these respects, too, my friend was particularly well qualified for his position. But a sudden nervous breakdown had compelled him to resign. The cause of it had always been a mystery to his friends, for he was barely middle-aged when it took place, and had been a man of robust health. His parish was neither particularly laborious nor harassing, and, as far as was known, he had no special private anxieties of any kind. But the collapse came with startling suddenness, and was so severe that for a time his reason seemed to be in danger. 2 years of rest and travel enabled him to lead a normal life again, but he was never the man he had been. He never revisited his old parish or any of his friends in the county, and seemed to be ill at ease if conversation turned upon the part of England in which it lay. It was perhaps not unnatural that he should dislike the place which had cost him so much, but his friends couldn't but regard as childish the length to which he carried his aversion. He had had a distinguished career at the university and had kept up his intellectual interests in later life, but except for an occasional succès d'estime in a learned periodical, he had published nothing. I was not without hope of finding something completed among his papers which would secure for him a permanent place in the world of learning, but in this I was disappointed. His literary remains were copious and a striking testimony to the vigour and range of his intellect, but they were very fragmentary. There was nothing which could be made fit for publication, except one document which I should have preferred to suppress. but he had left particular instructions in his will that it was to be published when he had been dead for a year. Accordingly, I subjoin it exactly as it left his hand. It was dated 2 years after he had left Yaxham, and nearly 5 before his death. For reasons which will be apparent to the reader, I make no comment of any kind upon it. The solicitude which my friends have displayed during my illness has placed me under obligations which I cannot hope to repay, but I feel that I owe it to them to explain the real cause of my breakdown. I have never spoken of it to anyone, for, had I done so, it would have been impossible to avoid questions which I should not wish to be able to answer. Though I have only just reached middle age, I am sure that I have not many more years to live, and I am therefore confident that most of my friends will survive me and be able to hear my explanation after my death. Nothing but a lively sense of what I owe to them could have enabled me to undergo the pain of recalling the experience which I am now about to set down. Yaxham lies, as they will remember, upon the extreme edge of the Fen district. In shape, it is a long oval with a main line of railway cutting one end. The church and vicarage were close to the station, and round them lay a village containing nearly 5/6 of the entire population of the parish. On the other side of the line, the fen proper began and stretched for many miles. Though it is now fertile cornland, much of it had been permanently under water within living memory, and would soon revert to its original condition if it were not for the pumping stations. In spite of these, it is not unusual to see several hundred acres flooded in winter. My own parish ran for nearly 6 miles, and I had therefore several scattered farms and cottages so far from the village that a visit to one of them took up the whole of a long afternoon. Most of them were not on any road and could only be reached by means of droves. For the benefit of those who are not acquainted with the fen, I may explain that a drove is a very imperfect sketch of the idea of a road. It is bounded by hedges or dykes so that the traveller cannot actually lose his way, but it offers no further assistance to his progress. The middle is simply a grass track, and as cattle have to be driven along it, the mud is sometimes literally knee-deep in winter. In summer, the light peaty soil rises in clouds of sable dust. In fact, I seldom went down one without recalling Hesiod's unpatriotic description of his native village in Boeotia, bad in winter, intolerable in summer, good at no time. At the far end of one of these lay a straggling group of 6 cottages, of which the most remote was inhabited by an old woman whom I will call Mrs. Vrees. In some ways, she was the most interesting of all my parishioners, and she was certainly the most perplexing. She was not a native, but had come to live there some 20 years before, and it was hard to see what had tempted a stranger to so unattractive a spot. It was the last house in the parish, and nearest neighbour was a quarter of a mile away, and she was fully 3 miles from a hard road or a shop. The house itself was not at all a good one. It had been unoccupied, I was told, for some years before she came to it, and she had found it in a semi-ruinous condition. Yet she had not been driven to seek a very cheap dwelling by poverty, as she had a good supply of furniture of very good quality, and apparently as much money as she required. She never gave the slightest hint as to where she'd come from, or what her previous history had been. As far as was known, she never wrote or received any letters. She must have been between 50 and 60 when she came. Her appearance was striking, as she was tall and thin, with an aquiline nose and a pair of very brilliant dark eyes, and a quantity of hair, snow white by the time I knew her. At one time she must have been handsome, but she had grown rather forbidding, and I used to think that a couple of centuries before she might have had some difficulty in proving that she was not a witch. Though her neighbours not unnaturally fought rather shy of her, her conversation showed that she was a clever woman who had at some time received a good deal of education and lived in cultivated surroundings. I used to think that she must have been an upper servant, most probably a lady's maid in a good house, and despite the ring on her finger, suspected that Mrs. was brevet rank. On New Year's Eve, I thought it my duty to visit her. I hadn't seen her for some months, and a few days of frost had made the drove more passable than it had been for several weeks. But, in spite of her interesting personality, I always found that it required a considerable moral effort to call at her cottage. She was always civil, and expressed herself pleased to see me. but I could never get rid of the idea that she regarded civility to me in the light of an insurance which might be claimed elsewhere. I always told myself that such thoughts were unfounded and unworthy, but I could never repress them altogether, and whenever I left her cottage, it was with a strong feeling that I had no desire to see her again. I used, however, to say to myself that that was really due to personal pique, because I could never discover that she had any religion, nor could I instill any in her, and that the fault was therefore more mine than hers. On this particular afternoon, the prospect of seeing her seemed more than usually distasteful, and my disinclination increased curiously as I made my way along the drove. So strong did it become that if any reasonable excuse for turning back had presented itself, I'm afraid I should have seized it. However, none did, so I held on, comforting myself with the thought that I should begin the new year with a comfortable sense of having discharged the most unpleasant of my regular duties in a conscientious fashion. When I reached the cottage, I was a little surprised at having to knock 3 times, and by hearing the sound of bolts cautiously drawn back. Presently the door opened and Mrs. Rees peered out. As soon as she saw who it was, she made me very welcome as usual, but it was impossible not to feel that she had been more or less expecting some other visitor whom she was not anxious to see. However, she volunteered no statement, and I thought it better to pretend to have noticed nothing unusual. On a table in the middle of the room lay a large book which she had obviously been reading. I was surprised to see that it was a Bible, and that it lay open at the book of Tobit. Seeing that I had noticed it, Mrs. Rees told me, with a little hesitation I thought, that she had been reading the story of Sarah and the fiend Asmodeus. Then, the ice once broken, she plied me almost fiercely with questions. To what cause did I attribute Sarah's obsession in the first instance? Did the efficacy of Tobias's remedy depend upon the fact that it had been prescribed by an angel, and much more to the same effect? Naturally, my answers were rather vague, and her good manners couldn't conceal her disappointment. She sat silent for a minute or two while I looked at her, not, I must confess, without some alarm, for her manner had been very strange, and then said abruptly, "Well, will you have a cup of tea with me?" I assented gladly, for it was nearly 4:30, and it would take me nearly an hour and a half to get home. She took some time over the preparations, and during the meal talked with even more fluency than usual. I couldn't help thinking that she was trying to make it last as long as possible. Finally, at about 5:30, I got up and said that I must go, as I had a good many odds and ends awaiting me at home. I held out my hand, and as she took it, said, "You must let me wish you a very happy New Year." She stared at me for a moment, and then broke into a harsh laugh and said, "If wishes were horses, beggars might ride. Still, I thank you for your goodwill. Goodbye." About 30 yards from my house, there was an elbow in the drove. When I reached it, I looked back and saw that she was still standing in a doorway, with her figure sharply silhouetted against the red glow of the kitchen fire. For one instant, the play of shadow made it look as if there were another, taller figure behind her, but the illusion passed directly. I waved my hand to her and turned the corner. It was a fine, still, starlit night. I reflected that the moon would be up before I reached home, and my walk would not be unpleasant. I had naturally been rather puzzled by Mrs. Rees's behaviour, and decided that I must see her again before long, to ascertain whether, as seemed possible, her mind were giving way. When I had passed the other cottages of the group, I noticed that the stars were disappearing, and a thick white mist was rolling up. This didn't trouble me. The drove now ran straight until it joined the high road, and there was no turn into it on either side. I had therefore no chance of losing my way, and anyone who lives in the fens is accustomed to fogs. It soon grew very thick, and I was conscious of the slightly creepy feeling which a thick fog very commonly inspires. I had been thinking of a variety of things in somewhat desultory fashion, when suddenly, almost as if it had been whispered into my ear, a passage from the Book of Wisdom came into my mind and refused to be dislodged. My nerves were good then, and I had often walked up a lonely drove in a fog before, but still, just at that moment, I should have preferred to have recalled almost anything else. But this was the extract with which my memory was pleased to present me. For neither did the dark recesses that held them guard them from fears, but sounds rushing down rang around them, and phantoms appeared, cheerless with unsmiling faces, and no force of fire prevailed to give them light. Neither were the brightest flames of the stars strong enough to illumine that gloomy night. and in terror they deemed the things which they saw to be worse than the sight on which they could not gaze, and they lay helpless, made the sport of magic art. Wisdom chapter 7, verses 4 to 6. Suddenly, I heard a loud snort, as of a beast, apparently at my elbow. Naturally, I jumped and stood still for a moment to avoid blundering into a stray cow, but there was nothing there. The next moment, I heard what sounded exactly like a low chuckle. This was more disconcerting, but common sense soon came to my aid. I told myself that the cow must have been on the other side of the hedge, and not really so close as it had seemed to be. What I had taken for a chuckle must have been the squelching of her feet in a soft place, but I must confess that I didn't find this explanation as convincing as I could have wished. I plodded on, but soon began to feel unaccountably tired. I say unaccountably because I was a good walker and often covered much more ground than I had done that day. I slackened my pace, but as I was not out of breath, that did not relieve me. I felt as if I were wading through water up to my middle or through very deep, soft snow, and at last was fairly compelled to stop. By this time I was thoroughly uneasy, wondering what could be the matter with me. But as I had still nearly 2 miles to go, there was nothing for it but to push on as best I might. When I started again, I saw that the fog seemed to be beginning to clear, though I could not feel a breath of air. But instead of thinning in the ordinary way, it merely rolled back a little on either hand, producing an effect which I had never seen before. Along the sides of the drove lay 2 solid banks of white, with a narrow passage clear between them. This passage seemed to stretch for an interminable distance, and at the far end I perceived a number of figures. I say advisedly perceived rather than saw, for I do not know whether I saw them in the ordinary sense of the word or not. That is to say, I did not know then, and have never been able to determine since, whether it was still dark. I only know that my power of vision seemed to be independent of light or darkness. I perceived the figures as one sees the creatures of a dream, or the mental pictures which sometimes come when one is neither quite asleep nor awake. They were advancing rapidly in orderly fashion, almost like a body of troops. The scene recalled very vividly a picture of the Israelites marching across the Red Sea between 2 perpendicular walls of water in a set of Bible pictures which I had had as a child. I suppose that I had not thought of that picture for more than 30 years, but now it leapt into my mind, and I found myself saying aloud, "Yes, of course, it must have been exactly like that. How glad I am to have seen it." I suppose it was the interest of making the comparison that kept me from feeling the surprise which would have otherwise been occasioned by meeting a large number of people marching down a lonely drove after dark on a raw December evening. At first, I should have said there were 30 or 40 in the party, but when they had drawn a little nearer, they seemed to me not more than 10 or a dozen strong. A moment later I saw to my surprise that they were reduced to 5 or 6. The advancing figures seemed to be melting into one another, something after the fashion of dissolving views. Their speed and stature increased as their numbers diminished, suggesting that the survivors had, in some horrible fashion, absorbed the personality of their companions. Now there appeared to be only 3. Then one solitary figure of gigantic stature rushing down drove towards me at a fearful pace, without a sound. As he came, the mist closed behind him, so that his dark figure was thrown up against a solid background of white, much as mountain climbers are said sometimes to see their own shadows upon a bank of cloud. On and on he came, until at last he towered above me, and I saw his face. It has come to me once or twice since in troubled dreams, and may come again, but I am thankful that I have never had any clear picture of it in my waking moments. If I had, I should be afraid for my reason. I know that the impression which it produced upon me was that of intense malignity long baffled, and now at last within reach of its desire. I believe I screamed aloud. Then, after a pause which seemed to last for hours, he broke over me like a wave. There was a rushing and a streaming all round me, and I struck out with my hands as if I was swimming. The sensation was pressure and suffocation, but in this case, coupled with the most intense physical loathing. The only comparison which I can suggest is that I felt as a man might feel if he were buried under a heap of worms or toads. Suddenly, I seemed to be clear and fell forward on my face. I'm not sure whether I fainted or not, but I must have lain there for some minutes. When I picked myself up, I felt a light breeze upon my forehead, and the mist was clearing away as quickly as it had come. I saw the rim of the moon above the horizon, and my mysterious fatigue had disappeared. I hurried forward as quickly as I could without venturing to look behind me. I only wanted to get out of that abominable drove onto the high road, where there were lights and other human beings, for I knew that what I had seen was a creature of darkness and waste places, and that among my fellows I should be safe. When I reached home, my housekeeper looked at me oddly. Of course, my clothes were muddy and disarranged, but I suspect that there was something else unusual in my appearance. I merely said that I had had a fall coming up a drove in the dark and wasn't feeling particularly well. I avoided the looking-glass when I went into my room to change. Coming downstairs, I heard through the open kitchen door some scraps of conversation, or rather of a monologue delivered by my housekeeper, to the effect that no one ought to be about the droves after dark as much as I was, and it was Providence that things were no worse. Her own mother's uncle had, it appeared, been down just such another drove on just such another night, 42 years ago come next Christmas Eve. They brought him home on a barrow with both his eyes drawed down, and every drop of blood in his body turned. But he would never speak of what he see, and wild cats couldn't have scratched it out of him. An inaudible remark from one of the maids was met with a long sniff and the statement, "Girls seem to think they know everything nowadays." I spent the next day in bed, as besides the shock which I had received, I had caught a bad cold. When I got up on the 2nd, I was not surprised to hear that Mrs. Vreese had been found dead on the previous afternoon. I had hardly finished breakfast when I was told that the policeman, whose name was Winter, would be glad to see me. It appeared that on New Year's morning a half-witted boy of 17, who lived at one of the other cottages down the drove, had come to him and said that Mrs. Vreese was dead, and that he must come and enter her house. He declined to explain how he had come by the information, so at first Mr. Winter contented himself with pointing out that it was the 1st of January, not of April. But the boy was so insistent that finally he went. When repeated knockings at Mrs. Vreese's cottage produced no result, he had felt justified in forcing the back door. She was sitting in a large wooden armchair, quite dead. She was leaning forward a little, and her hands were clasping the arms so tightly that it proved to be a matter of some difficulty to unloose her fingers. In front of her was another chair, so close that if anyone had been sitting in it, his knees must have touched those of the dead woman. The seat cushions were flattened down, as if it had been occupied recently by a solid personage. The tea things had not been cleared away, but the kitchen was perfectly clean and tidy. There was no suspicion of foul play, as all the doors and windows were securely fastened on the inside. Winter added that her face made him feel quite sickish-like, and that the house smelt very bad for all that it was so clean. A post-mortem examination of the body showed that her heart was in a very bad state, and enabled the coroner's jury to return a verdict of death from natural causes, but the doctor told me privately that she must have had a shock of some kind. In fact, he said, if anyone ever died of fright, she did, but goodness knows what can have frightened her in her own kitchen, unless it was her own conscience, but that's more in your line than mine. He added that he had found the examination of the body peculiarly trying, though he could not, or would not, say why. As I was the last person who had seen her alive, I attended the inquest, but gave only formal evidence of an unimportant character. I didn't mention that the second armchair had stood in the corner of the room during my visit, and that I had not occupied it. The boy was of course called and asked how he knew she was dead, but nothing satisfactory could be got from him. He said that there was right houses and there was wrong houses, not to say persons, and that they had been after her for a long time. When asked whom he meant by they, he declined to explain, merely adding as a general statement that he could see further into a milestone than what some people could, for all they thought themselves so clever. His own family deposed that he had been absolutely silent, contrary to his usual custom, from tea time on New Year's Eve to breakfast time next day. Then he had suddenly announced that Mrs. Vreese was dead, and ran out of the house before they could say anything to him. Accordingly, he was dismissed with a warning to the effect that persons who were disrespectful to the constituted authorities always came to a bad end. It naturally fell to me to conduct the funeral, as I could have given no reason for refusing her Christian burial. The coffin was not particularly weighty, but as it was being lowered into the grave, the ropes supporting it parted, and it fell several feet with a thud. The shock dislodged a quantity of soil from the sides of the cavity, so that the coffin was completely covered before I had time to say, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Afterwards, the sexton spoke to me apologetically about the occurrence. "I'm fair put about, sir, about them ropes," he said. "Nothing of that sort ever happened before in my time. They was pretty nigh new, too, and I thought they'd have done us for years. But just look here, sir." Here he showed two extraordinarily ravelled ends. "I never seen a rope part like that afore. Almost looks as if it had been scratted through by a big cat or something." That night, I was taken ill. When I was better, my doctor said that rest and change of scene were imperative. I knew that I could never go down a drove alone by night again, so tendered my resignation to my bishop. I hope that I have still a few years of usefulness before me, but I know that I can never be as if I had not seen what I have seen. Whether I met with my adventure through any fault of my own, I cannot tell, but of one thing I am sure. There are powers of darkness which walk abroad in waste places, and that man is happy who has never had to face them. If anyone who reads this should ever have a similar experience and should feel tempted to try to investigate it further, I commend to him the counsel of Jesus ben Sira. "My son, seek not things that are too hard for thee, and search not out things that are above thy strength." The Sandwalker by Fergus Hulme. I make no endeavour to explain this experience. Explanation of it is impossible. I can conceive no theory upon which to base even the most slender attempt. It baffles me, it has always baffled me, and it will continue to baffle me. Yet the impress of the thing loses nothing of its vividness with time. It's as clear before me now as it was within a few hours of its event. I believe I heard a ghost knocking. I am certain I saw a ghost moving. Indigestion, fancy, an overwrought and distorted brain, you will say, no doubt. I wish I could think it was, but it wasn't. The sequel to that glimpse of the dead was too terrible, the cause too pertinent to the effect to permit for one moment of any attribution to disorder, mental or elementary. No, what I saw was actual, self-existent. I will set down the facts for you as they occurred, and you shall explain them away, if you can. Then, if you remain unconvinced, go to Gartham, by the German Ocean, and hear what the folk there have to say. They are a stodgy people, incapable utterly of the most insignificant hyperbole. They will tell you this tale plainly as I tell it to you. They believe as I believe. It was in the summer of '96. I was travelling in woolens for the great Huddersfield firm of Carberry and Crank. Furnished with a gig and a fast-trotting mare, it was my duty to exploit the more scattered parts of the country, where the railroad was still unknown, and civilization, as we use the term, tarried a while. Gartham is the name given to a certain wide, low-lying plain shut in from the North Sea by mile upon mile of sandhills. They are heaped up like hummocks along the coast. It was along a kind of causeway, running straight through many miles of grain, that I drove that hot July. I'd never been in these parts, and I rejoiced at such ample evidence of fertility. It argued prosperity for those around, hence good business for myself and my employers. I made up my mind to remain there for at least a month. I left in less than half that time. As if the plain itself were not sufficiently damp and low-lying, the village of Gartham had been built in a kind of central depression, immediately beside the river. In other respects it differed but slightly from the ordinary English village, save that there was no inn. Close by the tower of the rubble-built church there was a pothouse, licensed for the sale of liquor to be drunk on the premises. But I failed there to get sleeping room either for myself or Tilly, my weary mare. Darkness was close upon us, and I was worn out with my day's drive. There seemed little prospect of comfort, even had I gained admittance to this miserable hovel, but that was denied me. The landlord, a bulky, monumental lump of indolence, stood in the doorway and effectually blocked all entrance. A dozen or so of idlers collected to admire Tilly and amuse themselves at my expense, and I realised that there were worse fates than that of being cast upon an uninhabited island, even in this England of ours at the close of the 19th century. While I was in this plight, arguing with the landlord and endeavouring to arrive approximately at the sense of his dialect, a being, human by contrast to those around, made his appearance from out the crowd and approached my gig. He turned out to be the village schoolmaster, and those around called him Muster Abram. "Are you looking for a lodging?" he said, in a smooth, and by comparison, strangely civilised voice. "I am," I replied, soothing Tilly, who, small blame to her, in no wise appreciated her immediate surroundings. "I'm Dick Trossel, CT to Carberry and Crank, if you've ever heard of them in this forsaken hole." "CT?" repeated Master Abraham interrogatively, cocking his one eye, he'd lost the other, which was as bright as any robin's. "A commercial traveller," said I in explanation, "or bagman, if you like it better. You don't comprehend Queen's English, I see, in these parts." "Hardly, when so abbreviated. But if it really be board and lodging you seek, you can get that only from Mrs. Jarsel at the Beech Farm." There was a murmur from those at hand as he said the name, and I thought a somewhat dubious expression upon the faces of one or two. I didn't, on the whole, feel drawn towards Mrs. Jarsel and her farm, and I looked at the schoolmaster inquiringly. Utterly ignoring this, and vouchsafing me no reply, he proceeded straightway to climb into my gig, without so much as by your leave. There was neither modesty nor undue hesitancy about Master Abraham. "We will get on then to Mrs. Jarsel's farm," said I. A touch from the whip, and Tilly was off at a good spanking trot in the direction Master Abraham had indicated. In a few moments we were out of the sight of the hangers-on and driving through the street into another causeway similar to the first. In the distance we could see the house lying under the lee of the sandhills. A dismal sort of place it seemed, and wholly solitary. "Yes, yonder is the Beech Farm," said the schoolmaster, "and Mrs. Jarsel." He stopped suddenly so that I turned to look at him. "What on earth is the matter with this Mrs. Jarsel?" Nothing. I was merely wondering, not so much if she could, as whether she would accommodate you. You see, Mrs. Jarsel had some trouble with her last lodger. He was a botanist. He called himself Amber, Samuel Amber. Some 2 years ago it was. He boarded at the Beech Farm, then suddenly he disappeared. "Disappeared? Good Lord, what do you mean?" "Exactly what I say. He walked out of yonder house one night and never returned." We were close to the house now. It loomed up suddenly in the mist which lay thick and heavy over the sandhills. I felt horribly depressed. Apart from the intense gloominess of the surroundings, the damp and darkness and desolation, all of which had perhaps more than their due effect upon my jaded nerves, I was conscious of an indefinite sense of uneasiness. This one-eyed creature at my elbow made me decidedly uncomfortable. I haven't a robust nervous system at the best of times, and he, with his sinister innuendos, was fast gaining a hold upon me. "There was a daughter, you see," he went on before I could speak. "Oh, there was a daughter, was there?" I repeated, somewhat relieved. It might be, after all, that he was nothing more than a mere scandal-monger. I fervently hoped so. "Yes, and Mr. Amber made love to her, at least, so it's supposed. At all events, she disappeared too." "At the same time as the man?" Lottie was her name, continued Master Abraham, utterly heedless of my query, and a pretty pink and white creature she was, with the loveliest golden hair. I used to call her Venus of the Fen. She was at the farm when Amber first arrived. After a while he left, and she with him. He didn't return for a 12-month, and then only to disappear. What on earth are you telling me all this rigmarole for? I don't care tuppence for any of your Ambers or Lotties or Venuses either, for that matter. If the girl was as pretty as you say, I don't blame the man for going off with her. I presume she was a willing party to the arrangement. Mrs. Jarzel will have it that Amber forced her daughter to elope with him. You see, he returned a year later, alone. Well, what explanation did he make? None. None whatever. And what did the lady have to say to that? Nothing. Amber took up his residence at the farm as before, and remained there until he disappeared. Upon my soul, I was beginning to feel thoroughly scared. Do you mean to tell me that Mrs. Jarzel got rid of him by foul play? Oh, dear me, no, nothing of the kind. Mrs. Jarzel is a most religious woman. Then perhaps you will kindly make yourself clear. For what reason do you retell to me this parcel of rubbish? Only this. He laid his skinny hand upon my arm. We were turning into the drive which led up to the house. He pointed with the other hand towards the sand ridge. Only what? The man nodded. Then he whispered to me, the sand walker, you know? An elderly woman had come to the door and was standing there. The chief thing I noticed about her was her determinedly masculine appearance. For the rest, she was a veritable study in half-tone. Her hair, her dress, her complexion, in fact, everything about her was of various shades of grey. Her mouth denoted a vile, if not a violent, temper. My reception was anything but cordial. In fact, at the outset, she refused altogether to take me in, but under the persuasive eloquence of Master Abraham, she relented so far as to agree to board me by the week at what to me seemed an exorbitant charge. She was evidently grasping as well as religious, a highly unpleasant combination, I thought. But in the circumstances I had no option but to accept the inevitable. It was a case of any port in a storm. As I proceeded to drive round to the stable to put up Tilly, a thing which I invariably attended to myself, Master Abraham accompanied me. And somehow I was glad even of his company. There wasn't a living soul about. I asked him why this was. Mrs. Jarzel keeps no servants, he replied. She hasn't kept any since Lottie and Mr. Amber went away. Or rather, to be precise, since Mr. Amber disappeared. How is that? She can get none to come here, or to remain if they do come. They're afraid of the sandwalker. I asked him point blank what he meant, but I couldn't get anything out of him. Whatever you do, don't go onto the beaches at dusk, was all he said. Then he vanished. I say vanished advisedly, for though I ran after him to the door, for the moment I couldn't see any sign of him. I rushed on round to the corner of the house and came plump onto Mrs. Jarzel. Master Abraham, I gasped. Then Mrs. Jarzel pointed down the road, and I saw a flying figure disappearing into the darkness. Why has he run off like that? I asked. I began to think I was losing my senses. Everyone runs off from Beech Farm, replied the woman, in the coolest manner possible, and with that she left me staring in amazement. I don't think anyone could dub me a coward, but this place unnerved me. Both within and without the house, all was mysterious, weird, and uncanny. My spirits sank to zero, and my nerves were strung up to a tension positively unendurable. Even the bright light from the kitchen fire filled me with apprehension. I couldn't touch food or drink. Mrs. Jarzel, gliding about the room, in no wise reassured me. Masculine and ponderous as she was, the deftness and stealthiness of her movements were uncomfortably incongruous. She spoke not a word. She totally ignored my presence. I began to loathe the woman, but I determined that anything was better than the horrible suspense I was enduring, so I went straight for the thing which was making havoc of me. What is the Sandwalker, Mrs. Jarzill? At the moment, she was polishing a dish cover. As I spoke, it crashed onto the floor. I never saw a woman turn quite so pale as she did then. Who's been talking to you about the Sandwalker? Master Abraham, was my answer. By this time, she was visibly shaking. Fool, she exclaimed, a triple fool, and dangerous too. See here, you, Mr. Trossel. I'm willing to board you, but not to answer your silly questions. And if you don't like my house and my ways, you can leave them both. I could do without you. God knows I've had enough of boarders. Though it was rash, and for all I knew, dangerous, willy-nilly, the name Amber slipped my tongue. But she'd regained her self-possession now, and laughed contemptuously as she picked up the dish cover. I see Mr. Abraham's been telling you my story. It's not a very pretty story, is it? Yes, Mr. Amber was a scoundrel. He carried off my daughter Lottie to London. Aye, and he had the boldness, too, to return here after his wickedness. I said nothing. It was my duty to forgive him like a Christian, and I did. Although I'm a mother, I'm a Christian first. Poor Lottie. Poor child. I wonder where she is now. Do you know where Mr. Amber is? Yes, Abraham told you, no doubt, that he disappeared. One would think he'd been caught up into the moon, the way the fools round here talk. Yet the explanation is perfectly simple. The man was accustomed to walk on the beaches at night. There are quicksands there, and he fell into one. How do you know that? I found his hat by one of the worst of them. He'd sunk. I'm glad he did. He ruined my life and Lottie's. But vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. And this Sandwalker, who? What is it? That doesn't concern you. I told you enough. I'm not going to answer all your silly questions, she reiterated. Not another word would she say. Still, I felt somewhat relieved. Abraham had contrived to surround with an atmosphere of mystery what after all was purely an accident. I saw that now, and I was able to go to bed in a much more tranquil state of mind than I would otherwise have done. My room was just off the kitchen. I hadn't been in it more than half an hour when I heard Mrs. Jarzill at her devotional exercises. I could hear her reading aloud certain biblical extracts of a uniformly comminatory character. Her voice was particularly resonant and booming. A choice seemed to me to range from Deuteronomy to Ezekiel and back again. And thine eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up. They and all that appertained to them went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed upon them. The wicked are overthrown and are not. So, for half an hour or more she went on until I was in a cold perspiration. Then she knelt down and prayed. I was in hopes she'd unbosomed herself for the night at all events. But then followed such a prayer as I've never heard. The ban of Jeremiah was a blessing to it. She cursed Amber, dead though he was. She cursed her daughter, and called down upon her unfortunate head such visitations that I confess I shuddered. The woman was raving, yet all the time I could hear her sobbing bitterly. The whole thing was ghastly, revolting. I would have given anything to get away. At last she ceased, and I presume went to bed, though how she could sleep after such an indulgence was a marvel to me. But perhaps now she'd so assuaged her wrath, exhaustion, if not relief, would follow. I hoped so. At all events, she was quiet. After a while I got up to make sure that my door was securely fastened. Then I scrambled back to bed and fell into an uneasy, fitful doze. So I got through the long night. I never once slept soundly, and when I awoke in the morning I felt but little refreshed. With the light came the sense of shame. I was inclined to deal severely with myself for my, as they now appeared to me, absurd apprehensions of the previous night. I made up my mind then and there that I should be a downright coward if I carried out my determination to leave the place. My room was comfortable and the food was good, and I rated myself roundly for being such an impressionable booby. Besides, I knew enough to make me curious to know more. Albeit as silent as ever, I found Mrs. Jarzel civil and composed enough at breakfast. So, although I hadn't succeeded in getting rid wholly of my aversion to the place, I started off in quest of business, saying that I would return about 5 o'clock. I soon found out that so far as business went, at all events, I had fallen on my feet. The very excellent woolen goods of Messrs. Carberry and Crank appealed to these fen dwellers. They were a rheumatic lot. But that was more the fault of the locality than them themselves. At any rate, the local dealers seized upon my samples with avidity, and I booked more orders in a day than I was accustomed to in a week in some places. I returned, therefore, that evening to the beech farm in the best of spirits, but at the gate I encountered Master Abraham. He soon reduced them to a normal level. "Well, how did you sleep?" he said. I thought, with a twinkle in his eye. "Like a top, of course. I always do." "You heard nothing at your window?" "Of course not. What should I hear?" "Then you didn't go onto the beaches?" "Certainly not. I was only too glad to get to bed. Besides, were you not at particular pains to advise me against going there?" "Yes, perhaps I was, and I repeat my advice. If you do, it'll come to you at the window." "What in heaven's name do you mean, ma'am?" "I mean the sandwalker." At that moment Tilly made a bound forward. She hates standing, and there was nothing for it but to let her go. The schoolmaster took himself off, and I drove up to the door. But I silently swore at that skinny Abraham for bringing back to me the uneasy feelings of the previous night. His warning still rang in my ears. I couldn't get rid of it. I was determined I wouldn't pass the night in ignorance. I resolved to take the bull by the horns and face whatever there was to face, then and there. After a high tea, that was between 6 and 7 o'clock, I mentioned casually to Mrs. Jarzel that I was going for a stroll. She neither bid me go nor stay, so over the sandhills at the back of the house I scrambled until I found myself on the seashore. The beach was very dreary. All was still, save for the gentle swash of the wavelets breaking in upon the ribbed sand. There was but little wind. To right and left of me there stretched an interminable vista of sand, vanishing only to blend itself in the distance with the heavy mists which even at that season of the year hung around. The little landlocked pools were blood red with reflection of the sun. Though the offshore of the sea and the sun were ablaze with crimson light, I felt an awful sense of desolation as I sat there in the dip of a sandhill, watching the departing sun ring its changes on the spectrum. The crimson merged to amethyst, the amethyst to pearl, until in sombre greyness the light shut down upon the lonely shore. A mad, purposeless impulse seized me. With a whoop, I ran down the firm sand to the brink of the water. I stood there for some moments, looking out to sea. When I turned, the mists were thick, even between me and the sandhills. Darkness came down fold over fold. Every moment the fog became more damp and clammy, the sense of desolation more intense. I was isolated from all that was human, from God, for aught I knew. Then I thought of the quicksands, of Mr. Amber's hat found lying there, and I ran back, as I thought, to the sandhills. But I must have moved circuitously, for I couldn't reach even their friendly shelter. I lost my bearings hopelessly. Where the sea or where the hills, I knew not. I rushed first this way and then that, heedless and without design, intent only on escaping from the enshrouding mists, from the awesome desolation. Suddenly, the sands quaked under me. I stopped. The fate of Korah and his brethren flashed through my mind. My heart drummed loudly in the stillness. The mists grew thicker, the night darker. Then it was. I saw it beside me. At first I thought it was mortal, human, for its shape was that of a man. With an exclamation of thankfulness, I endeavoured to approach it, but try as I might, I couldn't get near it. It didn't walk. It didn't glide. It didn't fly. It simply melted in the mist, yet always visible, always retreating. That was the horror of the thing. My flesh creeped. I felt an icy cold through every pore of my skin. With awful insistence it was borne in upon me. I was in the presence of the dead. Yet I was powerless. I could utter no cry. I couldn't even stop myself. On I went, following that melting, receding thing, until suddenly my foot stumbled on a sandhill. Then it became mist with the mist, and I saw it no more. I scrambled up the hill and wept like a child. How I reached the beech farm I can't tell. I stumbled, blind with terror, into the lamplight of the kitchen. I almost fell into Mrs. Jarzill's arms. She uttered no word of surprise, but sat there staring at my terror-stricken face and quivering limbs, silent and unsympathetic. At last she spoke. "You've seen the Sandwalker. In God's name, what is it?" "God has nothing to do with the Sandwalker," she replied. "It is wholly of hell." I could speak no more that night. By help of some raw spirit, I managed to pull myself together sufficiently to scramble into bed. The very sheets were a comfort to me. At all events, they were between me and it. I was utterly exhausted, and for a few hours I slept. I woke suddenly, with every nerve on the stretch, every sense acute, almost beyond bearing. Mrs. Jarzill was vociferating in the kitchen and sobbing between whiles. Then, as surely as I am a man and a Christian, I heard 3 loud knocks upon the window pane. Mrs. Jarzill turned her imprecations into prayer. In her deep voice she boomed out verses from the Psalms. "Hear my cry, O God, attend unto my prayer." I could stand it no longer. I flung myself out of the bed, wrapped the coverlet around me and rushed into the kitchen. Mrs. Jarzill was kneeling, her face poured with perspiration. She paused as I appeared. There were 3 loud knocks at the door. "What, oh God, what is it?" I cried. "The Sandwalker." Then she prayed again. "I will abide in thy tabernacle forever. I will trust in the cover of thy wings." I made for the door, but Mrs. Jarzill seized me by the arm. "Don't let him in, don't let him in. He wants me. It's Amber, I tell you, it's Amber." "Amber? The Sandwalker?" Yes, he's the Sandwalker. He wants me, down on the beaches. If you open the door, I am bound to go. He draws me, he compels me, but the Lord is my strength and shall prevail against the powers of hell. I had to prevent her from unbarring the door. She flung herself upon it and fumbled with the lock in a frenzy. I dragged her back, fearful lest she should admit the thing outside. Gradually, she grew more calm, until at last she stood before me with a composure almost as terrible to behold as had been her frenzy. "I have resisted the devil, and he is fled," she said. "You can go to bed now, Mr. Trussell. You'll be disturbed no more. There'll be no more knocking, no more knocking." She caught up the candle to go. I detained her till I took a light from it. Then I went to bed. I kept the light burning all night, but there was no more knocking. Next morning, not a word passed between us about what had occurred. I ate my breakfast and drove off to my business. In the main street, I met Abraham. I hailed him. "Is there no other place where I can find a lodging?" I asked him. "Ah," So you've been on the beaches? Yes. I was there yesterday evening. You've seen a sandwalker? For God's sake, don't speak of it, I said, for it terrified me, even in the open day, here with the sunshine hot upon me. And you've heard the knocking? Yes, I've heard everything, seen everything. Let that suffice. Can I find another lodging, I ask you? No. There's none other in the district. But why need you fear? It's she, not you, the sandwalker wants. Aye, and he'll get her one night. You know this sandwalker, as you call him, is Amber. All Gartham knows that. He's been walking for a year past now on the beaches. No one would go there now for any money you could offer them. At least, not after sundown. I warned you, you remember. I know you did. But nevertheless I went, you see, and this sandwalker saved my life, for he led me back to the sandhills when I had lost myself hopelessly in fog. It's not you he wants, I tell you. It's she. Why does he want her, I asked. The man's tone was very strange. Ask of the quicksands, he replied, and with that disappeared in a hurry. I was getting quite accustomed to this and would have been surprised had he taken his leave in anything approaching a rational manner. Now, you may perhaps hardly credit it, but I tossed a shilling then and there to decide my action in the immediate future. Heads I go, tails I stay. The coin spun up in the sunlight. Tails it was. So was to remain. And in that devil-haunted house. Well, at all events, I was doing a brisk trade. There was some comfort in that. During the next 10 days, I drove for miles over the district, and did uncommonly well everywhere. I found that the legend of the beach farm was universally familiar, and they all shook their heads very gravely indeed when they learned that I lodged there. In fact, I'm not at all sure that this wasn't of assistance to me, rather than otherwise. I became an object of intense interest, and no doubt of sympathy, had I known it. After that terrible night, there was a lull in the torment of the sandwalker. Occasionally it rapped at the door or the window, but that was all. As for me, I walked no more on the beaches. But the time was near at hand when the devil would have his own. It came one evening, about 6 o'clock. There had been heavy rain, and the marshy lands were flooded, and the mists were thick around. Overhead all was opaque and grey, and the ground was sodden underfoot. I was anxious to get home, and Tilly was doing all she knew. On arrival, I looked after her, as was my wont, first and foremost. When I'd made her comfortable for the night, I returned to the kitchen. To my surprise, I found Mrs. Jarsill in conversation with a girl, in whom, from Abraham's description, meagre though it had been, I had no difficulty in recognising his Venus of the Fen. She was certainly pretty. I agreed with Abraham there. She was crying bitterly whilst her mother raged at her. They both stopped short as I entered. A sense of delicacy, no doubt. "Whatever is the matter?" I asked, surveying the pair of them. "Oh, sir, you're your mother's new lodger, aren't you?" said the girl. "Master Abraham told me she had one. Do please ask her to hear reason. Do, I implore you, sir." "I will allow no one to interfere with my private affairs," said Mrs. Jarsill, stamping her foot. "If you are wise, you'll not seek to make public your disgrace." "There is no disgrace. I've done nothing to be ashamed of, I tell you." "No disgrace? No disgrace in allowing yourself to be beguiled by that man? To be fooled by his good looks and soft speeches? What do you mean, mother? I have nothing to do with Mr. Amber." "Liar! You ran away with him. What more could you have had to do with him, I should like to know?" Lottie's spirit rose, and with it the colour to her cheeks. "I ran away with him? Indeed, I did nothing of the kind. It was you who made me run away. You treated me so cruelly that I determined to go into service in London. I was sick to death of your scolding, and your preaching, and your praying, and this dismal house, and these horrible mists, and never a soul to speak of. Sick to death of it, I tell you. That's why I went. Mr. Amber, indeed. This with a toss of her head. I have more taste than to take up with the likes of him. I met him as he was leaving here. I was walking, and he offered me a lift. Abraham saw you both, interrupted her mother savagely. He told me you'd eloped with the man. That was a lie. I parted from Mr. Amber at the London railway station. From that time to this, I've never set eyes upon him. For my own sake, I made him promise to hold his tongue. He did, cried Mrs. Jarsel wildly. God help him and me, he did. He returned here, but he said nothing, made no explanation. I believed he'd ruined you. Oh, now, I see it all, and you have ruined me. Oh, Mother, what do you mean? Why didn't you let him speak, or why didn't you write and explain? I thought he'd robbed me of you. And I revenged myself upon him. Revenged yourself, I cried. I began to have an inkling of what was coming, but Mrs. Jarsel paid no heed to me. She shook Lottie furiously. Do you know what your silence has cost me? She was beside herself now. It has cost me my soul, I say. Oh, why did you let me believe him guilty? I killed him. I murdered him for your sake. It wasn't vengeance, it wasn't justice, it was crime and evil. You killed Mr. Amber? Yes, I killed him. I swore he should pay for what he'd done. His own curiosity did for him. I played upon it. I lured him into the quicksands. The quicksands, I repeated, horrified. I placed a lantern on the brink of the most dangerous of them, the woman continued feverishly. He used habitually to walk on the beaches at dark. His curiosity did the rest. He had to see what that light was. I knew he would. It was the last light he ever saw in this world. Yes, you call it murder. It was murder, but it was your fault, and now he walks and taps at the door for me. He wants me. I thought I had justice on my side, that I was avenging your disgrace, and I fought with my soul. Oh, how I fought. But now, I see he's right. It's I who must now be punished. I must go. Oh, God, be merciful to me, a sinner. Lottie lay stretched on the floor. She'd fainted. I placed myself between her mother and the door. I daredn't let her out. Where would you go? I cried, seizing her by the arm and frustrating a desperate attempt to get away. She was fairly demented and seemed possessed of strength, almost demoniacal. To the beaches, to my death. Let me go. An eye for an eye, I say, a tooth for a tooth. That's the law of God. Hark, listen, he calls me. I could hear nothing but the howling of the wind. I must go. She was too quick for me. Before I had time to stop her, she was away into the desolate night. I rushed after her. In her present condition, there was no knowing what she might do. Clearly her mind was unhinged. I could hardly see for the rain. It was nearly dark too, but on through the mire and the mist I went. I jostled up against a man. It was Abraham. I remembered it was he who had caused all of this, and with the thought I lost control of myself. I gripped him by the throat. You dog, you liar. Lottie, the girl has come back. I know, he gasped. I was coming up to see her. Leave me alone. What do you mean by this? You deserve it and more, you villain. You know well the girl didn't go with Amber. You lied to her mother, and you made her think so. You're in love with her yourself. The man's death lies at your door more than at hers. She's gone to the beaches, to her death, I tell you, unless she's stopped. Then I realised I was wasting time. I hastened on, regretting deeply that my feelings had so got the better of me just then. It was blowing a gale that was not till I'd crossed the sandhills that I realised it. Then the full blast of the wind struck me. It was as much as I could do to keep my feet. I couldn't see the woman anywhere, though I peered into the gloom until my head swam. Not a sign of her or any living creature could I see. There was nothing but the roar of the wind and the sea, and the swish of the driving rain. Then I thought I heard a cry, a faint cry. I ploughed my way down in the direction whence I fancied it came. I became aware that Abraham had followed me. He was close behind me. Together we groped blindly on. "He'll get her this time," shouted the man. Come on, I roared at him. Yonder she is. And yonder, the sandwalker. The wretch hung back. Then a gust of wind, more concentrated and more fierce than before, seemed to rend an opening in the fog. Two shadows could be seen fluttering along. One, a man of unusual height. The other, a woman, reeling and swaying. She followed the thing. As we gazed, a light appeared in the distance, radiant as a star. Its brilliance grew and spread far and wide through the fog. The tall figure moved up to and past the light, the other following, always following. She staggered and flung up her arms, and a wild and despairing cry rang out above the elements, and the light gradually died away, and the wind howled on, driving the mists across the sinking figure. Slowly she sank into the sand, deeper and deeper. One last terrible moan reached us where we were. Then she disappeared. For the moment, the storm seemed to hush. Then all was darkness.
Pallinghurst Barrow by Grant Allen. Rudolph Reeve sat by himself on the old long barrow on Pallinghurst Common. It was a September evening, and the sun was setting. The west was all aglow with a mysterious red light, very strange and lurid, a light that reflected itself in glowing purple on the dark brown heather and the dying bracken. Rudolph Reeve was a journalist and a man of science, but he had a poet's soul for all that, in spite of his avocations, neither of which is usually thought to tend towards the spontaneous development of a poetic temperament. He sat there long, watching the livid hues that incarnadined the sky, redder and fiercer than anything he ever remembered to have seen since the famous year of the Krakatoa sunsets. Though he knew it was getting late, and he ought to have gone back long since to the manor house to dress for dinner. Mrs. Bouverie Barton, his hostess, the famous women's rights woman, was always such a stickler for punctuality and dispatch and all the other unfeminine virtues. But in spite of Mrs. Bouverie Barton, Rudolph Reeve sat on. There was something about that sunset and the lights on the bracken, something weird and unearthly that positively fascinated him. The view over the common, which stands high and exposed, a veritable waste of heath and gorse, is strikingly wide and expansive. Pallinghurst Ring, or the Old Long Barrow, a well-known landmark familiar by that name from time immemorial to all the countryside, crowns its actual summit, and commands from its top the surrounding hills far into the shadowy heart of Hampshire. On its terraced slope, Rudolph sat and gazed out, with all the artistic pleasure of a poet or a painter, for he was a little of both, in the exquisite flush of the dying reflections from the dying sun upon the dying heather. He sat and wondered to himself why death is always so much more beautiful, so much more poetical, so much calmer than life, and why you invariably enjoy things so very much better when you know you ought to be dressing for dinner. He was just going to rise, however, dreading the lasting wrath of Mrs. Bouverie Barton, when of a sudden a very weird yet definite feeling caused him for one moment to pause and hesitate. Why he felt it, he knew not, but even as he sat there on the grassy tumulus covered close with short sward of subterranean clover, that curious, cunning plant that buries its own seeds by automatic action, he was aware, through an external sense, but by pure internal consciousness, of something or other living and moving within the barrow. He shut his eyes and listened. No. Fancy, pure fancy.
Not a sound broke the stillness of early evening save the drone of insects, those dying insects now beginning to fail fast before the first chill breath of approaching autumn. Rudolph opened his eyes again and looked down on the ground. In the little boggy hollow by his feet, innumerable plants of sundew spread their murderous rosettes of sticky red leaves, all bedewed with viscid gum, to catch and roll round the straggling flies that wrenched their tiny limbs in vain efforts to free themselves. But that was all. Nothing else was astir. In spite of sight and sound, however, he was still deeply thrilled by this strange consciousness, as of something living and moving in the barrow underneath, something living and moving. Or was it moving and dead? Something crawling and creeping as the long arms of the sundews crawled and crept around the helpless flies whose juices they sucked out. A weird and awful feeling, yet strangely fascinating. He hated the vulgar necessity for going back to dinner. Why do people dine at all? So material, so commonplace, and the universe all teeming with strange secrets to unfold. He knew not why, but a fierce desire possessed his soul to stop and give way to this overpowering sense of the mysterious and the marvellous in the dark depths of the Barrow. With an effort he roused himself and put on his hat, which he had been holding in his hand, for his forehead was burning. The sun had now long set, and Mrs. Bouverie Barton dined at 7:30 punctually. He must rise and go home. Something unknown pulled him down to detain him. Once more he paused and hesitated. He was not a superstitious man, yet it seemed to him as if many strange shapes stood by unseen, and watched with great eagerness to see whether he would rise and go away, or yield to the temptation of stopping and indulging his curious fancy. Strange! He saw and heard absolutely nobody and nothing, yet he dimly realized that unseen figures were watching him close with bated breath and anxiously observing his every movement, as if intent to know whether he would rise and move on, or remain to investigate this causeless sensation. For a minute or two he stood irresolute, and all the time he so stood, the unseen bystanders held their breath and looked on in an agony of expectation. He could feel their outstretched necks. He could picture their strained attention. At last he broke away. "This is nonsense," he said aloud to himself, and turned slowly homeward. As he did so, a deep sigh, as of suspense relieved, but relieved in the wrong direction, seemed to rise, unheard, impalpable, spiritual, from the invisible crowd that gathered around him, immaterial. Clutched hands seemed to stretch after him and try to pull him back. An unreal throng of angry and disappointed creatures seemed to follow him over the moor, uttering speechless imprecations on his head in some unknown tongue, ineffable, inaudible. This horrid sense of being followed by unearthly foes took absolute possession of Rudolph's mind. It might have been merely the lurid redness of the afterglow, or the loneliness of the moor, or the necessity for being back not 1 minute late for Mrs. Bouverie Barton's dinner hour, but at any rate he lost all self-control for the moment and ran wildly, at the very top of his speed, all the way from the Barrow to the door of the manor house garden. There he stopped and looked round with a painful sense of his own stupid cowardice. This was positively childish. He had seen nothing, heard nothing, had nothing definite to frighten him, yet he had run from his own mental shadow like the veriest schoolgirl, and was trembling still from the profundity of his sense that somebody unseen was pursuing and following him. "What a precious fool I am," he said to himself, half angrily, "to be so terrified at nothing. I'll go round there by and by, just to recover my self-respect and show at least I'm not really frightened." and even as he said it, he was internally aware that his baffled foes, standing, grinning their disappointment with gnashed teeth at the garden gate, gave a chuckle of surprise, delight, and satisfaction at his altered intention. 2. There's nothing like light for dispelling superstitious terrors. Pallinghurst Manor House was fortunately supplied with electric light, for Mrs. Bouverie Barton was nothing if not intensely modern. Long before Rudolph had finished dressing for dinner, he was smiling once more to himself at his foolish conduct. Never in his life before, at least since he was 20, had he done such a thing, and he knew why he'd done it now. It was nervous breakdown. He'd been overworking his brain in town with those elaborate calculations for his fortnightly article on the present state of Chinese finances. And Sir Arthur Boyd, the famous specialist on diseases of the nervous system, had earned 3 honest guineas cheap by recommending him a week or two's rest and change in the country. That was why he had accepted Mrs. Bouverie Barton's invitation to form part of her brilliant autumn party at Pallinghurst Manor, and that was also doubtless why he had been so absurdly frightened at nothing at all just now on the common. Memorandum: never to overwork his brain in future. It doesn't pay, and yet, in these days, how earn bread and cheese at literature without overworking it? He went down to dinner, however, in very good spirits. His hostess was kind. She permitted him to take in that pretty American. Conversation with the soup turned at once on the sunset. Conversation with the soup is always on the lowest and most casual plane. It improves with the fish, and reaches its culmination with the sweets and the cheese, after which it declines again to the fruity level. "You were on the Barrow about 7, Mr. Reeve," Mrs. Bouverie Barton observed severely when he spoke of the afterglow. "You watched that sunset close. How fast you must have walked home. I was almost half afraid you were going to be late for dinner." Rudolph coloured up slightly. 'Twas a girlish trick, unworthy of a journalist, but still he had it. "Oh dear no, Mrs. Bouverie Barton," he answered gravely. "I may be foolish, but not, I hope, criminal. I know better than to do anything so weak and wicked as that at Pallinghurst Manor. I do walk rather fast. And the sunset? Well, the sunset was just too lovely." "Elegant," the pretty American interposed in her own language. "It always is, this night, every year," little Joyce said quietly, with the air of one who retails a well-known scientific fact. "It's the night, you know, when the light burns bright on the old long Barrow." Joyce was Mrs. Bouverie Barton's only child, a frail and pretty little creature, just 12 years old, very light and fairy-like, but with a strange cowed look, which, nevertheless, somehow curiously became her. "What nonsense you talk, my child!" her mother exclaimed, darting a look at Joyce which made her relapse forthwith into instant silence. "I'm ashamed of her, Mr. Reeve. They pick up such nonsense as this from their nurses." For Mrs. Bouverie Barton was modern and disbelieved in everything. "'Tis a simple creed. One clause concludes it." But the child's words, though lightly whispered, had caught the quick ear of Archie Cameron, the distinguished electrician. He made a spring upon them at once, for the merest suspicion of the supernatural was to Cameron irresistible. "What's that, Joyce?" he cried, leaning forward across the table. "No, no, Mrs. Bouverie Barton, I really must hear it. What day is this today, and what's that you just said about the sunset and the light on the old long Barrow?" Joyce glanced pleadingly at her mother, and then again at Cameron. A very faint nod gave her grudging leave to proceed with her tale, under maternal disapprobation, for Mrs. Bouverie Barton didn't carry her belief in woman's rights quite so far as to apply them to the case of her own daughter. We must draw a line somewhere. Joyce hesitated and began. "Well, this is the night, you know," she said, "when the sun turns, or stands still, or crosses the tropic, or goes back again, or something." Mrs. Bouverie Barton gave a dry little cough. "The autumnal equinox," she interposed severely, "at which, of course, the sun does nothing of the sort you suppose. We shall have to have your astronomy looked after, Joyce. Such ignorance is exhaustive. But go on with your myth, please, and get it over quickly. The autumnal equinox, that's just it, Joyce went on, unabashed. I remember, that's the word. For old Rachel, the gypsy, told me so. Well, on this day every year, a sort of glow comes up on the moor. Oh, I know it does, Mother, for I've seen it myself, and the rhyme about it goes, every year on Michael's night, Pallinghurst Barrow burneth bright. Only the gypsy told me it was Baal's night before it was St. Michael's. It was somebody else's night, whose name I forget, before it was Baal's. And the somebody was a god, to whom you must never sacrifice anything with iron, but always with flint or with a stone hatchet. Cameron leaned back in his chair and surveyed the child critically. Now, this is interesting, he said. Profoundly interesting, for here we get what is always so much wanted, first-hand evidence. And you're quite sure, Joyce, you've really seen it? Oh, Mr. Cameron, how can you? Mrs. Bouverie Barton cried quite pettishly, for even advanced ladies are still feminine enough at times to be distinctly pettish. I take the greatest trouble to keep all such rubbish out of Joyce's way, and then you men of science come down here and talk like this to her, and undo all the good I've taken months in doing. Well, whether Joyce has ever seen it or not, Rudolph Reeves said gravely, I can answer for it myself that I saw a very curious light on the Long Barrow tonight, and furthermore, I felt a most peculiar sensation. What was that? Cameron asked, bending over towards him eagerly. For all the world knows that Cameron, though a disbeliever in most things, except the brushlight, still retains a quaint tinge of Highland Scotch belief in a good ghost story. Why, as I was sitting on the Barrow, Rudolph began, just after sunset, I was dimly conscious of something stirring inside, not visible or audible, but, oh, I know, Joyce put in, leaning forward with her eyes staring curiously, a sort of feeling that there was somebody somewhere, very faint and dim, though you couldn't see or hear them. They tried to pull you down, clutching at you like this. And when you ran away frightened, they seemed to follow you and jeer at you, great gibbering creatures. Oh, I know what all that is. I've been there and felt it. Joyce, Mrs. Bouverie Barton put in with a warning frown, what nonsense you talk. You're really ridiculous. How can you suppose Mr. Reeve ran away, a man of science like him, from an imaginary terror? Well, I won't quite say I ran away, Rudolph answered sheepishly. We never do admit these things, I suppose, after 20, but I certainly did hurry home at the very top of my speed. Not to be late for dinner, you know, Mrs. Bouverie Barton, and I will admit, Joyce, between you and me only, I was conscious, by the way, of something very much like your grinning followers behind me. Mrs. Bouverie Barton darted him another look of intense displeasure. I think, she said, in that chilly voice that has iced whole committees, at a table like this, and with such thinkers around, we might surely find something rather better to discuss than such worn-out superstitions. Professor Spence, did you light upon any fresh paleoliths in the gravel pit this morning? 3. In the drawing-room a little later, a small group collected by the corner bay, remotest from Mrs. Bouverie Barton's own presidential chair, to hear Rudolph and Joyce compare experiences on the light above the Barrow. When the two dreamers of dreams and seers of visions had finished, Mrs. Bruce, the esoteric Buddhist and hostess of Mahatmas, they often dropped in on her, it was said, quite informally for afternoon tea, opened the floodgates of her torrent speech with triumphant vehemence. This is just what I should have expected, she said, looking around for a sceptic, that she might turn and rend him. Novalis was right. Children are early men. They are freshest from the truth. They are freshest to us from the truth. Little souls just let loose from the free expanse of God's sky see more than we adults do, at least except a few of us. We ourselves, what are we but accumulated layers of phantasmata? Spirit light rarely breaks in upon our grimed charnel of flesh. The dust of years overlies us. But the child, bursting new upon the dim world of karma, trails clouds of glory from the beatific vision. So Wordsworth held. So the masters of Tibet taught us long ages before Wordsworth. It's curious, Professor Spence put in with a scientific smile, restrained at the corners, that all this should have happened to Joyce and to our friend Reeve at the Long Barrow. For you've seen McRitchie's last work, I suppose. No. Well, he's shown conclusively that long barrows, which are the graves of the small squat people who preceded the inroad of Aryan invaders, are the real originals of all the fairy hills and subterranean palaces of popular legend. You know the old story of how Childe Roland to the Dark Tower came, of course, Cameron. Well, that Dark Tower was nothing more or less than a long barrow. Perhaps Pallinghurst Barrow itself, perhaps some other, and Childe Roland went into it to rescue his sister, Burd Ellen, who had been stolen by the fairy king, after the fashion of his kind for a human sacrifice. The Picts, you recollect, were a deeply religious people who believed in human sacrifice. They felt they derived from it high spiritual benefit. And the queerest part of it all is that in order to see the fairies, you must go round the Barrow widdershins, that is to say, Miss Quackenboss, as Cameron will explain to you, the opposite way from the way of the sun. On this very night of all the year, Michaelmas Eve, which was the accepted old date of the autumnal equinox. All long barrows have a chamber of great stones in the centre, I believe, Cameron suggested tentatively. Yes, all, nearly all, megalithic, you know, and wrought. And that chamber's the subterranean palace lit up with the fairy light that's so constantly found in old stories of the dead, which you and Joyce, alone among moderns, have been permitted to see, Reeve. It's a very odd fact, Dr. Porter, the materialist, interposed musingly, that the only ghosts people ever see are the ghosts of a generation very, very close to them. One hears of lots of ghosts in 18th century costumes because everybody has a clear idea of wigs and small clothes from the pictures and fancy dresses. One hears of far fewer in Elizabethan dress because the class most given to beholding ghosts are seldom acquainted with ruffs and farthingales, and one meets with none at all in Anglo-Saxon or ancient British or Roman costumes, because those are only known to a comparatively small class of learned people, and ghosts, as a rule, avoid the learned, except you, Mrs. Bruce, as they would avoid prussic acid. Millions of ghosts of remote antiquity must swarm about the world, though after 100 years or thereabouts they retire into obscurity and sense to annoy people with their nasty cold shivers. But the queer thing about these long barrow ghosts is that they must be the spirits of men and women who died thousands and thousands of years ago, which is exceptional longevity for a spiritual being, don't you think so, Cameron? Europe must be chock full of them, the pretty American assented, smiling, though America hasn't had time so far to collect any considerable population of spirits. But Mrs. Bruce was up in arms at once against such covert levity, and took the field in full force for her beloved spectres. No, no, she said. Dr. Porter, there, you mistake your subject. You should read what I've written in The Mirror of Trismegistus. Man is the focus of the glass of his own senses. There are other landscapes in the fifth and sixth dimensions of space than the one presented to him. As Carlyle said truly, each eye sees in all things just what each eye brings with it the power of seeing. And this is true spiritually as well as physically. To Newton and Newton's dog Diamond, what a different universe. One saw the great vision of universal gravitation. The other saw a little mouse under a chair, as the wise old nursery rhyme so philosophically puts it. Nursery rhymes summarize for us the gain of centuries. Nothing was ever destroyed, nothing was ever changed, and nothing new is ever created. All the spirits of all that is, or was, or ever will be, people the universe everywhere, unseen, around us, and each of us sees of them those only he himself is adapted to seeing. The rustic or the clown meets no ghosts of any sort save the ghosts of the person he knows about otherwise. If a man like yourself saw a ghost at all, which isn't likely, for you starve your spiritual side by blindly shutting your eyes to one whole aspect of nature, you'd be just as likely to see the ghost of a Stone Age chief as the ghost of a Georgian or Elizabethan exquisite. Did I catch the word ghost? Mrs. Bouverie Barton put in, coming up unexpectedly with her angry glower. Joyce, my child, go to bed. This is no talk for you. And don't go chilling yourself by standing at the window in your nightdress looking out on the common to search for the light on the long Barrow, which is all pure moonshine. You nearly caught your death of cold last year with that nonsense. It's always so. These superstitions never do any good to anyone. And indeed, Rudolph felt a faint glow of shame himself at having discussed such themes in the hearing of that nervous and high-strung little creature. 4. In the course of the evening, Rudolph's head began to ache, as, to say the truth, it often did, for was he not an author, and sufferance is the badge of all our tribe. His head generally ached, the intervals he employed upon magazine articles. He knew that headache well. It was the worst neuralgic kind, the wet towel variety, the sort that keeps you tossing the whole night long without hope of respite. About 11 o'clock, when the men went into the smoking room, the pain became unendurable. He called Dr. Porter aside. Can't you give me anything to relieve it? He asked piteously after describing his symptoms. Oh, certainly, the doctor answered with that brisk medical confidence we all know so well. I'll bring up a draught that will put all that right in less than half an hour, what Mrs. Bruce calls soma, the fine old crusted remedy of our Aryan ancestor. There's nothing like it for cases of nervous inanition. Rudolph went up to his room, and the doctor followed him a few minutes later with a very small phial of a very thick green viscid liquid. He poured 10 drops carefully into a measured medicine glass and filled it up with water. It amalgamated badly. Drink that off, he said with the magisterial air of the cunning leech, and Rudolph drank it. I'll leave you the bottle, the doctor went on, laying it down on the dressing-table. Only use it with caution. 10 drops in 2 hours if the pain continues. Not more than 10, recollect. It's a powerful narcotic. I dare say you know its name. It's cannabis indica. Rudolph thanked him inarticulately and flung himself on the bed without undressing. He had brought up a book with him, that delicious volume, Joseph Jacob's English Fairy Tales, and he tried in some vague way to read the story of Childe Roland, to which Professor Spence had directed his attention. But his trend ached so much he could hardly read it. He only gathered with difficulty that Childe Roland had been instructed by witch or warlock to come to a green hill surrounded with terrace rings, like Pallinghurst Barrow, to walk round it thrice, widdershins, saying each time, open door, and let me come in. And when the door opened to enter unabashed the Fairy King's palace, and the third time the door did open, and Childe Roland entered a court all lighted with a fairy light or gloaming, and then he went along through a passage, till he came at last to 2 wide stone doors, and beyond them lay a hall, stately, glorious, magnificent, where Burd Ellen sat combing her golden hair with a comb of amber. And the moment she saw her brother, up she stood, and she said, Woe worth the day, ye luckless fool, or ever that ye were born, for come the King of Elflanden, your fortune is forlorn. When Rudolph had read so far, his head ached so much he could read no further. So he laid down the book and reflected once more in some half-conscious mood on Mrs. Bruce's theory that each man could only see the ghosts he expected. That seemed reasonable enough, for according to our faith is it unto us always. If so, then these ancient and savage ghosts of the dim old Stone Age, before bronze or iron, must still haunt grassy barrows under the waving pines, where legend declared they were long since buried, and the mystic light of Pallinghurst moor must be the local evidence and symbol of their presence. How long he lay there he hardly quite knew, but the clock struck twice, and his head was aching so fiercely now that he helped himself plentifully to a second dose of the thick green mixture. His hand shook too much to be puritanical to a drop or two. For a while it relieved him. Then the pain grew worse again. Dreamily he moved over to the big north oriel to cool his brow with the fresh night air. The window stood open. As he gazed out, a curious sight met his eye. At another oriel in the wing, which ran in an L-shaped bend from the part of the house where he had been put, he saw a child's white face gaze appealingly across to him. It was Joyce, in her white nightdress, peering with all her might, in spite of her mother's prohibition, on the mystic common. For a second she started. Her eyes met his. Slowly she raised one pale forefinger and pointed. Her lips opened to frame an inaudible word, but he read it by sight. "Look," she said simply. Rudolph looked where she pointed. A faint blue light hung lambent over the old long barrow. It was ghostly and vague, like matches rubbed on the palm. It seemed to rouse and call him. He glanced towards Joyce. She waved her hand to the barrow. Her lips said, "Go." Rudolph was now in that strange, semi-mesmeric state of self-induced hypnotism, when a command of whatever sort, or by whomever given, seems to compel obedience. Trembling, he rose, and taking his bedroom candle in his hand, descended the stair noiselessly. Then, walking on tiptoe across the tile-paved hall, he reached his hat from the rack, and opening the front door, stole out into the garden. The Soma had steadied his nerves and supplied him with false courage, but even in spite of it he felt a weird and creepy sense of mystery and the supernatural. Indeed, he would have turned back even now had he not chanced to look up and see Joyce's pale face still pressed close against the window, and Joyce's white hand still motioning him mutely onward. He looked once more in the direction where she pointed. The spectral light now burnt clearer and bluer and more unearthly than ever, and the illimitable moor seemed haunted from end to end by innumerable invisible and uncanny creatures. Rudolph groped his way on. His goal was the barrow. As he went, speechless voices seemed to whisper unknown tongues encouragingly into his ear. Horrible shapes of elder creeds appeared to crowd round him and tempt him with beckoning fingers to follow them. Alone, erect across the darkling waste, stumbling now and again over roots of gorse and heather, but steadied, as it seemed, by invisible hands, he staggered slowly forward, till at last, with aching head and trembling feet, he stood beside the immemorial grave of the savage chieftain. Away over in the east, the white moon was just rising. After a moment's pause, he began to walk round the tumulus, but something clogged and impeded him. His feet wouldn't obey his will. They seemed to move of themselves in the opposite direction. Then all at once he remembered he had been trying to go the way of the sun instead of widdershins. Steadying himself and opening his eyes, he walked in the converse sense. All at once his feet moved easily, and the invisible attendants chuckled to themselves so loud that he could almost hear them. After the third round his lips parted, and he murmured the mystic words, "Open door! Open door! Let me come in!" Then his head throbbed worse than ever with exertion and giddiness, and for 2 or 3 minutes more he was unconscious of anything. When he opened his eyes again, a very different sight displayed itself before him. Instantly he was aware that the age had gone back upon its steps 10,000 years, as the sun went back upon the dial of Ahaz. He stood face to face with a remote antiquity. Planes of existence faded, new sights floated over him. New worlds were penetrated, new ideas, yet very old, undulated centrically towards him from the universal flat of time and space and matter and motion. He was projected into another sphere and saw by fresh senses. Everything was changed, and he himself changed with it. The blue light over the Barrow now shone clear as day, though infinitely more mysterious. A passage lay open through the grassy slope into a rude stone corridor. Though his curiosity by this time was thoroughly aroused, Rudolph shrank with a terrible shrinking from his own impulse to enter this grim black hole which led at once by an oblique descent into the bowels of the earth. But he couldn't help himself. For, oh God, looking round him, he saw to his infinite terror, alarm, and awe a ghostly throng of naked and hideous savages. They were spirits, yet savages. Eagerly they jostled and hustled him, and crowded round him in wild groups, exactly as they had done to the spiritual sense a little earlier in the evening, when he couldn't see them. But now he saw them clearly with the outer eye, saw them as grinning and hateful barbarian shadows, neither black nor white, but tawny-skinned and low-browed, their tangled hair falling unkempt in matted locks about their receding foreheads, their jaws large and fierce, their eyebrows shaggy and protruding like a gorilla's, their loins just girt with a few scraps of torn skin, their whole mien inexpressibly repulsive and bloodthirsty. They were savages, yet they were ghosts. The two most terrible and dreaded foes of civilized experience seemed combined at once in them. Rudolph Reeve crouched powerless in their intangible hands, for they seized him roughly with incorporeal fingers and pushed him bodily into the presence of their sleeping chieftain. As they did so, they raised loud peals of discordant laughter. It was hollow, but it was piercing. In that hateful sound, the triumphant whoop of the Red Indian and the weird mockery of the ghost were strangely mingled into some appalling harmony. Rudolph allowed them to push him in. There were too many to resist, and the soma had sucked all strength out of his muscles. The women were the worst. Ghastly hags of eld, witches with pendant breasts and bloodshot eyes. They whirled round him in triumph and shouted aloud in a tongue he had never before heard, though he understood it instinctively. "A victim! A victim! We hold him! We have him!" Even in the agonized horror of that awful moment, Rudolph knew why he understood these words, unheard till then. They were the first language of our race, the natural and instinctive mother tongue of humanity. They haled him forward by main force to the central chamber, with hands and arms and ghostly shreds of buffalo hide. Their wrists compelled him as the magnet compels the iron bar. He entered the palace, a dim, phosphorescent light like the light of a churchyard or of decaying paganism seemed to illumine it faintly. Things loomed dark before him, but his eyes almost instantly adapted themselves to the gloom, as the eyes of the dead on the first night in the grave adapt themselves by inner force to the strangeness of their surroundings. The royal hall was built up of cyclopean stones, each as big as the head of some colossal Sesostris. They were of ice-worn granite and a dusky grey sandstone, rudely piled on one another, and carved in relief with representations of serpents, concentric lines, interlacing zigzags, and the mystic swastika. But all these things Rudolph only saw vaguely, if he saw them at all. His attention was too much concentrated on devouring fear and the horror of his situation. In the very centre, a skeleton sat crouching on the floor in some loose, huddled fashion. Its legs were doubled up, its hands clasped round its knees, its grinning teeth had been long blackened by time or by the indurated blood of human victims. The ghosts approached it with a strange reverence, in impish postures. "See, we bring you a slave, great king," they cried in the same barbaric tongue, all clicks and gutturals. "For this is the holy night of your father the sun, when he turns him about on his yearly course through stars and goes south to leave us. We bring you a slave to renew your youth. Rise, drink its hot blood. Rise, kill, and eat him." The grinning skeleton turned its head and regarded Rudolph from its eyeless orbs with a vacant glance of hungry satisfaction. The sight of human meat seemed to create a soul beneath the ribs of death in some incredible fashion. Even as Rudolph, held fast by the immaterial hands of his ghastly captors, looked and trembled for his fate, too terrified to cry out or even to move and struggle, he beheld the hideous thing rise and assume a shadowy shape, all pallid blue light, like the shapes of his jailers. Bit by bit, as he gazed, the skeleton seemed to disappear, or rather to fade into some insubstantial form, which was nevertheless more human, more corporeal, more horrible than the dry bones it had come from. Naked and yellow like the rest, it wore round its dim waist just an apron of dry grass, or what seemed to be such, while over its shoulders hung the ghost of a bearskin mantle. As it rose, the other spectres knocked their foreheads low on the ground before it and grovelled with their long locks in the ageless dust, and uttered elfin cries of inarticulate homage. The great chief turned, grinning, to one of his spectral henchmen. "Give a knife," he said curtly, for all that these strange shades uttered was snapped out in short, sharp sentences, and in a monosyllabic tongue like the bark of jackals, or the laugh of the striped hyena among the graves at midnight. The attendant, bowing low once more, handed his liege a flint flake, a very keen-edged but jagged and rude and horrible instrument of barbaric manufacture. But what terrified Rudolph most was the fact that this flake was no ghostly weapon, no immaterial shred, but a fragment of real stone, capable of inflicting a deadly gash or long torn wound. Hundreds of such fragments indeed lay loose on the concreted floor of the chamber, some of them roughly chipped, others ground and polished. Rudolph had seen such things in museums many times before. With a sudden rush of horror, he recognized now for the first time in his life with what object the savages of that far-off day had buried them with their dead in chambered barrows. With a violent effort he wetted his parched lips with his tongue and cried out thrice in his agony the one word, "Mercy." At that sound, the savage king burst into a loud and fiendish laugh. It was a hideous laugh, halfway between a wild beast's and a murderous maniac's. It echoed through the long hall like the laughter of devils when they succeed in leading a fair woman's soul to eternal perdition. "What does he say?" the king cried, in the same transparently natural words whose import Rudolph could understand at once. "How like the birds they talk, these white-faced men, whom we get for our only victims since the years grew foolish. Moo, 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 they say. Moo, 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 moo. More like frogs than men and women." Then it came over Rudolph instinctively through the maze of his terror that he could understand the lower tongue of these elfish visions because he and his ancestors had once passed through it, but they could not understand his because it was too high and too deep for them. He had little time for thought, however. Fear bounded his horizon. The ghosts crowded round him, gibbering louder than before. With wild cries and heathen screams, they began to dance about their victim. Two advanced with measured skips and tied his hands and feet with a ghostly cord. It cut into the flesh like the stab of a great sorrow. They bound him to a stake which Rudolph felt conscious was no earthly and material wood, but a piece of intangible shadow. Yet he could no more escape from it than from the iron chain of an earthly prison. On each side of the stake, two savage hags, long-haired, ill-favoured, inexpressibly cruel-looking, set two small plants of enchanter's nightshade. Then a fierce orgiastic shout went up to the low roof from all the assembled people. Rushing forward together, they covered his body with what seemed to be oil and butter. They hung grave flowers around his neck. They quarrelled among themselves with clamorous cries for hairs and rags torn from his head and clothing. The women, in particular, whirled round him with frantic bacchanalian gestures, crying aloud as they circled, "O great chief! O my king! We offer you this victim. We offer you new blood to prolong your life. Give us in return sound sleep, dry graves, sweet dreams, fair seasons." They cut themselves with flint knives. Ghostly ichor streamed copious. The king, meanwhile, kept close guard over his victim, whom he watched with hungry eyes of hideous cannibal longing. Then, at a given signal, the crowd of ghosts stood suddenly still. There was an awesome pause. The men gathered outside. The women crouched low in a ring close up to him. Dimly at that moment, Rudolph noticed, almost without noticing it, that each of them had a wound on the side of his own skull. And he understood why. They had themselves been sacrificed in the dim long ago to bear their king company to the world of spirits. Even as he thought that thought, the men and women with a loud whoop raised hands aloft in unison. Each grasped the sharp flake which he brandished savagely. The king gave the signal by rushing at him with a jagged and saw-like knife. It descended on Rudolph's head. At the same moment the others rushed forward, crying aloud in their own tongue, "Carve the flesh from his bones! Slay him! Hack him to pieces!" Rudolph bent his trend to avoid the blows. He cowered in abject terror. Oh, what fear would any Christian ghost have inspired by the sight of these incorporeal pagan savages? Ah, mercy, mercy! They would tear him limb from limb. They would rend him in pieces. At that instant he raised his eyes, and as by a miracle of fate saw another shadowy form floating vague before him. It was the form of a man in 16th century costume, very dim and uncertain. It might have been a ghost, it might have been a vision, but it raised its shadowy hand and pointed towards the door. Rudolph saw it was unguarded. The savages were now upon him. Their ghostly breath blew chill on his cheek. "Show them iron!" cried the shadow in an English voice. Rudolph struck out with both elbows and made a fierce effort for freedom. It was with difficulty he roused himself, but at last he succeeded. He drew his pocket-knife and opened it. At the sight of the cold steel, which no ghost, nor troll, nor imp can endure to behold, the savages fell back, muttering. But 'twas only for a moment. Next instant, with a howl of vengeance even louder than before, they crowded round him and tried to intercept him. He shook them off with wild energy, though they jostled and hustled him, and struck him again and again with their sharp flint edges. Blood was flowing freely now from his hands and arms, red blood of this world, but still he fought his way out by main force with his sharp steel blade, towards the door in the moonlight. The nearer he got to the exit, the thicker and closer the ghosts pressed around, as if conscious that their power was bounded by their own threshold. They avoided the knife, meanwhile, with superstitious terror. Rudolph elbowed them fiercely aside, and lunging at them now and again, made his way to the door. With one supreme effort, he tore himself madly out and stood once more upon the open heath, shivering like a greyhound. The ghosts gathered, grinning, by the open vestibule, their fierce teeth like a wild beast's confessing their impotent anger. But Rudolph started to run, all wearied as he was, and ran a few hundred yards before he fell and fainted. He dropped on a clump of white heather by a sandy ridge, and lay there unconscious, till well on into the morning. 6. When the people from the manor house picked him up the next day, he was hot and cold, terribly pale from fear, and mumbling incoherently. Dr. Porter had put him to bed without a moment's delay. "Poor fellow," he said, leaning over him. "He's had a very narrow escape indeed of a bad brain fever. I oughtn't to have exhibited cannabis in his excited condition, or at any rate, if I did, I ought at least to have watched its effect more closely. He must be kept very quiet now, and on no account whatever, nurse, must either Mrs. Bruce or Mrs. Bouverie Barton be allowed to come near him." But late in the afternoon, Rudolph sent for Joyce. The child came creeping in with an ashen face. "Well," she murmured, soft and low, taking her seat by the bedside. "So the King of the Barrow very near had you?" "Yes," Rudolph answered, relieved to find there was somebody to whom he could talk freely of his terrible adventure. "He nearly had me." "But how did you come to know it?" "About 2, by the clock," the child replied, with white lips of terror. "I saw the fires on the moor burn brighter and bluer, and then I remembered the words of a terrible old rhyme the gypsy woman taught me. Pallinghurst Barrow, Pallinghurst Barrow, every year one heart the old harrow. Pallinghurst ring, Pallinghurst ring, a bloody man is thy ghostly king. Men's bones he breaks and sucks their marrow in Pallinghurst ring, on Pallinghurst Barrow." And just as I thought it, I saw the lights burn terribly bright and clear for a second, and I shuddered for horror. Then they died down, low, at once, and there was a moaning on the moor, cries of despair, as from a great crowd cheated. And at that, I knew that you were not to be the Ghost King's victim.
Bricket Bottom by Amyas Northcote. The Reverend Arthur Maydew was the hard-working incumbent of a large parish in one of our manufacturing towns. He was also a student and a man of no strong physique, so that when an opportunity was presented to him to take an annual holiday by exchanging parsonages with an elderly clergyman, Mr. Roberts, the squawson of the parish of Overbury, and an acquaintance of his own, he was glad to avail himself of it. Overbury is a small and very remote village in one of our most lovely and rural counties, and Mr. Roberts had long held the living of it. Without further delay, we can transport Mr. Maydew and his family, which consisted only of 2 daughters, to their temporary home. The 2 young ladies, Alice and Maggie, the heroines of the narrative, were at that time aged 26 and 24 years respectively. Both of them were attractive girls, fond of such society as they could find in their own parish, and the former especially, always pleased to extend the circle of their acquaintance. Although the elder in years, Alice in many ways yielded place to her sister, who was the more energetic and practical, and upon whose shoulders the bulk of the family cares and responsibilities rested. Alice was inclined to be absent-minded and emotional, and devote more of her thoughts and time to speculations of an abstract nature than her sister. Both of the girls, however, rejoiced at the prospect of a period of quiet and rest in a pleasant country neighbourhood, and both were gratified at knowing that their father would find in Mr. Roberts' library much that would entertain his mind, and in Mr. Roberts's garden an opportunity to indulge freely in his favourite game of croquet. They would have, no doubt, preferred some cheerful neighbours, but Mr. Roberts was positive in his assurances that there was no one in the neighbourhood whose acquaintance would be of interest to them. The first few weeks of their new life passed pleasantly for the Maydew family. Mr. Maydew quickly gained renewed vigour in his quiet and congenial surroundings and in the delightful air, while his daughters spent much of their time in long walks about the country and exploring its beauties. One evening, late in August, the 2 girls were returning from a long walk along one of their favourite paths, which led along the side of the downs. On their right, as they walked, the ground fell sharply away to a narrow glen named Bricket Bottom, about 3/4 of a mile in length, along the bottom of which ran a little-used country road leading to a farm known as Blazes Farm. and then onward and upward to lose itself as a sheep track on the higher downs. On their side of the slope, some scattered trees and bushes grew, but beyond the lane and running up over the farther slope of the glen was a thick wood, which extended away to Carew Court, the seat of a neighbouring magnate, Lord Carew. On their left, the open down rose above them, and beyond its crest lay Overbury. The girls were walking hastily, as they were later than they had intended to be, and were anxious to reach home. At a certain point at which they now arrived, the path forked, the right-hand branch leading down into Bricket Bottom, and the left-hand turning up over the down to Overbury. Just as they were about to turn to the left-hand path, Alice suddenly stopped, and pointing downwards exclaimed, "How very curious, Maggie! Look, there's a house down there in the bottom, which we have, or at least I have, never noticed before, often as we have walked up the bottom." Maggie followed with her eyes her sister's pointing finger. "I don't see any house," she said. "Why, Maggie," said her sister, "can't you see it? A quaint-looking, old-fashioned red brick house. Just there, with the road bends to the right. It seems to be standing in a nice, well-kept garden, too." Maggie looked again, but the light was beginning to fade in the glen, and she was short-sighted to boot. "I certainly don't see anything," she said, "but then I'm so blind, and the light is getting bad. Yes, perhaps I do see a house," she added, straining her eyes. "Well, it is there," replied her sister, "and tomorrow we will come and explore it." Maggie agreed readily enough, and the sisters went home, still speculating on how they had happened not to notice the house before, and resolving firmly on an expedition thither the next day. However, the expedition did not come off as planned, for that evening Maggie slipped on the stairs and fell, spraining her ankle in such a fashion as to preclude walking for some time. Notwithstanding the accident to her sister, Alice remained possessed by the idea of making further investigations into the house she had looked down upon from the hill the evening before, and the next day, having seen Maggie carefully settled for the afternoon, she started off for Bricket Bottom. She returned in triumph and much intrigued over her discoveries, which she eagerly narrated to her sister. Yes, there was a nice old-fashioned red brick house, not very large, and set in a charming old-world garden in the bottom. It stood on a tongue of land jutting out from the woods, just at the point where the lane, after a fairly straight course from its junction with the main road half a mile away, turned sharply to the right in the direction of Blazes Farm. More than that, Alice had seen the people of the house, whom she described as an old gentleman and a lady, presumably his wife. She had not clearly made out the gentleman who was sitting in the porch, but the old lady, who had been in the garden busy with her flowers, had looked up and smiled pleasantly at her as she passed. She was sure, she said, that they were nice people, and that it would be pleasant to make their acquaintance. Maggie was not quite satisfied with Alice's story. She was of a more prudent and retiring nature than her sister. She had an uneasy feeling that if the old couple had been desirable or attractive neighbours, Mr. Roberts would have mentioned them, and knowing Alice's nature, she said what she could to discourage her vague idea of endeavouring to make acquaintance with the owners of the red brick house. On the following morning, when Alice came to her sister's room to inquire how she did, Maggie noticed that she looked pale and rather absent-minded, and after a few commonplace remarks had passed, she asked, "What's the matter, Alice? You don't look yourself this morning." Her sister gave a slightly embarrassed laugh. "Oh, I'm all right," she replied, "only I didn't sleep very well. I kept on dreaming about the house. It was such an odd dream, too. The house seemed to be home and yet to be different." "What? That house in Bricket Bottom?" said Maggie. "Why, what is the matter with you? You seem to be quite crazy about the place." "Well, it is curious, isn't it, Maggie, that we should only have just discovered it, and that it looks to be lived in by nice people. I wish we could get to know them." Maggie didn't care to resume the argument of the night before, and the subject dropped. Nor did Alice again refer to the house or its inhabitants for some little time. In fact, for some days the weather was wet, and Alice was forced to abandon her walks. But when the weather once more became fine, she resumed them, and Maggie suspected that Bricket Bottom formed one of her sister's favourite expeditions. Maggie became anxious over her sister, who seemed to grow daily more absent-minded and silent, but she refused to be drawn into any confidential talk, and Maggie was nonplussed. One day, however, Alice returned from her afternoon walk in an unusually excited state of mind, of which Maggie sought an explanation. It came with a rush. Alice said that afternoon, as she approached the house in Bricket Bottom, who was, as usual, busy in her garden, had walked down to the gate as she passed and had wished her good day. Alice had replied, and pausing, a short conversation had followed. Alice couldn't remember the exact tenor of it, but after she had paid a compliment to the old lady's flowers, the latter had rather diffidently asked her to enter the house for a closer view. Alice had hesitated, and the old lady had said, "Don't be afraid of me, my dear. I like to see young ladies about me, and my husband finds their society quite necessary to him." After a pause, she went on, "Of course, nobody has told you about us. My husband is Colonel Paxton, late of the Indian Army, and we have been here for many, many years. It's rather lonely, for so few people ever see us. Do come in and meet the Colonel." "I hope you didn't go in," said Maggie rather sharply. "Why not?" replied Alice. "Well, I don't like Mrs. Paxton asking you in that way," answered Maggie. I don't see what harm there was in the invitation," said Alice. I didn't go in because it was getting late and I was anxious to get home, but what?" asked Maggie. Alice shrugged her shoulders. "Well," she said, "I have accepted Mrs. Paxton's invitation to pay her a little visit tomorrow," and she gazed defiantly at Maggie. Maggie became distinctly uneasy on hearing of this resolution. She didn't like the idea of her impulsive sister visiting people on such slight acquaintance, especially as they had never heard them mentioned before. She endeavoured by all means, short of appealing to Mr. Maydew, to dissuade her sister from going, at any rate until there had been time to make some inquiries as to the Paxtons. Alice, however, was obdurate. What harm could happen to her, she asked. Mrs. Paxton was a charming old lady. She was going early in the afternoon for a short visit. She would be back for tea and croquet with her father, and anyway, now that Maggie was laid up, long solitary walks were unendurable, and she wasn't going to let slip the chance of following up what promised to be a pleasant acquaintance. Maggie could do nothing more. Her ankle was better, and she was able to get down to the garden and sit in a long chair near her father, but walking was still quite out of the question. And it was with some misgivings that on the following day she watched Alice depart gaily for her visit, promising to be back by 4:30 at the very latest. The afternoon passed quietly till nearly 5, when Mr. Maydew, looking up from his book, noticed Maggie's uneasy expression and asked, "Where's Alice?" "Out for a walk," replied Maggie, and then, after a short pause, she went on, "And she has also gone to pay a call on some neighbours whom she has recently discovered." "Neighbours?" ejaculated Mr. Maydew. "What neighbours?" "Mr. Roberts never spoke of any neighbours to me." "Well, I don't know much about them," answered Maggie. "Only Alice and I were out walking the day of my accident and saw, or at least she saw, for I'm so blind I couldn't quite make it out, a house in Bricket Bottom. The next day she went to look at it closer, and yesterday she told me that she had made the acquaintance of the people living in it. She says that they're a retired Indian officer and his wife, a Colonel and Mrs. Paxton, and Alice describes Mrs. Paxton as a charming old lady who pressed her to come in and see them, and she's gone this afternoon, but she would be back long before this." Mr. Maydew was silent for a moment and then said, "I am not well pleased about this. Alice should not be so impulsive and scrape acquaintance with absolutely unknown people. Had there been nice neighbours in Bricket Bottom, I'm certain Mr. Roberts would have told us." The conversation dropped, but both father and daughter were disturbed and uneasy, and tea having been finished and the clock striking 5:30, Mr. Maydew asked Maggie, "When did you say Alice would be back?" "Before 4:30 at the latest, father." "Well, what can she be doing? What can have delayed her?" "You say you didn't see the house," he went on. "No," said Maggie, "I cannot say I did. It was getting rather dark, and you know how short-sighted I am. But surely you must have seen it some other time," said her father. "That's the strangest part of the whole affair," answered Maggie. "We have often walked up the bottom, but I never noticed the house, nor had Alice till that evening. I wonder," she went on after a short pause,
If it would not be well to ask Smith to harness the pony and drive over to bring her back. I'm not happy about her. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Said her father in the irritated voice of a man who is growing frightened. What can have gone wrong in this quiet place? Still, I'll send Smith over for her. So saying, he rose from his chair and sought out Smith, the rather dull-witted gardener groom attached to Mr. Robert's service. Smith, he said, I want you to harness the pony at once and go over to Colonel Paxton's in Bricket Bottom and bring Miss Maydew home. The man stared at him. Go where, sir? He asked. Mr. Maydew repeated the order, and the man, still staring stupidly, answered, I never heard of Colonel Paxton, sir. I don't know what else you mean. Mr. Maydew was now growing really anxious. Well, harness the pony at once, he said, and going back to Maggie, he told her of what he called Smith's stupidity, and asked her if she felt that her ankle would be strong enough to permit her to go with him and Smith to the bottom to point out the house. Maggie agreed readily, and in a few minutes the party started off. Bricket Bottom, although not more than 3/4 of a mile away over the downs, was at least 3 miles by road, and as it was nearly 6 o'clock before Mr. Maydew left the vicarage, and the pony was old and slow, it was getting late before the entrance to Bricket Bottom was reached. Turning into the lane, the cart proceeded slowly up the bottom, Mr. Maydew and Maggie looking anxiously from side to side, whilst Smith drove stolidly on, looking neither to right nor left. Where's the house? Said Mr. Maydew presently. At the bend of the road, answered Maggie, her heart sickening as she looked out through the failing light to see the trees stretching their ranks in unbroken formation along it. The cart reached the bend. It should be here, whispered Maggie. They pulled up. Just in front of them the road bent to the right round a tongue of land, which, unlike the rest of the right-hand side of the road, was free from trees and was covered only by rough grass and stray bushes. A closer inspection disclosed evident signs of terraces having once been formed on it, but of a house there was no trace. Is this the place? Said Mr. Maydew in a low voice. Maggie nodded. But there's no house here, said her father. What does it all mean? Are you sure of yourself, Maggie? Where is Alice? Before Maggie could answer, a voice was heard calling, Father, Maggie! The sound of the voice was thin and high, and paradoxically it sounded both very near and yet as if it came from some infinite distance. The cry was thrice repeated, and then silence fell. Mr. Maydew and Maggie stared at each other. That was Alice's voice, said Mr. Maydew huskily. She is near and in trouble and is calling us. Which way do you think it came from, Smith? He added, turning to the gardener. I didn't hear anybody calling, said the man. Nonsense, answered Mr. Maydew. And then he and Maggie both began to call, Alice, Alice, where are you? There was no reply, and Mr. Maydew sprang from the cart, at the same time bidding Smith to hand the reins to Maggie and come and search for the missing girl. Smith obeyed him, and both men, scrambling up the turfy bit of ground, began to search and call through the neighbouring wood. They heard and saw nothing, however, and after an agonized search, Mr. Maydew ran down to the cart and begged Maggie to drive on to Blazes Farm for help, leaving himself and Smith to continue the search. Maggie followed her father's instructions, and was fortunate enough to find Mr. Rumbold, the farmer, his 2 sons, and a couple of labourers just returning from the harvest field. She explained what had happened, and the farmer and his men promptly volunteered to form a search party, though Maggie, in spite of her anxiety, noticed a queer expression on Mr. Rumbold's face as she told him her tale. The party, provided with lanterns, now went down the bottom, joined Mr. Maydew and Smith, and made an exhaustive but absolutely fruitless search of the woods near the bend of the road. No trace of the missing girl was to be found, and after a long and anxious time, the search was abandoned, one of the young Rumbolds volunteering to ride into the nearest town and notify the police. Maggie, though with little hope in her own heart, endeavoured to cheer her father on their homeward way, with the idea that Alice might have returned to Overbury over the downs whilst they were going by road to the bottom, and that she had seen them and called to them in jest when they were opposite the tongue of land. However, when they reached home there was no Alice,
and though the next day the search was resumed and full inquiries were instituted by the police, all was to no purpose. No trace of Alice was ever found. The last human being that saw her having been an old woman who had met her going down the path into the bottom on the afternoon of her disappearance, and who described her as smiling, but looking queer-like. This is the end of the story, but the following may throw some light upon it. The history of Alice's mysterious disappearance became widely known through the medium of the press, and Mr. Roberts, distressed beyond measure at what had taken place, returned in all haste to Overbury to offer what comfort and help he could give his afflicted friend and tenant. He called upon the Maydews, sat for a short time in silence. Then he said, "Have you ever heard any local gossip concerning this Colonel and Mrs. Paxton?" "No," replied Mr. Maydew. "I never heard their names until the day of my poor daughter's fatal visit." "Well," said Mr. Roberts, "I will tell you all I can about them, which is not very much, I fear." He paused and then went on. "I am now nearly 75 years old, and for nearly 70 years no house has stood in Bricket Bottom. But when I was a child of about 5, there was an old-fashioned red brick house standing in a garden on the bend of the road, such as you have described. It was owned and lived in by a retired Indian soldier and his wife, a Colonel and Mrs. Paxton. At the time I speak of, certain events having taken place at the house, and the old couple having died, it was sold by their heirs to Lord Carrew, who shortly after pulled it down, on the ground that it interfered with his shooting. Colonel and Mrs. Paxton were well known to my father, who was the clergyman here before me, and to the neighbourhood in general. They lived quietly and were not unpopular, but the Colonel was supposed to possess a violent and vindictive temper. Their family consisted only of themselves, their daughter and a couple of servants, the Colonel's old army servant and his Eurasian wife. Well, I cannot tell you the details of what happened. I was only a child. My father never liked gossip, and in later years, when he talked to me on the subject, he always avoided any appearance of exaggeration or sensationalism. However, it is known that Miss Paxton fell in love with and became engaged to a young man to whom her parents took a strong dislike. They used every possible means to break off the match, and many rumours were set on foot as to their conduct. Undue influence, even cruelty, were charged against them. I do not know the truth. All I can say is that Miss Paxton died, and a very bitter feeling against her parents sprang up. My father, however, continued to call, but was rarely admitted. In fact, he never saw Colonel Paxton after his daughter's death, and only saw Mrs. Paxton once or twice. He described her as an utterly broken woman, and was not surprised at her following her daughter to the grave in about 3 months' time. Colonel Paxton became, if possible, more of a recluse than ever after his wife's death, and himself died not more than a month after her under circumstances which pointed to suicide. Again, a crop of rumours sprang up, but there's no one in particular to take action. The doctor certified death from natural causes, and Colonel Paxton, like his wife and daughter, was buried in this churchyard. The property passed to a distant relative, who came down to it for one night shortly afterwards, but never came again, having apparently conceived a violent dislike to the place, but arranged to pension off the servants and then sold the house to Lord Carrew, who was glad to purchase this little island in the middle of his property. He pulled it down soon after he'd bought it, and the garden was left to relapse into a wilderness. Mr. Roberts paused. "Those are all the facts," he added. "But there is something more," said Maggie. Mr. Roberts hesitated for a while. "You have a right to know all," he said to himself. Then louder, he continued, "What I'm now going to tell you is really rumour, vague and uncertain. I cannot fathom its truth or its meaning. About 5 years after the house had been pulled down, a young maidservant at Carrew Court was out walking one afternoon. She was a stranger to the village and a new coiner to the court. On returning home to tea, she told her fellow servants that as she walked down Bricket Bottom, which place she described clearly, she passed a red brick house at the bend of the road, and a kind-faced old lady had asked her to step in for a while. She didn't go in, not because she had any suspicion of there being anything uncanny, but simply because she feared to be late for tea. I do not think she ever visited the bottom again, and she had no other similar experience, so far as I'm aware. 2 or 3 years later, shortly after my father's death, a travelling tinker with his wife and daughter camped for the night at the foot of the bottom. The girl strolled away up the glen to gather blackberries, and was never seen or heard of again. She was searched for in vain. Of course, one does not know the truth, and she may have run away voluntarily from her parents, although there was no known cause for her doing so. That, concluded Mr. Roberts, is all I can tell you of either facts or rumours. All that I can do now is pray for you and for her.
Basil Netherby by A.C. Benson. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon of an October day that Basil Netherby's letter arrived. I remember that my little clock had just given its warning click when the footsteps came to my door, and just as the clock began to strike, came a hesitating knock. I called out, "Come in!" and after some fumbling with the handle, there stepped into the room, I think, the shyest clergyman I have ever seen. He shook hands like an automaton, looking over his left shoulder. He wouldn't sit down, and yet looked about the room as he stood, as if wondering why the ordinary civility of a chair was not offered him. He spoke in the husky voice, out of which he endeavoured at intervals to cast some viscous obstruction by loud hawkings, and when, after one of these interludes, he caught my eye, he went a sudden pink in the face. However, the letter got handed to me, and I gradually learned from my visitor's incoherent talk that it was from my friend Basil Netherby, and that he was well, remarkably well, quite a different man from what he had been when he came to Treheal, that he himself, Vivian was his name, was curate of St. Sibby. Treheal was the name of the house where Mr. Netherby lived. The letter had been most important, he thought, for Mr. Netherby had asked him, as he was going up to town, to convey the letter himself and to deliver it, without fail, into Mr. Ward's own hands. He could not, however, account. Here he turned away from me and hummed and beat his fingers on the table for the extraordinary condition in which he was compelled to hand it to me, as it had never, so far as he knew, left his own pocket. And presently, with a gasp, Mr. Vivian was gone, refusing all proffers of entertainment, and falling briskly down, to judge from the sounds which came to me, outside my door. I, Leonard Ward, was then living in rooms in a little street out of Holborn, a poor place enough. I was an organist of St. Bartholomew's, Holborn, and I was trying to do what is described as getting up a connection in the teaching line. But it was slow work, and I must confess that my prospects did not appear to me very cheerful. However, I taught one of the vicar's little daughters, and a whole family, the children of a rich tradesman in a neighbouring street, the piano and singing, so that I contrived to struggle on. Basil Netherby had been with me at the College of Music. His line was composing. He was a pleasant, retiring fellow, voluble enough, and even rhetorical in tete-a-tete talk with an intimate, but dumb in company, with an odd streak of something, genius or eccentricity, about him which made him different from other men. We had drifted into an intimacy, and had indeed lodged together for some months. Netherby used to show me his works, mostly short studies, and though I used to think that they were always rather oddly broke down in unexpected places, yet there was always an air of aiming high about them, an attempt to realize the ideal. He left the college before I did, saying that he had learnt all he could learn, and that now he must go quietly into the country somewhere and work alone. He should do no good otherwise. I heard from him fitfully. He was in Wales, in Devonshire, in Cornwall, and then, some 3 months before the day on which I got the letter, the correspondence had ceased altogether. I didn't know his address, and was always expecting to hear from him. I took up the letter from the place where Mr. Vivian had laid it down. It was a bulky envelope, and it was certainly true that, as Mr. Vivian had said, the packet was in an extraordinary condition. One of the corners was torn off, with a ragged edge that looked like the nibbling of mice, and there were disagreeable stains both on the front and the back, so that I should have inferred that Mr. Vivian's pocket had been filled with raspberries. The theory, though improbable, did not appear impossible. But what surprised me most was that near each of the corners in front a rough cross of ink was drawn, and one at the back of the flap. I had little doubt, however, that Mr. Vivian had, in a nervous and absent mood, harried the poor letter into the condition in which I saw it, and that he had been unable to bring himself to confess to the maltreatment. I tore the letter open. There fell out several pages of manuscript music, and a letter in which Basil, dating from Treheel, and writing in a bold, firm hand, bolder and firmer, I thought, than of old, said that he had been making a good deal of progress and working very hard, which must account for his silence, and he ventured to enclose some of his last work, which he hoped I would like, but he wanted a candid opinion. He added that he had got quarters at a delightful farmhouse not far from Grampound. That was all. Stay, that was not all. The letter finished on the third side, but as I closed it, I saw written on the fourth page, very small, in a weak, loose hand, and as if scribbled in a ferocious haste as a man might write, so it came oddly into my head, who was escaped for a moment from the vigilance of a careful jailer. A single sentence. Vivian will take this. And for God's sake, dear Leonard, if you would help a friend who is on the edge, I dare not say of what, come to me tomorrow, uninvited. You will think this very strange, but do not mind that. Only come unannounced. Do you see? The line broke off in an unintelligible flourish. Then, on each corner of the last page had been scrawled a cross with the same ugly and slovenly haste as the crosses on the envelope. My first thought was that Basil was mad. My next thought that he had drifted into some awkward situation, fallen under some unfortunate influence, was perhaps being blackmailed. And I knew his sensitive character well enough to feel sure that whatever the trouble was, it would be exaggerated 10 times over by his lively and apprehensive mind. Slowly, a situation shaped itself. Basil was a man, as I knew, of an extraordinary austere standard of morals, singularly guileless and innocent of worldly matters. Someone, I augured, some unscrupulous woman, had, in the remote spot where he was living, taken a guileful fancy to my poor friend, and had doubtless, after veiled overtures, resolved on a bolder policy, and was playing on his sensitive and timid nature by some threat of nameless discourse, some vile and harrowing innuendo. I read the letter again, and still more clear did it seem to me that he was in some strange durance and suffering under abominable fears. I rose from my chair and went to find a timetable that I might see when I could get to Grampound, when again a shuffling footstep drew to my door, an uncertain hand knocked at the panel, and Mr. Vivian again entered the room. This time his confusion was even greater, if that were possible, than it had been previously. He had forgotten to give me a further message, and he thereupon gave me a filthy scrap of paper, nibbled and stained like the envelope, apologized with unnecessary vehemence, uttered a strangled cough, and stumbled from the room. It was difficult enough to decipher the paper, but I saw that a musical phrase had been written on it, and then, in a moment, I saw that it was a phrase from an old, extravagant work of Basil's own, a credo, which we had often discussed together, the grim and fantastic accompaniment of the sentence, "He descended into hell." This came to me as a message of even greater urgency, and I hesitated no longer. I sat down to write a note to the father of my family of pupils, in which I said that important business called me away for 2 or 3 days. I looked out a train, and found that by catching the 10 o'clock limited mail, I could be at Grampound by 6 in the morning. I ordered a hasty dinner, and I packed a few things into a bag with the oppressive sense of haste. But as generally happens on such occasions, I found that I still had 2 or 3 hours in hand. So I took up Netherby's music, and read it through carefully. Certainly he had improved wonderfully in handling, but what music it was! It was like nothing of which I had ever even dreamed. There was a wild, intemperate voluptuousness about it, a kind of evil relish of beauty which gave me a painful thrill. To make sure that I wasn't mistaken, owing to the nervous tension which the strange event had produced in me, I put the things in my pocket and went out to the house of a friend, Dr. Grierson, an accomplished and critical musician who lived not far away. I found the great man at home smoking leisurely. He had a bird-like demeanour, like an ancient stork, as he sat blinking through spectacles astride of a long pointed nose. He had a slight acquaintance with Netherby, and when I mentioned that I had received some new music from him, which I wished to submit to him, he showed obvious interest. "A promising fellow," he said, "only of course too transcendental." He took the music in his hand, he settled his spectacles, and read. Presently he looked up, and I saw in the kind of shamefaced glance with which he regarded me that he had found something of the same incomprehensible sensuality which had so oddly affected myself in the music. "Come, come," he said rather severely, "this is very strange stuff. This won't do at all, you know. We must just hear this." He rose and went to his piano, and peering into the music, he played the pieces deliberately and critically. Heard upon the piano, the accent of subtle evil that ran through the music became even more obvious. I seemed to struggle between two feelings, an overpowering admiration and a sense of shame at my own capacity for admiring it. But the great man was still more moved. He broke off in the middle of a bar and tossed the music to me. "This is filthy stuff," he said. "I should say to you, burn it. It's clever, of course, hideously, devilishly clever. Look at the progression, F sharp against F natural, you observe?" And then he added some technical details with which I need not trouble my readers. He went on, "But the man has no business to think of such things. I don't like it. Tell him from me that it won't do. There must be some reticence in art, you know, and there is none here. Tell Netherby that he is on the wrong tack altogether. Good heavens," he added, "how could the man write it? He used to be a decent sort of fellow." It may seem extravagant to write thus of music, but I can only say that it affected me as nothing I had ever heard before. I put it away, and we tried to talk of other things, but we couldn't get the stuff out of our heads. Presently I rose to go, and the doctor reiterated his warnings still more emphatically. "The man is a criminal in art," he said, "and there must be an end once and for all for this. Tell him it's abominable." I went back, caught my train, and was whirled sleepless and excited to the west. Towards morning I fell into a troubled sleep, in which I saw in tangled dreams the figure of a man running restlessly among stony hills. Over and over again the dream came to me, and it was with a grateful heart, though very weary, that I saw a pale light of dawn in the east, and the dark trees and copses along the line becoming more and more defined by swift gradations in the chilly autumn air. It was very still and peaceful when we drew up at Grampound Station. I inquired my way to Treheale, and I was told it was 3 or 4 miles away. The porter looked rather inquiringly at me. There was no chance of obtaining a vehicle, so I resolved to walk, hoping that I should be freshened by the morning air. Presently a lane struck off from the main road, which led up a wooded valley with a swift stream rushing along. In 1 or 2 places the chimney of a deserted mine with desolate rubbish heaps stood beside the road. At one place a square church tower with pinnacles looked solemnly over the wood. The road rose gradually. At last I came to a little hamlet, perched high up on the side of the valley. The scene was incomparably beautiful. The leaves were yellowing fast, and I could see a succession of wooded ridges with a long line of moorland closing the view. The little place was just waking into quiet activity. I found a bustling man taking down shutters from a general shop, which was also the post office, and inquired where Mr. Netherby lived.
The man told me that he was in lodgings at Treheal, the big house itself, where Farmer Hall lives now. If you go straight along the road, he added, you will pass the lodge, and Treheal lies up in the wood. I was by this time very tired. It was now nearly 7, but I took up my bag again and walked along a road passing between high hedges. Presently the wood closed in again, and I saw a small plastered lodge with a thatched roof standing on the left among some firs. The gate stood wide open, and the road which led into the wood was grass-grown, though with deep ruts, along which heavy-laden carts seemed to have passed recently. The lodge seemed deserted, and I accordingly struck off into the wood. Presently the undergrowth grew thicker, and huge sprawling laurels rose in all directions. Then the track took a sudden turn, and I saw straight in front of me the front of a large Georgian house of brown stone, with a gravel sweep up to the door, but all overgrown with grass. I confess that the house displeased me strangely. It was substantial, homely, and large, but the wood came up close to it on all sides, and it seemed to stare at me with its shuttered windows, with a look of dumb resentment, like a great creature at bay. I walked on, and saw that the smoke went up from a chimney to the left. The house, as I came closer, presented a front with a stone portico, crowned with a pediment. To the left and right were 2 wings, which were built out in advance from the main part of the house, throwing the door back into shadow. I pulled a large handle which hung beside the door, and a dismal bell rang somewhere in the house, rang on and on as if unable to cease. Then footsteps came along the floor within, and the door was slowly and reluctantly unbarred. There stood before me a little pale woman with a timid, downcast air. "Does Mr. Netherby live here?" I said. "Yes, he lodges here, sir." "Can I see him?" I said. "Well, sir, he's not up yet." "Does he expect you?" "Well, not exactly," I said, faltering, "but he will know my name, and I have come a long way to see him." The woman raised her eyes and looked at me, and I was aware by some swift intuition that I was in the presence of a distressed spirit labouring under some melancholy prepossession. "Will you be here long?" she asked suddenly. "No," I said, "but I shall have to stay the night, I think. I travelled all last night, and I am very tired. In fact, I shall ask to sit down and wait till I can see Mr. Netherby." She seemed to consider for a moment, and then led me into the house. We entered a fine hall with stone flags and pillars on each side. There hung, so far as I could see in the half-light, grim and faded portraits on the walls. And there were some indistinct pieces of furniture like couched beasts in the corners. We went through a door and down a passage and turned into a large, rather bare room, which showed, however, some signs of human habitation. There was a table, laid for a meal. An old piano stood in a corner, and there were a few books lying about. On the walls hung large pictures in tarnished frames. I put down my bag and sat down by the fire in an old armchair, and almost instantly fell into a drowse. I have an indistinct idea of the woman returning to ask if I would like some breakfast, or wait for Mr. Netherby. I said hastily that I would wait, being in the oppressed condition of drowsiness, when one's only idea is to get a respite from the presence of any person, and fell again into a heavy sleep. I woke suddenly with a start, conscious of a movement in the room. Basil Netherby was standing close beside me, with his back to the fire, looking down at me with a look which I can only say seemed to me to betoken a deep annoyance of spirit. But seeing me awake, there came onto his face a smile of a reluctant and diplomatic kind. I started to my feet, giddy and bewildered, and shook hands. "My word," he said. "You sleep sound, Ward. So you've found me out. Well, I'm very glad to see you, but what made you think of coming? And why didn't you let me know? I would have sent someone to meet you." I was a good deal nettled at this ungenial address, after the trouble to which I had put myself. I said, "Well, really, Basil, I think it's rather strong.
Mr. Vivian called on me yesterday with a letter from you and some music, and of course I came away at once." Of course," he said, looking on the ground, and then added rather hastily, "Now, how did the stuff strike you? I've improved, I think, and it's really very good of you to come off at once to criticise the music. Very good of you," he said with some emphasis. "And, man, you look wretchedly tired. Let us have breakfast." I was just about to remonstrate and to speak about the postscript when he looked at me suddenly with so peculiar and disagreeable a glance that the words literally stuck in my throat. I thought to myself that perhaps the subject was too painful to enter upon at once, and that he probably wished to tell me at his own time what was in the background. We breakfasted, and now that I had leisure to look at Basil, I was surprised beyond measure at the change in him. I had last seen him a pale, rather haggard youth, loose-limbed and untidy. I saw before me a strongly built and firmly knit man, with a ruddy colour and bronzed cheek. He looked the embodiment of health and well-being. His talk, too, after the first impression of surprise wore off, was extraordinarily cheerful and amusing. Again and again he broke out into loud laughter, not the laughter of an excited or hectic person, but the firm, brisk laugh of a man full to the brim of good spirits and health. He talked of his work, of the country people that surrounded him, whose peculiarities he seemed to observe with much relish. He asked me, but without any appearance of interest, what I thought about his work. I tried to tell him what Dr. Grierson had said, and what I had felt, but I was conscious of being at a strange disadvantage before this genial personality. He laughed loudly at our criticisms. "Old Grierson," he said, "why, he's no better than a clergyman's widow. He would stop his ears if you read Shakespeare to him. My dear man, I have travelled a long way since I saw you last. I have found my tongue. And what is more, I can say what I mean, and I mean it. Grierson, indeed. I can see him looking shocked like a pelican with a stomachache." This was a felicitous thought, though not a courteous description of our old friend, but I could find no words to combat it. Indeed, Basil's talk and whole bearing seemed to carry me away like a swift stream, and in my wearied condition I found that I could not stand up to his radiant personality. After breakfast he advised me to have a good sleep, and he took me, with some show of solicitude, to a little bedroom which had been got ready for me. He unpacked my things and told me to undress and go to bed, that he had some work to do, that he was anxious to finish, and that after luncheon we would have a stroll together. I was too tired to resist, and fell at once into a deep sleep. I rose a new man, and finding no one in Basil's room, I strolled out for a moment onto the drive, and presently saw the odd and timid figure of Mrs. Hall coming along, in a big white flapping sort of sun-bonnet, with a basket in her hand. She came straight up to me in a curious, resolute sort of way, and it came into my mind that she had come out for the very purpose of meeting me. I praised the beauty of the place, and said that I supposed she knew it well. "Yes," she said, adding that she was born in the village, and her mother had been as a girl a servant at Treheal. But she went on to tell me that she and her husband had lived till recently at a farm down in the valley, and had only been a year or so in the house itself. Old Mr. Heel, the last owner, had died 3 or 4 years before, and it had proved impossible to let the house. It seemed that when the trustees gave up all idea of being able to get a tenant, they had offered it to the Halls at a nominal rent to act as caretakers. She spoke in a cheerless way, with her eyes cast down, and with the same strained look as of one carrying a heavy burden. "You will have heard of Mr. Heel, perhaps," she said, with a sudden look at me. "The old squire, sir," she said, "but I think people here are unfair to him. He lived a wild life enough, but he was a kind gentleman in his way, and I've often thought it was not his fault altogether. He married soon after he came into the estate a Miss Tregaskis from down at St. Ern, and they were a very happy couple for a little, but she died after they'd been married a couple of years, and they had no child. And then I think Mr. Heel shut himself up a good deal amongst his books. He was a very clever gentleman, and then he got into bad ways. but it was the sorrow in his heart that made him bad. And we must not blame people too much, must we?" She looked at me with a rather pitiful look. "You mean," I said, "that he tried to forget his grief and did not choose the best way to do it?" "Yes, sir," said Mrs. Hall simply. "I think he blamed God for taking away what he loved, instead of trusting him, and no good comes of that. The people here got to hate him. He used to spoil the young people, sir, you know what I mean, and they were afraid of seeing him about their houses. I remember, sir, as if it were yesterday, seeing him in the lane to St. Sibby. He was marching along very upright, with his white hair, went white early, and he passed old Mr. Miles, the churchwarden, who had been a wild young man too, but he found religion with the Wesleyans, and after that was hard on everyone. It was the first time they had met since Mr. Miles had become serious, and Mr. Heel stopped in his pleasant way and held out his hand to Mr. Miles, who put his hands behind him and said something. I was close to them, which I couldn't quite catch, but it was about fellowship with the worlds of darkness. And then Mr. Miles turned and went on his way, and Mr. Heel stood looking after him with a curious smile on his face, and I have pitied him ever since. Then he turned and saw me. He always took notice of me. I was a girl then, and he said to me, 'There, Mary, you see that? I am not good enough, it seems, for Mr. Miles.' Well, I don't blame him. But remember, child, that the religion which makes a man turn his back on an old friend is not a good religion." But I could see he was distressed, though he spoke quietly, and as I went on, he gave a sigh which somehow stays in my mind. "Perhaps, sir, you would like to look at his picture. It was painted at the same time as Mrs. Heel in the first year of their marriage." I said I should like to see it, and we turned to the house. She led me to a little room that seemed like a study. There was a big bookcase full of books, mostly of a scientific kind, and there was a large knee-hole table much dotted with ink spots. It was here, she said, he used to work hour after hour. On the wall hung a pair of pictures, one, that of a young woman, hardly more than a girl, with a delightful expression, both beautiful and good. She was dressed in some white material, and there was a glimpse of sunlit fields beyond. Then I turned to the portrait of Mr. Heel. It represented a young man in a claret-coloured coat, very slim and upright. It showed a face of great power, a big forehead, clear-cut features, and a determined chin, with extraordinarily bright large eyes. Evidently the portrait of a man of great physical and mental force, who would do whatever he took in his hand with all his might. It was very finely painted, with a darker background of woods against a stormy sky. I was immensely struck by the picture, and not less by the fact that there was an extraordinary, though indefinable, likeness to Mrs. Hall herself. I felt somehow that she perceived that I had noticed this, for she made as though to leave the room. I couldn't help the inference that I was compelled to draw. I lingered for a moment, looking at the portrait, which was so lifelike as to give an almost painful sense of the presence of a third person in the room. Mrs. Hall went out, and I understood that I was meant to follow her. She led the way into their own sitting-room, and then, with some agitation, she turned on me. "I understand that you're an old friend of Mr. Netherby, sir," she said. "Yes," I said. "He is my greatest friend." "Could you persuade him, sir, to leave this place?" She went on. "You'll think it a strange thing to say, and I'm glad enough to have a lodger, and I like Mr. Netherby, but do you think it is a good thing for a young gentleman to live so much alone?" I saw that nothing was to be gained by reticence, so I said, "Now, Mrs. Hall, I think we had better speak plainly. I am, I confess, anxious about Mr. Netherby. I don't mean that he is not well, for I have never seen him look better, but I think that there's something going on which I don't wholly understand." She looked at me suddenly with a quick look, and then, as if deciding that I was to be trusted, she said in a low voice, "Yes, sir, that is it. This house is not like other houses. Mr. Heel, how shall I say it, was a very determined gentleman, and he used to say that he would never leave the house, and you'll think it very strange that I should speak thus to a stranger. I don't think he has left it." We stood there for a moment silent, and I knew that she had spoken the truth.
While we thus stood, I can only say what I felt. I became aware that we were not alone. The sun was bright in the woods outside. The clock ticked peacefully in a corner, but there was something unseen all about us, which lay very heavily on my mind. Mrs. Hall put out her hands in a deprecating way, and then said in a low and hurried voice, "He would do no harm to me, sir. We're too near for that." She looked up at me, and I nodded. "But I can't help it, can I, if he is different with other people? Now, Mr. Hall is not like that, sir. He's a plain good man, and would think what I'm saying no better than madness. But as sure as there is a God in heaven, Mr. Heel is here. And though he is too fine a gentleman to take advantage of my talk, yet he liked to command other people, and went his own way too much." While she spoke, the sense of oppression, which I had felt a moment before, drew off all of a sudden, and it seemed again as though we were alone. "Mrs. Hall," I said, "you're a good woman. These things are very dark to me, and though I've heard of such things in stories, I never expected to meet them in the world. But I will try what I can do to get my friend away, though he's a wilful fellow, and I think he will go his own way too." While I spoke, I heard Basil's voice outside calling me, and I took Mrs. Hall's hand in my own. She pressed it and gave me a very kind, sad look, and so I went out. We lunched together, Basil and I, off simple fare. He pointed with an air of satisfaction to the score which he had brought into the room, written out with wonderful precision. "Just finished," he said, "and you shall hear it later on. But now we will go and look around the place. Was there ever such luck as to get a harbourage like this? I've been here 2 months and feel like staying forever. The place is in Chancery. Old Heel of Treheel, the last of the stock, a rare old blackguard, died here. They tried to let the house, and failed, and put Farmer Hall in at last. The whole place belongs to a girl 10 years old. It's a fine house. We'll look at that tomorrow, but today we will walk round outside. By the way, how long can you stay?" "I must get back on Friday at latest," I said. "I have a choir practice and a lesson on Saturday." Basil looked at me with a good-natured smile. "Pretty poor business, isn't it?" he said. "I would rather pick oakum myself. Here I live in a fine house for next to nothing, and write. There's a life for a man." "Don't you find it lonely?" said I. "Lonely?" said Basil, laughing loud. "Not a bit of it. What do I want with a pack of twaddlers all about me? I tread a path among the stars, and I have the best of company, too." He stopped and broke off suddenly. "I should have thought Mrs. Hall very enlivening company," I said. "By the way, what an odd-looking woman. She seems as if she were frightened." At that innocent remark, Basil looked at me suddenly with the same expression of indefinable anger that I had seen in his face at our first meeting. But he said nothing for a moment. Then he resumed. "No, I want no company but myself and my thoughts. I tell you, Ward, if you had done as I have done, opened a door into the very treasure-house of music, and had only just to step in and carry away as much as one can manage at a time, you wouldn't want company." I could make no reply to this strange talk, and he presently took me out. I was astonished at the beauty of the place. The ground fell sharply at the back, and there was a terrace with a view over a little valley, with pasture fields at the bottom, crowned with low woods. Beyond, a wide prospect over uplands, which lost themselves in the haze. The day was still and clear, and we could hear the running of the stream below, the cooing of doves and the tinkling of a sheep bell. To the left of the house lay large stables and barns, which were in the possession of the farmer. We wandered up and down by paths and lanes, sometimes through the yellowing woods, sometimes on open ground, the most perfect views bursting upon us on every side, everything lying in a rich, still peace, which came upon my tired and bewildered mind like soft music. In the course of our walk, we suddenly came upon a churchyard, surrounded by a low wall. At the farther end, beyond the graves, stood a small church consisting of 2 aisles with a high perpendicular tower. "St. Sibby," said Basil. "Whether he or she, I know not, but no doubt a very estimable person. Would you like to look at this? The church is generally open." We went up a gravel path and entered the porch. The door was open, and there was an odd, close smell in the building. It was a very plain place, with the remains of a rood loft and some ancient woodwork, but the walls were mildewed and green, and the place looked neglected. "Vivian is a good fellow," said Basil, looking round, "but he's single-handed here. The rector is an invalid and lives in Penzance, and Vivian has a wretched stipend. Look here, Leonard, here is the old heel vault." He led me into a little chapel near the tower, which opened onto the church by a single arch. The place was very dark, but I could see a monument or two of an ancient type and some brasses. There were a couple of helmets on iron supports, and the remains of a mouldering banner. But just opposite to us was a tall, modern, marble monument on the wall. "That's old Heel's monument," said Basil, "with a long, pious inscription by the old rector. Just look at it. Did you ever see such vandalism?" I drew near. Then I saw that the monument had been defaced in a hideous and horrible way. There were deep dints in the marble like the marks of a hammer, and there were red stains over the inscription, which reminded me in a dreadful way of the stains on the letter given to me by Vivian. "Good heavens," I said, "what inconceivable brutality! Who on earth did this?" "That's just what no one can find out," said Basil, smiling. "But the inscription was rather too much, I confess. Look at this. 'Who discharged in an exemplary way the duties of a landowner and a Christian.' Old Heel's ideas of the duties of a landowner was to screw as much as he could out of his farmers, and he had, moreover, some old ideas, which we may call feudal, about his relations with the more attractive of his tenants. He was a cheerful old boy, and as to the Christian part of it, well, he had about as much of that, I gather, as you may take up on a two-pronged fork. Still, they might have left the old man alone. I dare say he sleeps sound enough in spite of it all." He stamped his foot on the pavement as he did so, which returned a hollow sound. "Are you inside?" said Basil laughingly. "Perhaps not at home." "Don't talk like that," I said to Basil, whose levity seemed to me disgusting. "Certainly not, my boy," he said, "if you don't like it. I dare say the old man can look after himself." And so we left the church. We returned home about 4 o'clock. Basil left me on the terrace and went into the house to interview Mrs. Hall on the subject of dinner. I hung for a time over the balustrade, but getting chilly and still not feeling inclined to go in, I strolled to the farther end of the terrace, which ran up to the wood. On reaching the end, I found a stone seat, and behind it, between two yews, a little dark, sinister path that led into the copse. I do not know exactly what feeling it was which drew me to enter upon the exploration of the place. The path was slippery and overgrown with moss, and the air of the shrubbery into which it led was close and moist, full of the breath of rotting leaves. The path ran with snake-like windings, so that at no point was it possible to see more than a few feet ahead. Above, the close boughs held hands as if to screen the path from the light. Then the path suddenly took a turn to the left and went straight to the house. 2 yews flanked the way, and a small flight of granite steps, slimy and mildewed, led up to a little door in the corner of the house, a door which had been painted brown like the colour of the stone, and which was let into its frame so as to be flush with the wall. The upper part of it was pierced with a couple of apertures like eyes, filled with glass, to give light to the passage within. The steps had evidently not been trodden for many months, even years, but upon the door near the keyhole were odd marks, looking as if scratched by the hoofs of some beast. A goat, I thought, as if the door had been impatiently struck by something awaiting entrance there. I do not know what was the obsession which fell on me at the sight of this place. A cold dismay seemed to spring from the dark and clutch me. There are places which seemed so soaked, as it were, in malign memories that they give out a kind of spiritual aroma of evil. I have seen in my life things which might naturally seem to produce in the mind associations of terror and gloom. I have seen men die. I have seen a man writhe in pain on the ground from a mortal injury. But I never experienced anything like the thrill of horror which passed through my shuddering mind at the sight of the little door with its dark eye-holes. I went in chilly haste down the path and came out upon the terrace,
looking out over the peaceful woods. The sun was now setting in the west among cloud fjords and bays of rosy light, but the thought of the dark path lying like a snake among the thickets dwelt in my mind and poisoned all my senses. Presently I heard the voice of Basil call me cheerfully from the corner of the house. We went in. A simple meal was spread for us, half tea, half dinner, to which we did the full justice. But afterwards, though Basil was fuller than ever, so it seemed to me, of talk and laughter, I was seized with so extreme a fatigue that I drowsed off several times in the course of our talk, till at last, laughingly, he ordered me to bed. I slept profoundly. When I awoke, it was a bright day. My curtains had been drawn, and the materials for my toilet arranged where I slept. I dressed hastily and hurried down to find Basil awaiting me. That morning we gave up to exploring the house. It was a fine old place, full from end to end of the evidences of long and ancestral habitation. The place was full of portraits. There was a great old dining room. Basil had had the whole house unshuttered for my inspection. A couple of large drawing rooms, long passages, bedrooms, all full of ancient furniture and pictures, as if the family life had been suddenly suspended. I noticed that he did not take me to the study, but led me upstairs. "This is my room," said Basil suddenly, and we turned into a big room in the left-hand corner of the garden front. There was a big four-post bedroom here, a large table in the window, a sofa, and some fine chairs. But what at once attracted my observation was a low door in the corner of the room, half hidden by a screen. It seemed to me, as if by a sudden gleam of perception, that this door must communicate with the door I had seen below, and presently, while I stood looking out of the great window upon the valley, I said to Basil, "And that door in the corner, does that communicate with the little door in the wood?" When I said this, Basil was standing by the table, bending over some manuscripts. He suddenly turned to me and gave me a very long, penetrating look, and then, as if suddenly recollecting himself, said, "My dear Ward, you are a very observant fellow. Yes, there is a little staircase there that goes down into the shrubbery and leads to the terrace. You remember that old heel of whom I told you? Well, he had this room, and he had visitors at times whom I dare say it was not convenient to admit to the house. They came and went this way, and he too, no doubt, used the stairs to leave the house and return unseen." "How curious," I said. "I confess I should not care to have this room. I didn't like the look of the shrubbery door." "Well," said Basil, "I do not feel with you. To me, it's rather agreeable to have the association of the room. He was a loose old fish, no doubt, but he lived his life, and I expect he enjoyed it, and that is more than most of us can claim." As he said the words, he crossed the room, and opening the little door, he said, "Come and look down. It's a simple place enough." I went across the room, and looking in, saw a small flight of stairs going down into the dark, at the end of which the two square panes of the little shrubbery door were outlined in the shadow. I cannot account for what happened next. There was a sound in the passage, and something seemed to rush up the stairs and past me. A strange, dull smell came from the passage. I know that there fell on me a sort of giddiness and horror, and I went back into the room with hands outstretched like Amyas the sorcerer, seeking someone to guide me. Looking up, I saw Basil regarding me with a baleful look and a strange smile on his face. "What was that?" I said. "Surely something came up there. I don't know what it was." There was a silence then. "My dear Ward," said Basil, "you are behaving very oddly. I want to think you had seen a ghost." He looked at me with a sort of gleeful triumph, like a man showing the advantages of a house or the beauties of a view to an astonished friend. But again I could find no words to express my sense of what I had experienced. Basil went swiftly to the door and shut it, and then said to me with a certain sternness, "Come, we have been here long enough. Let us go on. I'm afraid I'm boring you." We went downstairs, and the rest of the morning passed, so far as I can remember, in a species of fitful talk. I was endeavouring to recover from the events of the morning, and Basil, well, he seemed to me like a man who was fencing with some difficult question. Though his talk seemed spontaneous, I felt somehow that it was that of a weak antagonist endeavouring to parry the strokes of a persistent assailant. After luncheon, Basil proposed a walk again. We went out on a long ramble, as we had done the previous day, but I remember little of what happened. He directed me upon a stream of indifferent talk, but I laboured, I think, under a heavy depression of spirit, and my conversation was held up merely as it might have been as a shield against the insistent demands of my companion. Anyone who has been through a similar experience in which he wrestles with some tragic fact and endeavours merely to meet and answer the sprightly suggestions of some cheerful companion can imagine what I felt. At last, the evening began to close in. We retraced our steps. Basil told me that we should dine at an early hour, and I was left alone in my room. I became the prey of the most distressing and poignant reflections. What I had experienced convinced me that there was something about the whole place that was uncanny and abnormal. The attitude of my companion, his very geniality, seemed to me to be forced and unnatural, and my only idea was to gain, if I could, some notion of how I should proceed. I felt that questions were useless, and I committed myself into the hands of Providence. I felt that here was a situation that I could not deal with, and that I must leave it in stronger hands than my own. This reflection brought me some transitory comfort, and when I heard Basil's voice calling me to dinner, I felt that sooner or later the conflict would have to be fought out, and that I could not myself precipitate matters. After dinner, Basil, for the first time, showed some signs of fatigue, and after a little conversation he sank back in a chair, lit a cigar, and presently asked me to play something. I went to the piano, still, I must confess, seeking for some possible opportunity of speech, and let my fingers stray as they moved along the keys. For a time I extemporized, and then fell into some familiar music. I do not know whether the instinctive thought of what he had scrawled upon his note to me influenced me, but I began to play Mendelssohn's anthem, Hear My Prayer. While I played the initial phrase, I became aware that some change was making itself felt in my companion, and I had hardly come to the end of the second phrase when a sound from Basil made me turn round. I do not think that I ever received so painful a shock in my life as that which I experienced at the sight that met my eyes. Basil was still in the chair where he had seated himself, but instead of the robust personality which he had presented to me during our early interviews, I saw in a sudden flash the Basil that I knew, only infinitely more tired and haggard than I had known him in life. It was like a man who had cast aside a mask and had suddenly appeared in his own part. He sat before me, as I had often seen him sit, leaning forward in an intensity of emotion. I stopped suddenly, wheeled round in my chair, and said, "Basil, tell me what has happened." He looked at me, cast an agitated glance around the room, and then, all of a sudden, began to speak in a voice that was familiar to me of old. What he said is hardly for me to recount, but he led me step by step through a story so dark in horrors that I can hardly bring myself to reproduce it here. Imagine an untainted spirit entering cheerfully upon some simple entourage, finding himself, little by little, within the net of some overpowering influence of evil. He told me that he had settled at Trahil in his normal frame of mind, that he had intended to tell me of his whereabouts, but that there had gradually stolen into his mind a sort of unholy influence. At first, he said, I resisted it, but it was accompanied by so extraordinary an access of mental power and vigour that he had accepted the conditions under which he found himself. I had better, perhaps, try to recount his own experience. He had come to Grampound in the course of his wanderings, and had inquired about lodgings. He had been referred to the farmer at Trahil. He had settled himself there, only congratulating himself upon the mixture of quiet and dignity which surrounded him. He had arranged his life for tranquil study, had chosen his rooms, and had made the best disposition he could of his affairs. The second night, he said, that I was here, I had gone to bed thinking of nothing but my music. I had extinguished my light and was lying quietly in bed, watching the expiring glimmer of the embers on my hearth. I was wondering, as one does, weaving all kinds of fancies about the house and the room in which I found myself, lying with my head on my hand, when I saw, to my intense astonishment, the little door in the corner of the bedroom, half open and closed again. I thought to myself that it was probably Mrs. Hall coming to see whether I was comfortable, and I thereupon said, "Who's there?" There was no sound in answer, but presently, a moment or two after, there followed a disagreeable laughter, I thought from the lower regions of the house in the direction of the corner. "Come in, whoever you are," I said, and in a moment the door opened and closed, and I became aware that there was someone in the room. "Further than that," said Basil to me, in that dreadful hour, "it is impossible to go. I can only say that I became aware in a moment of the existence of a world outside of and intertwined with our own, a world of far stronger influences and powers. How far-reaching I know not, but I know this, that all the mortal difficulties and dilemmas that I had hitherto been obliged to meet melted away in the face of a force to which I had hitherto been a stranger." The dreadful recital ended about midnight, and the strange part was to me that our positions seemed in some fearful manner to have now been reversed. Basil was now the shrinking, timorous creature who could only implore me not to leave him. It was in such a mood as this that he had written the letter. I asked him what there was to fear. "Everything," he said with a shocking look. He would not go to bed. He would not allow me to leave the room. Step by step I unravelled the story, which his incoherent statement had only hinted at. His first emotion had been that of intense fright, but he became aware almost at once that the spirit who thus so unmistakably came to him was not inimical to him. The very features of the being, if such a word can be used about so shadowy a thing, appeared to wear a smile. Little by little the presence of the visitant had become habitual to Basil. There was a certain pride in his own fearlessness which helped him. Then there was intense and eager curiosity. And then, too, said the unhappy man, the influence began to affect me in other ways. I will not tell you how, but the very necessaries of life were provided for me in a manner which I should formerly have condemned with the utmost scorn, but which now I was given confidence to disregard. The dejection, the languorous reflections which used to hang about me gradually drew off and left me cheerful, vigorous, and I must say it, delighting in evil imaginations, but so subtle was the evil influence that it was not into any gross corruption or flagrant deeds that I flung myself. It was into my music that the poison flowed. I do not, of course, mean that evil then appeared to me, as I can humbly say it does now, as evil, but rather as a vision of perfect beauty, glorifying every natural function and every corporeal desire. The springs of music rose clear and strong within me, and with the fountain I mingled from my own stores the subtle venom of the corrupted mind. How glorious, I thought, to sway as with a magic wand the souls of men, to interpret for each all the eager and leaping desires which maybe he had duly and dutifully controlled, to make all things fair, for so potent were the whispers of the spirit that talked to my ear, that I believed in my heart that all that was natural in man was also permissible and even beautiful, and that it was nothing but a fantastic asceticism that forbids it. Though now I see, as I saw before, that the evil that thwarts mankind is but the slime of the pit out of which he is but gradually extricating himself. "But what is the thing," I said, "of which you speak? Is it a spirit of evil, or a human spirit, or what?" "Good God," he said, "how can I tell?" And then with lifted hand he sang in a strange voice a bar or two from Stanford's Revenge.
Was he devil or man? He was devil for aught they knew. This dreadful interlude, the very flippancy of it, that might have moved my laughter at any other time, had acted upon me an indescribably sickening effect. I stared at Basil. He relapsed into a moody silence with clasped hands and knotted brow. To draw him away from the nether darkness of his thoughts, I asked him how and in what shape the spirit had made itself plain to him. "Oh, no shape at all," said he. "He is there, that is enough. I seem sometimes to see a face, to catch the glance of an eye, to see a hand raised to warn or to encourage. But it is all impossibly remote. I could never explain to you how I see him." "Do you see him now?" I asked. "Yes," said Basil, "a long way off, and he is running swiftly to me. But he has far to go yet. He is angry. He threatens me. He beats the air with his hands." But where is this?" I asked, for Basil's eyes were upon the ground. "Oh, for God's sake, man, be silent," said Basil. "It is in the region of which you and others know little, but it has been revealed to me. It lies all about us. It has its capes and shadowy peaks, and a leaden sea full of sound. It is there that I ramble with him." There was a silence between us, and I said, "But, dear Basil, I must ask you this. How was it that you wrote as you did to me?" "Oh, he made me write," he said, "and I think he overreached himself, or my angel, he that beholds the Father's face, smote him down. I was myself again on a sudden, the miserable and abject wretch whom you see before you, and knowing that I had been as a man in a dream. Then I wrote the despairing words, and guarded the letter so that he could not come near me. And then Mr. Vivian's visit to me, that was not by chance. I gave him the letter, and he promised to bear it faithfully, and what attempts were made to tear it from him I do not know, but that my adversary tried his best I do not doubt. But Vivian is a good man, and could not be harmed. And then I fell back into the old spell, and worked still more abundantly and diligently, and produced this accursed thing, which shall not live to scatter evil abroad." As he said these words, he rose and tore the score that lay on the table into shreds and crammed the pieces in the fire. As he thrust the last pieces down, the poker he was holding fell from his hands. I saw him, white as a sheet and trembling. "What is the matter?" I said. He turned a terrible look on me and said, "He is here. He has arrived." Then all at once I was aware that there was a sort of darkness in the room, and then with a growing horror I gradually perceived that in and through the room there ran a thing like the front of a precipice, with some dark strand at its foot on which beat a surge of phantom waves. The two scenes struggled together. At one time I could plainly see the cliff front close beside me, and then the lamp and the firelit room was all dimmed even to vanishing, and then suddenly the room would come back and the cliff die into a steep shadow. But in either of the scenes Basil and I were there, he standing irresolute and despairing, glancing from side to side like a hare when the hounds close in. And once he said, this was when the cliff loomed up suddenly, "There are others with him." Then in a moment it seemed as if the room in which we sat died away altogether, and I was in that other place. There was a faint light as from under a stormy sky, and a little farther up the strand there stood a group of dark figures which seemed to consult together. All at once the group broke and came suddenly towards us. I do not know what to call them. They were human in a sense, that is, they walked upright and had heads and hands, but the faces were all blurred and fretted, like half-rotted skulls. But there was no sense of comparison in me. I only knew that I had seen ugliness and corruption at the very source, and looked into the darkness of the pit itself.
The forms eluded me and rushed upon Basil, who made a motion as though to seize hold of me, and then turned and fled, his arms outstretched, glancing behind him as he ran, and in a moment he was lost to view, though I could see along the shore of that formless sea something like a pursuit. I do not know what happened after that. I think I tried to pray, but I presently became aware that I was myself menaced by danger. It seemed, but I speak in parables, as though one had separated himself from the rest and had returned to seek me. But all was over, I knew, and the figure indeed carried something which he swung and shook in his hand, which I thought was a token to be shown to me. And then I found my voice and cried out with all my strength to God to save me. And in a moment there was the firelit room again, and the lamp, the most peaceful-looking room in England. But Basil had left me. The door was wide open, and in a moment the farmer and his wife came hurrying along with blanched faces to ask who it was that had cried out and what had happened. I made some pitiful excuse that I had dozed in my chair and had awoken crying out some unintelligible words, for in the quest I was about to engage in I did not wish that any mortal should be with me. They left me, asking for Mr. Netherby, and still not satisfied. Indeed, Mrs. Hall looked at me with so penetrating a look that I felt that she understood something of what had happened, and then at once I went up to Basil's room. I do not know where I found the courage to do it, but the courage came. The room was dark, and a strong wind was blowing through it from the little door. I stepped across the room, feeling my way, went down the stairs, and finding the door open at the bottom, I went out into the snake-like path. I went some yards along it. The moon had risen now. There came a sudden gap in the trees to the left, through which I could see the pale fields in the corner of the wood casting its black shadow on the ground. The shrubs were torn, broken, and trampled, as though some heavy thing had crashed through. I made my way cautiously down, endowed with a more than human strength. It was a steep bank covered with trees, and then, in a moment, I saw Basil. He lay some distance out in the field on his face. I knew, at a glance, that it was all over, and when I lifted him I became aware that he was in some way strangely mangled, and indeed it was found afterwards that though the skin of his body was hardly contused, yet that almost every bone of the body was broken into fragments. I managed to carry him to the house. I closed the doors of the staircase, and then I managed to tell Farmer Hall that Basil had, I thought, a fall, and was dead. And then my own strength failed me, and for 3 days and nights I lay in a kind of stupor. When I recovered my consciousness, I found myself in bed in my own room. Mrs. Hall nursed me with a motherly care and tenderness which moved me very greatly, but I could not speak of the matter to her until, just before my departure, she came in, as she did 20 times a day, to see if I wanted anything. I made a great effort and said, "Mrs. Hall, I am very sorry for you. This has been a terrible business, and I am afraid you won't easily forget it. You ought to leave the house, I think." Mrs. Hall turned her frozen gaze upon me and said, "Yes, sir, indeed. I can't speak about it or think of it. I feel as if I might have prevented it, and yet I have been over and over in my mind, and I can't see where I was wrong. But my duty is to the house now, and I shall never leave it. But I will ask you, sir, to try and find a thought of pity in your heart for him." I knew she didn't mean Basil. "I don't think he clearly knows what he has done. He must have his will, as he always did. He stopped at nothing, if it was for his pleasure, and he didn't know what harm he did. But he's in God's hands, and though I cannot understand why, yet there are things in this life which he allows to be, and we must try not to be judges. We must try to be merciful. But I have not done what I could have done, and if God gives me strength, there shall be an end of this." A few hours later, Mr. Vivian called to see me.
He was a very different person to the Vivian that had showed himself to me in Holborn. I couldn't talk with him much, but I could see that he had some understanding of the case. He asked me no questions, but he told me a few details. He said that they had decided at the inquest that he had fallen from the terrace, but the doctor who was attending me seems to have said to Mr. Vivian that a fall it must have been, but a fall of a most unconceivable character. And what is more, the old doctor had added, the man was neither in pain nor agitation of mind when he died. The face was absolutely peaceful and tranquil, and the doctor's theory was that he had died from some sudden seizure before the fall. And so I held my tongue. One thing I did, it was to have a little slab put over the body of my dead friend, a simple slab with name and date, and I ventured to add one line, because I have no doubt in my own mind that Basil was suddenly delivered, though not from death. He had, I suppose, gone too far upon the dark path, and he could not, I think, have freed himself from the spell, and so the cord was loosed, but loosed in mercy. And so I made them add the words, "And in their hands they shall bear thee up." I must add one further word. About a year after the events above recorded, I received a letter from Mr. Vivian, which I give without further comment. St. Sibby, December 18th, 1890. Dear Mr. Ward, I wish to tell you that our friend Mrs. Hall died a few days ago. She was a very good woman, one of the few that are chosen. I was much with her in her last days, and she told me a strange thing, which I cannot bring myself to repeat to you. But she sent you a message, which she repeated several times, which she said you would understand. It is simply this: tell Mr. Ward I have prevailed. I may add that I have no doubt of the truth of her words, as you will know to what I am alluding. The day after she died, there was a fire at Treheele. Mr. Hall was absolutely distracted with grief at the loss of his wife, and I do not quite know what happened. But it was impossible to save the house. All that is left of it is a mass of charred ruins, with a few walls standing up. Nothing was saved, not even a picture. There is a wholly inadequate insurance, and I believe it is not intended to rebuild the house. I hope you will bear us in mind. Though I know you so little, I shall always feel that we have a common experience which will hold us together. You will try to visit us some day when the memory of what took place is less painful to you. The grass is now green on your poor friend's grave, and I will only add that you will have a warm welcome here. I am just moving into the rectory, as my old rector died a fortnight ago, and I have accepted the living. God bless you, dear Mr. Ward. Yours very sincerely, James Vivian.
The Corner Shop by Cynthia Asquith. Peter Wood's executors found their task a very easy one. He had left his affairs in perfect order. The only surprise yielded by his methodical writing table was a sealed envelope on which was written, "Not wishing to be bothered by well-meaning research societies, I have never shown the enclosed to anyone. But after my death, all are welcome to read what, to the best of my knowledge, is a true story." The manuscript, which bore a date 3 years previously to the death of the writer, was as follows. "I have long wished to record an experience of my youth. I won't attempt any explanations. I draw no conclusions. I merely narrate certain events. One foggy evening at the end of a day of enforced idleness in my chambers, I had just been called to the bar, I was rather dejectedly walking back to my lodgings when my attention was drawn to the brightly lit window of a shop. Seeing the word antiques on its signboard, and remembering that I owed a wedding present to a lover of bric-a-brac, I grasped the handle of the green door. Opening with one of those cheerful jingle-jangle bells, it admitted me into a large rambling premises, thickly crowded with all the traditional treasure and trash of a curiosity shop. Suits of armour, warming pans, cracked misted mirrors, church vestments, spinning wheels, brass kettles, chandeliers, gongs, chessmen, furniture of every size and every period. Despite all the clutter, there was none of the dusty gloom one associates with such collections. Far from being dingy, the room was brightly lit, and a crackling fire leaped up the chimney. In fact, the atmosphere was so warm and cheerful that after the cold, dark fog outside, it struck me as most agreeable. At my entrance, a young woman and a girl, by their resemblance obviously sisters, rose from armchairs. Bright, bustling, gaily dressed, they were curiously unlike the type of people who usually preside over such wares. A flower or a cake shop would have seemed a far more appropriate setting. Inwardly awarding them high marks for keeping the place so clean, I wished the sisters good evening. Their smiling faces and easy manners made a very pleasant impression on me, but though they were most obliging in showing me all their treasures and displayed considerable knowledge as well as appreciation, they seemed wholly indifferent as to whether or not I would make any purchase. I found a small piece of Sheffield ware very moderately priced and decided that this was the very present for my friend. Explaining that I was without sufficient cash, I asked the elder sister if she would take a cheque. "Certainly," she answered, briskly producing pen and ink. "Will you please make it out to the corner curio shop?" It was with conscious reluctance that I left the cheerful precincts and plunged back into the saffron fog. "Good evening, sir. Always pleased to see you at any time," rang out the elder sister's pleasant voice, a voice so engaging that I left almost with a sense of having made a friend. I suppose it must have been a week later that, as I walked home one bitter cold evening, fine powdery snow brushing against my face, a cutting wind lashing down the streets, I remembered the welcoming warmth of the cheerful corner shop and decided to revisit it. I found myself to be in the very street, and there, yes, there was the very corner. It was with a sense of disappointment out of all proportion to the event that I found the shop wore that baffling, shut-eyed appearance and read the uncompromising word, "Closed." An icy gust of wind whistled round the corner. My wet trousers flapped dismally against my chapped ankles. Longing for the warmth and glow within, I felt annoyingly thwarted. Rather childishly, for I was certain the door was locked, I grasped the handle and shook it. To my surprise, it turned in my hand, but not in answer to its pressure. The door was opened from within, and I found myself looking into the dimly lit countenance of a very old and extremely frail-looking little man. "Please to come in, sir," said a gentle, rather tremulous voice, and feeble footsteps shuffled away ahead of me. It is impossible to describe the altered aspect of the place. I suppose the electric light had fused, for the darkness of the large room was thinned only by two guttering candles, and in their wavering light, dark shapes of furniture formerly brightly lit now loomed, towering and mysterious, casting weird, almost menacing shadows. The fire was out. Only one faintly glowing ember told that any had lately been alive. Other evidence there was none, for the grim cold of the atmosphere was such that I had never experienced. The phrase, "it struck chill," is laughably inadequate. In retrospect, the street seemed almost agreeable. At least its biting cold had been bracing. One way and another, the atmosphere of the shop was now as gloomy as it had been bright before. I felt a strong impulse to leave at once, but the surrounding darkness thinned, and I saw the old man busily lighting candles here and there. "Anything I can show you, sir?" he quavered, approaching taper in hand. I now saw him comparatively distinctly. His appearance made an indescribable impression on me. As I stared, Rembrandt flitted through my mind. Who else could have given any idea of the weird shadows on that ravaged face? Tired is a word we use lightly. Never before had I known what it might mean, such ineffable, patient weariness. Deep sunk in his withered face, the eyes seemed as extinct as the fire, and the wan frailty of the small, tremulous, bent frame. The words, dust and ashes, strayed through my brain. On my first visit I had, you may remember, been surprised by the uncharacteristic cleanliness of the place. The queer fancy now struck me that this old man was like an accumulation of all the dust one might have expected to find distributed over such premises. In truth, he looked scarcely more solid than a mere conglomeration of dust and cobwebs that might be dispersed at a breath or a touch. What a fantastic old creature to be employed by those well-to-do looking girls. He must, I thought, be some old retainer kept on out of charity. "Anything I can show you, sir?" repeated the old man. His voice had a little more body than the tearing of a cobweb, but there was a curious, almost pleading insistence in it, and his eyes were fixed on me in a wan yet devouring stare. I wanted to leave, yes, at once. The mere proximity of the poor old man distressed me, made me feel wretched, dispirited, none the less involuntarily murmuring, "Thank you, I'll look around." I found myself following his frail form and absent-mindedly inspecting various objects temporarily illuminated by his trembling taper. The chill silence broken only by the tired shuffle of his carpet slippers got on my nerves. "Very cold night," I hazarded. "Cold, is it? Cold? Yes, I dare say it's cold." In his grey voice was the apathy of utter indifference. For how many years, I wondered, had this poor old fellow been incapable of his own distress? "Been at this job long?" I asked, duly contemplating a four-poster bed. "A long, long, long time." The answer came softly as a sigh, and as he spoke, time seemed no longer a matter of days, weeks, months, years, but a weariness that stretched immeasurably. Suddenly, I began to resent the old man's exhaustion and melancholy, the contagions of which so unaccountably weighed down my own spirits. "How long, oh Lord, how long?" I said as jauntily as I could manage, adding with odious jocularity, "Old age pension about due, what?" No response. In silence he drifted across the other side of the room. "Quaint piece this," said my guide, picking up a grotesque little frog that lay on a shelf amongst various other odds and ends. It seemed to be made of some substance similar to jade, soapstone, I guessed. Struck by its oddity, I took the frog from the old man's hand. It was strangely cold. "Rather fun," I said. "How much?" "Half a crown, sir," whispered the old man, glancing up at my face. Again his voice was scarcely more audible than the slithering of dust. But there was a queer gleam in his eyes. Was it eagerness? Could it be? "Only half a crown? Is that all?" "I'll have it," said I. "Don't bother to pack up old Anthony Rowley. I'll put him in my pocket." As I gave the old man the coin, I inadvertently touched his hand. I could scarcely suppress a start. I have said the frog struck cold, but compared to that desiccated skin, its substance was tepid. I can't describe the chill of that second's contact. Poor old fellow, thought I. He isn't fit to be about, not in this lonely place. I wonder those kind-looking girls allow such an old wreck to struggle on. "Good night," I said. "Good night, sir. Thank you, sir," quavered the feeble old voice. He shut the door behind me. Turning my head as I breasted the driving snow, I saw his form scarcely more solid than a shadow, dimly outlined against the candlelight. His face was pressed against the big glass pane, and as I walked away, I pictured his exhausted, patient eyes peering after me. Somehow I was unable to dismiss the thought of that old man. Long, long after I was in bed and courting sleep, I saw that ravaged face with its maze of wrinkles, those great eyes like lifeless planets, staring at me. And in their steady gaze there seemed something that beseeched. Yes, I was strangely perturbed by that old man. Even after I achieved sleep, my dreams were full of him, haunted, I suppose, by a sense of his infinite tiredness. I was trying to force him to rest, to compel him to lie down. But no sooner did I succeed in laying out his frail form on the four-poster bed I had seen in the shop, only now it seemed more like a grave than a bed, and the brocade coverlet had turned into sods of turf, than he would slip from my grasp and totteringly resume his rambles round and round the shop. On and on I chased him, down endless avenues of weird furniture, but still he eluded me. Now the dim shop seemed to stretch on and on unendingly, to merge into an infinity of sunless, airless space, until at length, exhausted, breathless, I myself collapsed and sank into the four-poster grave. The very next morning an urgent summons took me out of London, and in the anxiety of the ensuing week the episode of the corner shop was banished from my mind. As soon as my father was pronounced out of danger, I returned to my dreary lodgings. Dejectedly engaged in adding up my wretched bills and wondering where on earth to find the money to pay my next quarter's rent, I was agreeably surprised by a visit from an old schoolfellow, at that time practically the only friend I had in London. He was employed by one of the best-known firms of fine art dealers and auctioneers. After some minutes' conversation, he rose in search of a light. My back was turned to him. I heard the sharp scratch of a match, followed by propitiatory noises to his pipe. Suddenly, they were broken off by an exclamation. "Good God, man," he shouted, "where did you get this?" Turning my head, I saw he had snatched up my purchase of the other night, the funny little frog, whose presence on my mantelpiece I had all but forgotten. Closely scrutinizing it through a magnifying glass, he held it under the gas jet, his hands shaking with excitement. "Where did you get this?" he repeated. "Have you any idea what it is?" Briefly, I told him that rather than leave a shop empty-handed, I had bought the frog for £half. £half! My dear fellow, I can't swear to it, but I believe you've had one of those amazing pieces of luck one hears of. Unless I'm very much mistaken, this is a piece of jade of the Shah dynasty. If so, it's practically unique. These words conveyed little to my ignorance. "Do you mean it's worth money?" "Worth money? Phew!" he ejaculated. "Look here. Will you leave this business to me? Let me have the thing for my firm to handle. They'll do the best they can by you. I shall be able to get it into Thursday's sale." Certain that I could implicitly trust my friend, I agreed. Reverently enwrapping the frog in cotton wool, he hurried off. Friday morning I had the shock of my life. Shock does not necessarily imply bad news. I assure you that for some seconds after opening the one envelope lying on my dingy breakfast tray, the room span round and round. The envelope contained an account from Messrs. Spunk Fine Art Dealers and Auctioneers. To sale of Shah jade, £2,000, less 10% commission, £1,800. And there, neatly folded, made out to Peter Wood, was Messrs. Spunk's cheque for £1,800. For some time I was completely bewildered. My friend's words had raised hopes that my chance purchase might facilitate the payment of next quarter's rent, might possibly even provide for a whole year's rent. But that so large a sum was involved had never so much as crossed my mind. Could it be true, or was it some hideous joke? Surely, in the trite phrase, it was much, much too good to be true. It wasn't the sort of thing that happened to oneself. Still feeling physically dizzy, I rang up my friend. His voice and the heartiness of his congratulations convinced me of the truth of my astounding good fortune. It was neither joke nor dream. I, Peter Wood, whose bank account was at present £20 overdrawn, who but for shares amounting to £150 possessed no securities whatever, now held in my hand a piece of paper convertible into 1,800 golden sovereigns. I sat down to think, to try to realise, to readjust. From my jumble of plans, problems, and emotions, one fact emerged crystal clear. Obviously, I could not take advantage of that nice girl's ignorance, nor of her poor old caretaker's incompetence, whichever was to blame. No, I couldn't accept this amazing gift from fate merely because, by a sheer fluke, I had bought a treasure for £half. Clearly, I must give back at least half the sum to my unconscious benefactors. Otherwise, I should feel I had robbed them, almost as if, like a thief in the night, I had broken into their shop. I remembered their pleasant, open countenances. What fun to astonish them with my wonderful news! I felt a strong impulse to rush to the shop, but having for once a case in court, was obliged to go to the Temple. Endorsing Messrs. Spunk's cheque, I addressed it to my bankers and filled in one of my own for £900, made out to the corner curio shop. It was late before I was free to leave the law courts, and when I arrived at the shop I was disappointed, but not surprised to read the notice closed. Even supposing the old caretaker to be on duty, there was no particular point in seeing him. My business was with his mistress. Deciding to postpone my visit to the following day, I was just on the point of hurrying home when, exactly as though I were expected, the door opened. There, on the threshold, stood the old man, peering out into the darkness. "Anything I can do for you, sir?" His voice was even queerer than before. I now realized that I had dreaded re-encountering him, yet I found myself irresistibly compelled to enter. The atmosphere was as grimly cold as on my last visit. I felt myself actually shiver. Several candles, obviously only just lit, were burning. By their glimmer, I saw the old man's questioning gaze intently fixed on me. What a face! I had not exaggerated its weirdness. Never had I seen anyone so singular, so striking. No wonder I had dreamed of him. How I wished he had not opened the door. "Anything I can show you tonight, sir?" His voice trembled. "No, thanks. I've come about that thing you sold me the other day. I find it's of great value. Please tell your mistress that I'll pay her a proper price for it tomorrow." As I spoke, there spread over the old man's face the most wonderful smile. I use the word smile for lack of a better word, but how to convey the beauty of the indefinable expression that transfigured that time-worn face? Tender triumph, gentle joy, rapturous reverence. What mystery did I witness? It was like iron frost yielding to sunshine, the thawing of grief in the dawn radiance of some unsurmisable redemption. For the first time in my life, I had some inkling of the word beatitude. I can't describe the impression made on me. The moment, as it were, brimmed over. Time ceased. I became conscious of infinite things. The silence was now broken by the gathering itself together sound of an old clock about to strike. I turned my head towards one of those wonderful, intricate pieces of medieval workmanship, a Nuremberg grandfather clock. From the recess beneath its exquisitely painted face, quaint figures emerged, and while one struck a bell, others demurely stepped through the mazes of a minuet. My attention was riveted by the pretty spectacle. Not till the last sounds had trembled into silence did I turn my head. I found myself alone. The old man had vanished. Surprised that he should leave me, I looked all around the large room. Oddly enough, the fire, which I had supposed dead, had flared into unexpected life, and now cast a cheerful glow, but neither fire nor candlelight revealed any trace of the old caretaker. "Hello? Hello?" I called interrogatively. No answer. No sound save the loud ticking of the clocks and the crackle of the fire. I walked all round the big room. I even looked into the great four-poster bed of my dreams. Then I saw that there was a smaller adjoining room. Snatching up a candle, I hastened to explore this. At its far end, I discovered a winding staircase leading up to a little gallery. The old man must have withdrawn into some upstairs lair. I would follow him. I groped my way to the foot of the stairs and began to climb, but the steps creaked under my feet. I was conscious of crumbling woodwork. There was an icy draught. My candle went out. Cobwebs brushed against my face. To go any further was most uninviting. I desisted. After all, what did it matter? Let the old man hide himself. I had given my message. Best be gone. But the main room to which I had returned was now quite warm and cheerful. What had ever made me think it sinister? It was with a distinct sense of regret that I left the shop. I felt balked. I longed to see that radiant face again. Strange old man. How could I have ever fancied that I feared him? The next Saturday I was free to go straight to the shop. All the way there my mind was agreeably occupied, anticipating the welcome the grateful sisters were sure to give me. As the jingle-jangle of the bell announced my opening of the door, the two girls, who were busily dusting their goods, turned to see who came in at so unusually early an hour. Recognizing me, to my surprise, they bowed amiably but quite casually, as though to a mere acquaintance. With such a fairy tale bond between us, I had expected a very different kind of greeting. I supposed that they had not yet heard the news, and when I told them I had brought the cheque, I saw that my surmise was right. They looked quite blank. Cheque? Yes, for the frog I bought the other day. Frog? What frog? I only remember you buying a piece of Sheffield plate. So they knew nothing, not even of my second visit to their shop. By degrees I told them the whole story. They were overcome with astonishment. The elder sister seemed quite dazed. But I can't understand it. I can't understand it, she repeated. Holmes, the old caretaker, isn't even supposed to admit anyone in our absence, far less to sell things. He merely comes to take charge on the evenings we leave early, and is only supposed to stay until the night policeman comes on duty. I can't believe he let you in and never told us he'd sold you something. It's too extraordinary. What time was it? Round about 6, I should think. He generally leaves at 5:30, said the girl, but I suppose the policeman must have been late. It was later when I came yesterday. Did you come again? She asked. Briefly, I told her of my visit and the message I had left with the caretaker. What an extraordinary thing, she exclaimed. I can't begin to understand it, but we shall soon hear his explanation. I expect him at any moment now. He comes in every morning to sweep the floors. At the prospect of meeting the remarkable old man again, I felt a thrill of excitement. How would he look by daylight? Should I see him smile again? Very old, isn't he? I hazarded. Old? Yes, I suppose he is getting on. But it's a very easy job. He's a good, honest fellow. I can't imagine he's doing anything on the sly. I'm afraid we've been rather slack in our cataloguing lately. I wonder if he does sell odds and ends for himself. Oh, no, I can't believe it. By the way, can you remember whereabouts the frog was? I pointed to the shelf from which the caretaker had produced a piece of jade. Oh, from that odd lot I bought the other day for next to nothing. I haven't sorted or priced any of the things yet. I can't remember any frog. What an incredible thing to happen. At this moment the telephone rang. She lifted the receiver. Hello. Yes, Miss Wilson speaking. Yes, Mr. Holmes, what is it? A few seconds' startled pause, and then... Dead? Dead? But how? Why? Oh, I am sorry. After a few more words, she replaced the receiver and turned to us, her eyes full of tears. Oh, Bessie, she said to her sister, poor old Holmes is dead. When he got home yesterday, he complained of pain, and he died in the middle of the night. Heart failure. No one had any idea there was anything the matter with him. Oh, poor Mrs. Holmes, what will she do? We must go to her at once. Both girls were so much upset that I thought it best to leave. The singular old man had made so haunting an impression on me that I was deeply moved to hear of his sudden death. How strange that, except for his wife, I should have been the very last person to speak with him. No doubt pain had seized him in my very presence. That was why he had left so abruptly and without a word. Had death already brushed against his consciousness? That lovely, inexplicable smile was at the beginning of the peace that passes all understanding. Next day I told Miss Wilson and her sister all the details of the fabulous sale of the frog and presented my cheque. Here I met with unexpected opposition. The sisters showed great unwillingness to accept the money. It was, they said, all mine. Besides, they had no need of it. You see, explained Miss Wilson, my father had a flair for this business amounting to a sort of genius. He made quite a large fortune. When he became too old to carry on the shop, we kept it open partly out of sentiment, partly for the sake of occupation, but we don't need to make any profit. At last I prevailed upon them to accept the money, if only to spend it on the various charities in which they were interested. It was a relief to my mind when the matter was settled. The extraordinary incident of the jade frog made a bond between us, and in the course of our amicable arguments we became very friendly. I fell into the way of dropping in on them quite often, and soon began to rely on their sympathetic companionship. I never forgot the impression made on me by the old man, and often questioned the sisters about the poor caretaker, but they had nothing of interest to tell me. They merely described him as an old dear who had been in their father's service for years and years. No further light was thrown on his sale of the frog. Naturally, they did not like to question his widow. One evening, when I was having tea in the inner room with the elder sister, I picked up a photograph album. Turning its pages, I came upon a remarkably fine likeness of the old man. There before my eyes was the strange, striking countenance, But evidently this photograph had been taken many years before I saw him. The face was fuller and had not yet acquired the frail, infinitely wearied look I remembered. But what magnificent eyes! There certainly was something extraordinarily impressive about the man. "What a splendid photograph of poor old Holmes," I said. "Photograph of Holmes? I had no idea there was one. Let's see." As I handed her the open book, the young sister Bessie looked in through the open door. "I'm off to the movies now," she called. "Father's just rung up to say he'll be round in 5 minutes to have a look at that Sheraton sideboard." "All right, Bessie, I'll be here, and very glad to have Father's opinion," said Miss Wilson, taking the album from my hand. "I can't see any photograph of old Holmes," she said. I pointed to the top of the page. "That?" she exclaimed. "Why, that's my dear father." "Your father?" I gasped. "Yes, I can't imagine any two people more unlike. It must have been very dark when you saw Holmes." Yes, it was very dark," I said quickly, just to gain time to think, for I felt bewildered. No degree of darkness could possibly explain any such mistake. I had no moment's doubt as to the identity of the man I had taken for the caretaker with the one whose photograph I held in my hand. But what an amazing, inexplicable thing! Her father! Why on earth should he have been in the shop unknown to his daughters? For what possible motive had he concealed his sale of the frog? And when he heard of its value, why had he left the girls under the impression that it was Holmes, the dead caretaker, who had sold it? Had he been ashamed to confess his own inadvertence? Or was it possible that the girls had never told him the astonishing sequel to the sale? Did they perhaps not want him to know of their sudden acquisition? Into what strange family intrigue had I stumbled? But whoever it was who had been so secretive, it was none of my business. I didn't want to give anyone away. No, I must hold my tongue. The younger sister had said their father was just coming. Would he recognize me as his customer? If so, it might be rather embarrassing. "It's a splendid face," I said shyly. "Isn't it?" she said with pleased eagerness. "So clever and strong, don't you think? I remember when that photograph was taken. It was just before he got religion." The girl spoke as if she referred to some distressing illness. "Did he suddenly become very religious?" "Yes," she said reluctantly. "Poor father. He made friends with a priest and became so changed. He was never the same again." From the break in the girl's voice, I guessed she thought her father's reason had been affected. Perhaps this explained the whole affair. On the 2 occasions when I had seen him, was he wandering in mind as well as body? Did his religion make him unhappy? I ventured to ask. For I was most anxious for more light on the strange being before I met him again. "Yes, dreadfully." The girl's eyes were full of tears. "You see, it was—" She hesitated, but after a glance at me went on, "There's really no reason why I shouldn't tell you. I've come to look on you as a real friend. My poor father began to think he'd done something very wrong. He couldn't quiet his conscience. You remember me telling you of his extraordinary flair? Well, his fortune had really been founded on 3 marvellous strokes of business. You see, he had exactly the same sort of luck you had the other day. That's why I decided to tell you. It seems such an odd coincidence." She paused. "Please go on," I urged. "Well, on 3 separate occasions he bought for a few shillings objects that were of immense value. Only unlike you, he did know what he was about. The profit made on their sale was no surprise to him. Unlike you, he did not then see any obligation to make it up to the ignorant people who had thrown away fortunes. After all, most dealers wouldn't, would they?" she asked defensively. "Well, father grew richer and richer. Years later, he met this priest, and then he seemed to go sort of morbid. He began to think that our wealth had been founded on what was really no better than theft. He reproached himself bitterly for having taken advantage of those 3 men's ignorance. Unhappily, in each case, he succeeded in discovering what had ultimately happened to those he called his victims. Most unfortunately, all 3 customers had died destitute. This discovery made him incurably miserable. 2 of these men had died without leaving any children, so, as no relations could be found, my father was unable to make amends. The son of the 3rd he traced to America, but there he too had died, leaving no family, so poor father could find no means of making reparation. That was what he longed for, to make reparation. His failure preyed and preyed on him until his poor dear mind became quite unhinged. As religion gained stronger and stronger hold on him, he took a queer sort of notion in his head, a regular obsession. The next best thing to doing a good deed yourself, he would say, is to provide someone else with the opportunity to give him his cue. In our sins Christ is crucified afresh. Because I sinned against him thrice, I must somehow be the cause of 3 correspondingly good actions that will counterbalance my own sins. In no other way can I atone for my crimes against Christ, for crimes they were. In vain we argued with him, assuring him he had done only as nearly all other men would have done. It was no use. Other men must judge for themselves. I have done what I know to be wrong, he would moan. He grew more and more fixed in his idea of expiation. It became positive religious mania. Determined to find 3 human beings whom by their good actions would, as it were, cancel out the pain caused to divinity by what he called his 3 crimes, he busied himself in finding insignificant-looking works of art which he would offer for a few shillings. Poor old father, never shall I forget his joy when one day a man brought back a vase he had bought for 5 shillings and discovered it to be worth £600. I think you must have made a mistake, the man said, just as you did, bless you. 5 years later, a similar thing occurred, and he was, oh, so radiant. 2 of humanity's crimes cancelled out, 2/3 of his expiation achieved. Then followed years and years of weary disappointment. I shall never rest, I can't, no, never, never, until I find the 3rd, he used to say. Here the girl began to weep, hiding her face behind her hand. She murmured, oh, if only you had come sooner. I heard the jingle-jangle of the bell. How he must have suffered, I said. I'm so glad I had the luck to be the 3rd. Is he satisfied now? Her hands dropped from her face. She stared at me. I heard footsteps approach. I'm so glad I'm going to meet him again, I said. Meet him? She echoed in amazement as her footsteps neared. Yes, I may stay and see your father, mayn't I? I heard your sister say he would soon be here. Oh, now I understand, she exclaimed. You mean Bessie's father? But Bessie and I are only stepsisters. My poor father died years and years ago.
A Pair of Muddy Shoes by Lennox Robinson. I'm going to try and write it down quite simply, just as it happened. I shall try not to exaggerate anything. I'm 22 years old. My parents are dead. I have no brothers or sisters. The only near relation I have is Aunt Margaret, my father's sister. She's unmarried and lives alone in a little house in the country in the west of County Cork. She's kind to me, and I often spend my holidays with her, for I am poor and have few friends. I am a school teacher. That is to say, I teach drawing and singing. I'm a visiting teacher at 2 or 3 schools in Dublin. I make a fair income, enough for a single woman to live comfortably off, but father left debts behind him, and until these are paid off, I have to live very simply. I suppose I ought to eat more and eat better food. People sometimes think I'm nervous and highly strung. I look rather fragile and delicate, but really I'm not. I have slender hands with pale tapering fingers, the sort of hands that people call artistic. I hoped very much that my aunt would invite me to spend Christmas with her. I happened to have very little money. I'd paid off a rather big debt of poor father's, and that left me very short, and I felt rather weak and ill. I didn't quite know how I'd get through the holidays unless I went down to my aunt's. However, 10 days before Christmas, the invitation came. You may be sure I accepted it gratefully, and when my last school broke up on the 20th, I packed my trunk, gathered up the old sentimental songs Aunt Margaret likes best, and set off for Rospatrick. It rains a great deal in West Cork in the winter. It was raining when Aunt Margaret met me at the station. It's been a terrible month, Peggy, she said, as she turned the pony's head into the long road that runs for 4 muddy miles from the station to Rospatrick. I think it's rained every day for the last 6 weeks. And the storms. We lost a chimney 2 days ago. It came through the roof and let the rain into the ceiling of the spare bedroom. I've had to make you up a bed in the lumber room till Jeremiah Driscoll can be got to mend the roof. I assured her that any place would do me. All I wanted was her society and a quiet time. I can guarantee you though, she said. Indeed, you look tired. You look as if you're just after a bad illness or just before one. That teaching's killing you. That lumber room was really very comfortable. It was a large room with 2 big windows. It was on the ground floor, and Aunt Margaret had never used it as a bedroom because people are often afraid of sleeping on the ground floor. We stayed up very late talking over the fire. Aunt Margaret came with me to my bedroom. She stayed there for a long time, fussing about the room, hoping I'd be comfortable, pulling about the furniture, looking at the bedclothes. At last I began to laugh at her. Why shouldn't I be comfortable? Think of my horrid little bedroom in Brunswick Street. What's wrong with this room? Nothing, nothing, she said rather hurriedly, and kissed me, and left me. I slept very well. I never opened my eyes till the maid called me, and then, after she had left me, I dozed off again. I had a ridiculous dream. I dreamed I was interviewing a rich old lady. She offered me 1,000 a year and comfortable rooms to live in. My only duty was to keep her clothes from moths. She had quantities of beautiful, costly clothes, and she seemed to have a terror of them being eaten by moths. I accepted her offer at once. I remember saying to her gaily, the work will be no trouble to me. I like killing moths. It was strange I should say that, because I really don't like killing moths. I hate killing anything. But my dream was easily explained, for when I woke a second later, as it seemed, I was holding a dead moth between my finger and thumb. It disgusted me just a little bit, that dead moth pressed between my fingers. But I dropped it quickly, jumped up, and dressed myself. Aunt Margaret was in the dining room and full of profuse and anxious inquiries about the night I'd spent. I soon relieved her anxieties, and we laughed together over my dream and the new position I was going to fill. It was very wet all day, and I didn't stir out of the house. I sang a great many songs. I began a pencil drawing of my aunt, a thing I'd been meaning to make for years. But I didn't feel well. I felt headachy and nervous, just from being in the house all day, I suppose. I felt the greatest disinclination to go to bed. I felt afraid. I don't know of what. Of course, I didn't say a word of this to Aunt Margaret. That night, the moment I fell asleep, I began to dream. I thought I was looking down at myself from a great height. I saw myself in my nightdress crouching in the corner of the bedroom. I remember wondering why I was crouching there, and I came nearer and looked at myself again. And then I saw that it wasn't myself that crouched there. It was a large white cat. It was watching a mouse hole. I was relieved, and I turned away. As I did so, I heard the cat spring. I started round. It had a mouse between its paws and looked up at me, growling as a cat does. Its face was like a woman's face. It was like my face. Probably that doesn't sound at all horrible to you, but it happens that I have a deadly fear of mice. The idea of holding one between my hands and putting my mouth to one, I can't even bear to write it. I think I woke screaming. I know when I came to myself, I jumped out of bed and was standing on the floor. I lit the candle and searched the room. In one corner were some boxes and trunks. There might have been a mouse hole behind them, but I hadn't the courage to pull them out and look. I kept my candle lighted and stayed awake all night. The next day was fine and frosty. I went for a long walk in the morning and for another in the afternoon. When bedtime came, I was very tired and sleepy. I went to sleep at once and slept dreamlessly all night. It was the next day that I noticed my hands getting queer. Queer perhaps isn't the right word, for of course cold does roughen and coarsen the skin, and the weather was frosty enough to account for that. But it wasn't only that the skin was rough. The whole hand looked larger, stronger, not like my own hand. How ridiculous this sounds, but the whole story's ridiculous. I remember once when I was a child at school putting on another girl's boots by mistake one day. I had to go about till evening in them, and I was perfectly miserable. I couldn't stop myself from looking at my feet, and they seemed to me to be the feet of another person. That sickened me. I don't know why. I felt a little like that now when I looked at my hands. Aunt Margaret noticed how rough and swollen they were, and she gave me cold cream, which I rubbed on them before I went to bed. I lay awake for a long time. I was thinking of my hands. I didn't seem to be able not to think of them. They seemed to grow bigger and bigger in the darkness. They seemed monstrous hands, the hands of some horrible ape. They seemed to fill the whole room. Of course, if I had struck a match and lit the candle, I'd have calmed myself in a minute. But frankly, I hadn't the courage. When I touched one hand with the other, it seemed rough and hairy like a man's. At last I fell asleep. I dreamed that I got out of bed and opened the window. For several minutes I stood looking out. It was bright moonlight and bitterly cold. I felt a great desire to go for a walk. I dreamed that I dressed myself quickly, put on my slippers, and stepped out of the window. The frosty grass crunched under my feet. I walked, it seemed, for miles along a road I never remember being on before. It led uphill. I met no one as I walked. Presently I reached the crest of a hill, and beside the road, in the middle of a bare field, stood a large house. It was a gaunt, 3-storied building. There was an air of decay about it. Maybe it had once been a gentleman's place and was now occupied by a herd. There are many places like that in Ireland. In a window of the highest story there was a light. I decided I would go to the house and ask the way home. A gate closed the grass-grown avenue from the road. It was fastened, and I could not open it, so I climbed it. It was a high gate, but I climbed it easily, and I remember thinking in my dream, if this wasn't a dream, I could never climb it so easily. I knocked at the door, and after I had knocked again, the window of the room in which the light shone was opened, and a voice said, "Who's there? What do you want?" It came from a middle-aged woman with a pale face and dirty strands of grey hair hanging about her shoulders. I said, "Come down and speak to me. I want to know the way back to Ross Patrick." I had to speak 2 or 3 times to her, but at last she came down and opened the door mistrustfully. She only opened it a few inches and barred my way. I asked her the road home, and she gave me directions in a nervous, startled way. Then I dreamed that I said, "Let me in to warm myself." "It's late, you should be going home." But I laughed and suddenly pushed at the door with my foot and slipped past her. I remember she said, "My God," in a helpless, terrified way. It was strange that she should be frightened, and I, a young girl, all alone in a strange house with a strange woman, miles from anyone I knew, should be not frightened at all. As I sat warming myself by the fire while she boiled the kettle, for I had asked for tea, and watching me, her timid, terrified movements, the queerness of the position struck me, and I said, laughing, "You seem afraid of me." "Not at all, miss," she replied, in a voice which almost trembled. You needn't be. There's not the least occasion for it," I said, and I laid my hand on her arm. She looked down at it as it lay there and said again, "Oh, my God," and staggered back against the range. And so for half a minute we remained. Her eyes were fixed on my hand, which lay on my lap. It seemed she could never take them off it. "What is it?" I said. "You've the face of a girl," she whispered, "and, God help me, the hands of a man." I looked down at my hands. They were large, strong, and sinewy, covered with coarse red hairs. Strange to say, they no longer disgusted me. I was proud of them, proud of their strength and the power that lay in them. "Why should they make you afraid?" I asked. "They're fine hands, strong hands." But she only went on staring at them in a hopeless, frozen way. "Have you ever seen such strong hands before?" I smiled at her. They're Ned's hands," she said at last, speaking in a whisper. She put her own hand to her throat as if she were choking, and the fastening of her blouse gave way. It fell open. She had a long throat. It was moving as if she were finding it difficult to swallow. I wondered whether my hands would go round it. Suddenly I knew they would, and I knew why my hands were large and sinewy. I knew why power had been given to them. I got up and caught her by the throat. She struggled so feebly, slipped down, striking her head against the range, slipped down the red-tiled floor, and lay quite still. But her throat still moved under my hand. and I never loosened my grasp. And presently, kneeling over her, I lifted her head and bumped it gently against the flags of the floor. I did this again and again, lifting it higher and striking it harder and harder until it was crushed in like an egg. And she lay still. She was choked and dead. And I left her lying there and ran from the house. And as I stepped onto the road, I felt rain in my face. The thaw had come. And when I woke, it was morning. Little by little, my dream came back and filled me with terror. I looked at my hands. They were so tender and pale and feeble. I lifted them to my mouth and kissed them. But when Mary called me half an hour later, she broke into a long, excited story of a woman who had been murdered the night before, how the postman had found the door open and a dead body. And sure, miss, it was here she used to live long ago. She was near murdered once by her husband in this very room. He tried to choke her. She was half killed. That's why the mistress made it a lumber room. They put him in the asylum afterwards. A month ago, he died there, I heard. My mother was Scottish and claimed she had the gift of prevision. It was evident she had bequeathed it to me. I was enormously excited. I sat up in bed and told Mary my dream. She wasn't very interested. People seldom are in other people's dreams. Besides, she wanted, I suppose, to tell her news to Aunt Margaret. She hurried away. I lay in bed and thought it all over. I almost laughed. It was so strange and fantastic. But when I got out of bed, I stumbled over something. It was a little muddy shoe. At first I hardly recognized it. Then I saw it was one of a pair of evening shoes I had. The other shoe lay near it. They were a pretty little pair of dark blue satin shoes. They were a present to me from a girl I loved very much. She had given them to me only a week ago. Last night they had been so fresh and new and smart. Now they were scratched, the satin cut, and they were covered with mud. Someone had walked miles in them. And I remembered in my dream how I had searched for my shoes and put them on. Sitting on the bed, feeling suddenly sick and dizzy, holding the muddy shoes in my hand, I had in a blinding instant a vision of a red-haired man who lay in this room night after night for years, hating a sleeping, white-faced woman who lay beside him, longing for strength and courage to choke her. I saw him come back years afterwards, freed by death, to this room. Saw him seize on a feeble girl too weak to resist him. Saw him try her, strengthen her hands, and then, at last, through her, accomplish his unfinished deed. The vision passed all in a flash as it had come. I pulled myself together. That is nonsense, impossible, I told myself. The murderer will be found before evening. But in my hand, I still held the muddy shoes. I seemed to be holding them ever since.
1-2, Buckle My Shoe, by Nugent Barker. It was open. I had seen it all the time, seen it without realizing exactly what it was. I mean, seen just its existence and not its purpose. But who would expect a box like that to contain chalks all of the same colour? After tinkling my bell for some time, I dropped it on the table and sat there facing the open cupboard and toying with my chalks, and presently I wanted a sheet of paper to write on. I found it in the drawer beside me, an exercise book. I pulled up my chair, spread my elbows, and wrote at once in viridian green on a new page. 1-2, buckle my shoe. 3-4, knock at the door. 5-6, pick up sticks. 7-8, lay them straight. 9-10, a fine fat hen. 11-12, dig and delve. You remember that nursery rhyme? Till then, I'd forgotten it. I used to think it was full of sense even when taken in a lump, and while I was sitting at the table, looking across it into the open lighted cupboard and thinking over the words that I had just written down, I saw the mouse. At the back of the cupboard, against the wall, I saw a mouse hole, clearly the source of the tinkling. While I watched, 2 black, shiny eyes appeared, and the furry shadow glided along the floor of the cupboard and into the room, where it took to moving in fits and starts. "Hi there! What are you up to, you little beggar?" I called out, starting off in pursuit and brandishing one of my heavy walking shoes, but not with any serious purpose. You know I'd never hit a creature, don't you? I simply followed the mouse across the room as far as the chest of drawers, and there I found a pair of shoes on the floor, kicked off into the corner between the chest and the wall. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Harlock had dropped into his gentlest voice. They did have buckles on them, buckles as bright as silver. So I put on the shoes and I buckled them up, and found that in them I could walk as stealthily as a cat. I prowled with such gentleness over the room that I hardly made a candle quiver, and presently I stopped in front of the narrow door, the door that I haven't yet told you about. You see it the moment you enter the room, a rather low and narrow door on the far side of the table, but you don't really see it until later, when you're standing right in front of it looking at the little knocker, the kind that you sometimes see on the study door in a vicarage. 3, 4, knock at the door. I knocked at the door. "Come in," called an incredibly high-pitched, thin and windy voice. I went in, shutting the door behind me. At this point, Harlock jumped to his feet and proposed loudly a round of drinks. He switched on a blaze of light, and we heard him boiling his electric kettle behind our backs. "All that I could see at first," he continued in a steady voice a minute or so after he had returned to his chair, and while we were still sipping our whisky toddies in the restored firelight, was a regiment of moonbeams, slanting into the room through uncurtained lattice windows, and a man facing me across the floor, motionless, waiting. Myself in a mirror. What a fool one feels when one's 2 selves are brought thus face to face, each of them scared of the other. The first movement, the sudden tentative trial, and the spell is broken, and you turn eagerly to look for the thing that you expect to find. I saw her at hand, lying on her large bed, slowly kneading the eiderdown beneath her with her fat fingers, pulling in her lips, watching me with her small eyes. And the floor and the bed and the woman were patterned with lattice windows. The bars of shadow and light showed me her rounded, massive bulk to perfection. 5, 6, pick up sticks. And where do you think I found them? Why, on the bed itself, of course. A couple of bedstaffs. Do you know what a bedstaff is? It's a loose cross piece of antique bedsteads, often used as a handy weapon. I took them from the head and foot of the bed, and while I was doing so, the face of my hostess was twisting about with a kind of cringing mock terror. 5, 6, pick up sticks. 7, 8, lay them straight. I remember that while I was wielding my cudgels, I glanced in the mirror and saw the shadows of the window bars slipping along them. Lay them straight. Lay them straight. 7, 8, lay them straight. I laid them, good and straight. Once I felt a shiver in my arm. I'd hit the ceiling. As soon as I had satisfied myself that the flutters of her heart had ceased, I can still feel her wrist between my finger and thumb, you know, I dropped my bedstuffs for good and hurried off to open one of the 2 other doors in the room. The garden door, I fancied the children had called it. How breathless was the scene through the garden door. I held my breath and gazed all over the great neglected garden. Then I returned to the woman and picked her up, and I swear she was no heavier than a puffball. But what an armful she made! What an armful! What a fine fat hen! I carried her into the garden and over the rank grass and plunged with her into the cluster of weed beyond. I'd seen it through the garden door, shimmering in the moonlight. The stuff stood higher than my head and was here in great profusion, a forest of weed. I don't know how long I took to reach my destination, probably not very long, but when you're pretending to be a pirate or something of that kind, carrying your booty into the depths of the woods to bury it, well, you don't care at all how long you take to reach the burial place. I came upon it in a moment, without warning, a sudden breaking from the weed into broad moonlight. "This is the place," I remember saying. "This is the spot they've chosen." A spade lay ready to my hand, and fluff from the surrounding weed was drifting and settling all the while to the tumbled earth. 11, 12, dig and delve. I put down my burden and took up the spade, and in that spot I dug and delved. When I came out of the weed, said Harlock in his softest voice, I saw that the feathers were sticking to my clothes like splashes of plaster. The fire had burnt low. We could scarcely see each other's faces, and only his voice was holding our little group together. And I think it was the sight of those feathers, he said, that sent me tearing back in a panic over the lawn, slapping my clothes all the time. Escape! I had no other thought but that. The children's rhyme had worked its way with me. Escape from the house and the clump of weed and the infamous thing that I had buried there. I ran through the bedroom and into the Viridian nursery and kicked off the buckled shoes, kicked them into the corner, as all the others had done. And while I was sitting on the bed, putting on my walking shoes and looking towards the open cupboard, I saw the mouse returning to his hole beside the little bell. What was the use of my shutting the cupboard door with a bang? The Viridian room hardly echoed to it, and even the loudest noise would not have convinced me that in that silent house such a sudden crash must certainly have brought things to an end. I even took steps to prove to my satisfaction that I was right. I ran back into the bedroom, back into all those spears of moonlight, and then I wish I had never opened the garden door again. It was not what I actually saw, but what I knew I would see if I stayed for more than a very few moments. Looking across the wild moonlit grass, I saw at least a shaking in the tops of the weed, and it wasn't the wind, you know. The movement was working its way towards me, slowly, jerkily, inch by inch. Fear, of course, won in the end. It sent me racing back into the depths of the house, where I caught my head a whack against the ceiling of the living room. For the lamp was out. She had put it out. The clock was thumping loudly, and I was scared to death that she might find me there before I got away. I hardly know how I got away in time. Hunting for the door, plunging through the puffballs, sprinting over the poppy field. Have you ever seen poppies by moonlight? Sanity, that's what I was after. Sanity, and the breath of the sea. Well, there was no breath. The wind was dead. There were no waves. But I scooped up the water in my 2 hands and cooled the bump on my head, and after that, I went back to the foreshore and watched the house until I saw her light gleaming again. Harlock stared at the dying fire. I suppose I ought to have known it at once, he said, as if to himself, especially from a distance. Known that the spot was haunted, I mean. It was there, staring me in the face, the queer shape, the mist of puffballs, the heavy thatch, the very set of the trees. Then, one of us, softly, as if to take the edge off the silence that followed, ventured a remark. I suppose the real ghost was the children. She was not, Harlock burst. She was something far worse than that. Nothing further was said while we watched our host returning his picture to the remote corner.
The Crown Derby Plate by Marjorie Bowen. Martha Pym said that she had never seen a ghost, and that she would very much like to do so, particularly at Christmas, for you can laugh as you like. That is the correct time to see a ghost. I don't suppose you ever will, replied her cousin Mabel comfortably, while her cousin Clara shuddered and said that she hoped they would change the subject, for she disliked even to think of such things. The 3 elderly, cheerful women sat around the big fire, cosy and content after a day of pleasant activities. Martha was the guest of the other 2, who owned a handsome, convenient country house. She always came to spend her Christmas with the Wintons, and found the leisurely country life delightful after the bustling round of London, for Martha managed an antique shop of the better sort and worked extremely hard. She was, however, still full of zest for work or pleasure, though 60 years old, and looked backwards and forwards to a succession of delightful days. The other two, Mabel and Clara, led quieter but nonetheless agreeable lives. They had more money and fewer interests, but nevertheless enjoyed themselves very well. "Talking of ghosts," said Mabel, "I wonder how that old woman at Hartley's is getting on. For Hartley's, you know, is supposed to be haunted." "Yes, I know," smiled Miss Pym. "But all the years that we have known of the place, we have never heard anything definite, have we?" "No," put in Clara, "but there is that persistent rumour that the house is uncanny, and for myself, nothing would induce me to live there." "It's certainly very lonely and dreary down there on the marshes," conceded Mabel. "But as for the ghost, you never hear what it's supposed to be even." "Who has taken it?" asked Miss Pym, remembering Hartley's as very desolate indeed, and long shut up. "A Miss Le Fane, an eccentric old creature. I think you met her here once, 2 years ago." I believe that I did, but I don't recall her at all. We haven't seen her since. Hartley's is so unget-atable, and she doesn't seem to want visitors. She collects china, Martha, so really you ought to go and see her and talk shop." With the word china, some curious associations came into the mind of Martha Pym. She was silent while she strove to put them together, and after a second or two they all fitted together into a very clear picture. She remembered that 30 years ago, yes, it must be 30 years ago, when as a young woman she had put all her capital into the antique business and had been staying with her cousins, her aunt had been then alive, that she had driven across the marsh to Hartley's, where there was an auction sale. All the details of this she had completely forgotten, but she could recall quite clearly purchasing a set of gorgeous china which was still one of her proud delights, a perfect set of Crown Derby, save that one plate was missing. "How odd," she remarked, "that this Miss Le Fane should collect china too, for it was at Hartley's that I purchased my old dear Derby service. I've never been able to match that plate." "A plate was missing, I seem to remember," said Clara. "Did they say that it must be in the house somewhere, and that it should be looked for?" "I believe they did, but of course I never heard any more, and that missing plate has annoyed me ever since." "Who had Hartley's?" "An old connoisseur, Sir James Sewell. I believe he was some relation to this Miss Le Fane, but I don't know." "I wonder if she's found the plate," mused Miss Pym. "I expect she has turned out and ransacked the whole place." "Why not trot over and ask?" suggested Mabel. "It's not much use to her, if she has found it. One odd plate." "Don't be silly," said Clara. "Fancy going over the marshes this weather to ask about a plate missed all those years ago. I'm sure Martha wouldn't think of it." But Martha did think of it. She was rather fascinated by the idea. How queer and pleasant it would be if, after all these years, nearly a lifetime, she should find the Crown Derby plate, the loss of which had always irked her. And this hope did not seem so altogether fantastical. It was quite likely that old Miss Le Fane, poking about in the ancient house, had found the missing piece. And of course, if she had, being a fellow collector, she would be quite willing to part with it to complete the set. Her cousin endeavoured to dissuade her. Miss Le Fane, she declared, was a recluse, an odd creature, who might greatly resent such a visit and such a request. "Well, if she does, I can but come away again," smiled Miss Pym. "I suppose she can't bite my head off, and I rather like meeting these curious types. We've got a love for old china in common anyhow." "It seems so silly to think of it after all these years. A plate." "A Crown Derby plate," corrected Miss Pym. "It's certainly strange that I didn't think of it before, but now that I've got it into my head, I can't get it out. Besides," she added hopefully, "I might see the ghost." So full, however, were the days with pleasant local engagements that Miss Pym had no immediate chance of putting her scheme into practice, but she did not relinquish it, and she asked several different people what they knew about Hartley's and Miss Le Fane. And no one knew anything, save that the house was supposed to be haunted, and the owner cracky. "Is there a story?" asked Miss Pym, who associated ghosts with neat tales into which they fitted as exactly as nuts into shells. But she was always told, "Oh no, there isn't a story. No one knows anything about the place. Don't know how the idea got about. Old Sewell was half crazy, I believe. He was buried in the garden, and that gives a house a nasty name." "Very unpleasant," said Martha Pym, undisturbed. This ghost seemed too elusive for her to track down.
She would have to be content if she could recover the Crown Derby plate. For that, at least, she was determined to make a try, and also to satisfy that faint tingling of curiosity roused in her by this talk about Hartleys and the remembrance of that day, so long ago, when she had gone to the auction sale at the lonely old house. So, the first free afternoon, while Mabel and Clara were comfortably taking their afternoon repose, Martha Pym, who was of a more lively habit, got out her little governess cart and dashed away across the Essex flats. She had taken minute directions with her, but she had soon lost her way. Under the wintry sky, which looked as grey and hard as metal, the marshes stretched bleakly to the horizon. The olive-brown broken reeds were harsh as scars on the saffron-tinted bogs, where the sluggish waters that rose so high in winter were filmed over with the first stillness of a frost. The air was cold, but not keen. Everything was damp. Faintest of mists blurred the black outlines of trees that rose stark from the ridges above the stagnant dikes. The flooded fields were haunted by black birds and white birds, gulls and crows, whining above the long ditch grass and wintry wastes. Miss Pym stopped the little horse and surveyed this spectral scene, which had a certain relish about it to one sure to return to a homely village, a cheerful house, a good company. A withered and bleached old man, in colour like the dun landscape, came along the road between the sparse alders. Miss Pym, buttoning up her coat, asked the way to Hartley's. As he passed her, he told her, straight on, and she proceeded, straight indeed, across the road that went with undeviating length across the marshes. Of course, thought Miss Pym, if you live in a place like this, you're bound to invent ghosts. The house sprang up suddenly on a knoll ringed with rotting trees, encompassed by an old brick wall that the perpetual damp had overrun with lichen, blue, green, white colours of decay. Hartley's, no doubt. There was no other residence of human being in sight in all the wide expanse. Besides, she could remember it surely after all this time, the sharp rising out of the marsh, the colony of tall trees. But then fields and trees had been green and bright. There had been no water on the flats. It had been summer-time. She certainly thought Miss Pym must be crazy to live here, and I rather doubt if I shall get my plate. She fastened up the good little horse by the garden gate, which stood negligently ajar, and entered. The garden itself was so neglected that it was surprising to see a trim appearance in the house, curtains at the window, and a polish on the brass door-knocker, which must have been recently rubbed there, considering the taint in the sea damp, which rusted and rotted everything. It was a square-built, substantial house, with nothing wrong with it but the situation, Miss Pym decided, though it was not very attractive. Being built of that drab-plastered stone so popular 100 years ago, with flat windows and door, while one side was gloomily shaded by a large evergreen tree of the cypress variety, which gave a blackish tinge to that portion of the garden. There was no pretence at flower beds, nor any manner of cultivation in this garden, where a few rank weeds and straggling bushes matted together above the dead grass. On the enclosing wall, which appeared to have been built high as protection against the ceaseless winds that swung along the flats, were the remains of fruit trees, their crucified branches rotting under the great nails that held them up, looked like the skeletons of those who had died in torment. Miss Pym took in these noxious details as she knocked firmly at the door. They didn't depress her. She merely felt extremely sorry for anyone who could live in such a place. She noticed at the far end of the garden, in the corner of the wall, a headstone showing above the sodden, colourless grass, and remembered what she had been told about the old antiquary being buried there, in the grounds of Hartley's. As the knock had no effect, she stepped back and looked at the house. It was certainly inhabited, with those neat windows, white curtains and drab blinds all pulled to precisely the same level. And when she brought her glance back to the door, she saw that it had been opened, and that someone, considerably obscured by the darkness of the passage, was looking at her intently. "Good afternoon," said Miss Pym cheerfully. "I just thought I would call to see Miss Le Fane. It is Miss Le Fane, isn't it?" "It's my house," was the querulous reply. Martha Pym had hardly expected to find any servants here, though the old lady must, she thought, work pretty hard to keep the house so clean and tidy as it appeared to be. "Of course," she replied. "May I come in? I'm Martha Pym, staying with the Wintons. I met you there." "Do come in," was the faint reply. "I get so few people to visit me. I'm really very lonely." I don't wonder, thought Miss Pym, but she had resolved to take no notice of any eccentricity on the part of her hostess, and so she entered the house with her usual agreeable candour and courtesy. The passage was badly lit, but she was able to get a fair idea of Miss Le Fane. Her first impression was that this poor creature was most dreadfully old. Older than any human being had the right to be. Why, she felt young in comparison. So faded, feeble, and pallid was Miss Le Fane. She was also monstrously fat. Her gross, flaccid figure was shapeless, and she wore a badly cut, full dress of no colour at all, but stained with earth and damp, where Miss Pym supposed she had been doing futile gardening. This gown was doubtless designed to disguise her stoutness, but had been so carelessly pulled about that it only added to it, being rucked and rolled all over the place, as Miss Pym put it to herself. Another ridiculous touch about the appearance of the poor old lady was her short hair. Decrepit as she was, and lonely as she lived, she had actually had her scanty relics of white hair cropped round her shaking head. Dear me, she said in her thin, treble voice, "how very kind of you to come. I suppose you prefer the parlour. I generally sit in the garden." "The garden? But not in this weather." "I get used to the weather. You've no idea how used one gets to the weather." "I suppose so," conceded Miss Pym doubtfully. "You don't live here quite alone, do you?" "Quite alone lately. I had a little company, but she was taken away. I'm sure I don't know where. I haven't been able to find a trace of her anywhere," replied the old lady peevishly. "Some wretched companion that couldn't stick it, I suppose," thought Miss Pym. "Well, I don't wonder. But someone ought to be here to look after her." They went into the parlour, which the visitor was dismayed to see was without a fire, but otherwise well kept. And there, on dozens of shelves, was a choice array of china, at which Martha Pym's eyes glistened. "Aha!" cried Miss Le Fane. "I see you've noticed my treasures. Don't you envy me? Don't you wish that you had some of those pieces?" Martha Pym certainly did, and she looked eagerly and greedily round the walls, tables, and cabinets, while the old woman followed her with little thin squeals of pleasure. It was a beautiful little collection, most choicely and elegantly arranged, and Martha thought it marvellous that this feeble ancient creature should be able to keep it in such precise order, as well as doing her own housework. "Do you really do everything yourself here, and live quite alone?" she asked, and she shivered, even in her thick coat, and wished that Miss Le Fane's energy had risen to a fire, but then she probably lived in the kitchen, as these lonely eccentrics often did. "There was someone," answered Miss Le Fane cunningly, "but I had to send her away. I told you she's gone. I can't find her, and I'm so glad. Of course," she added wistfully, "it leaves me very lonely, but then I couldn't stand her impertinence any longer. She used to say that it was her house and her collection of china, would you believe it? She used to try to chase me away from looking at my own things." "How very disagreeable," said Miss Pym, wondering which of the two women had been crazy. "But hadn't you better get someone else?" "Oh, no," was the jealous answer. "I would rather be alone with my things. I daren't leave the house for fear someone takes them away. There was a dreadful time once when an auction sale was held here." "Were you here then?" asked Miss Pym. But indeed, she looked old enough to have been anywhere. "Yes, of course," Miss Le Fane replied rather peevishly, and Miss Pym decided that she must be a relation of old Sir James Sewell. Clara and Mabel had been very foggy about it all. "I was very busy hiding all the china, but one set they got.
A Crown Derby tea service, with one plate missing," cried Martha Pym. "I bought it, and you know, I was wondering if you'd find it." "I hid it," piped Miss Le Fane. "Oh, you did you? Well, that's rather funny behaviour. Why did you hide the stuff away instead of buying it?" "How could I buy what was mine?" "Old Sir James left it to you, then?" asked Martha Pym, feeling very muddled. "She bought a lot more," squeaked Miss Le Fane, but Martha Pym tried to keep her to the point. "If you've got the plate," she insisted, "you might let me have it. I'll pay quite handsomely. It will be so pleasant to have it after all these years." "Money's no use to me," said Miss Le Fane mournfully. "Not a bit of use. I can't leave the house or the garden." "Well, you have to live, I suppose," replied Martha Pym cheerfully. "And you know, I'm afraid you're getting rather morbid and dull living here all alone. You really ought to have a fire. Why, it's just on Christmas, and very damp." "I haven't felt the cold for a long time," replied the other. She seated herself with a sigh on one of the horsehair chairs, and Miss Pym noticed with a start that her feet were covered only by a pair of white stockings. "One of those nasty health fiends," thought Miss Pym, "but she doesn't look too well for all that." "So, you don't think that you could let me have the plate?" she asked briskly, walking up and down, for the dark, neat, clean parlour was very cold indeed, and she thought that she couldn't stand this much longer, as there seemed no sign of tea or anything pleasant and comfortable. She had really better go. "I might let you have it," sighed Miss Le Fane, "since you've been so kind as to pay me a visit. After all, one plate isn't much use, is it?" "Of course not. I wonder why you trouble to hide it." "I couldn't bear," wailed the other, "to see the things going out of the house." Martha Pym couldn't stop to go into all of this. It was quite clear that the old lady was very eccentric indeed, and that nothing very much could be done with her. No wonder that she had dropped out of everything, and that no one ever saw her or knew anything about her, though Miss Pym felt that some effort ought really to be made to save her from herself. "Wouldn't you like a run in my little governess cart?" she suggested. "We might go to tea with the Wintons on the way back. They'd be delighted to see you, and I really think that you do want taking out of yourself." "I was taken out of myself some time ago," replied Miss Le Fane. "I really was. And I couldn't leave my things, though," she added with pathetic gratitude. "It is very, very kind of you." "Your things would be quite safe, I'm sure," said Martha Pym, humouring her. "Who would ever come up here this hour of a winter's day?" "They do, oh, they do. And she might come back, prying and nosing, and saying that it was all hers, all my beautiful china. Hers." Miss Le Fane squealed in her agitation, and rising up, ran round the wall, fingering with flaccid yellow hands the brilliant glossy pieces on the shelves. "Well then, I'm afraid that I must go. They'll be expecting me, and it's quite a long ride. Perhaps some other time you'll come and see us." "Oh, must you go?" quavered Miss Le Fane dolefully. "I do like a little company now and then, and I trusted you from the first. The others, when they do come, are always after my things, and I have to frighten them away." "Frighten them away?" replied Martha Pym. "However do you do that? It doesn't seem difficult. People are so easily frightened, aren't they?" Miss Pym suddenly remembered that Hartley's had the reputation of being haunted. Perhaps the queer old thing played on that. The lonely house with the grave in the garden was dreary enough around which to create a legend. "I suppose you've never seen a ghost?" she asked pleasantly. "I'd rather like to see one, you know." "There's no one here but myself," said Miss Le Fane. "So you've never seen anything? I thought it must all be nonsense. Still, I do think it rather melancholy for you to live here all alone." Miss Le Fane sighed. "Yes, it's very lonely. Do stay and talk to me a little longer." Her whistling voice dropped cunningly. "And I'll give you the Crown Derby plate." "Are you sure you've really got it?" Miss Pym asked. "I'll show you." Fat and waddling as she was, she seemed to move very lightly as she slipped in front of Miss Pym and conducted her from the room, going slowly up the stairs,
Such a gross, odd figure in that clumsy dress with the fringe of white hair hanging onto her shoulders. The upstairs of the house was as neat as the parlour, everything well in its place, but there was no sign of occupancy. The beds were covered with dust sheets. There were no lamps or fires set ready. "I suppose," said Miss Pym to herself, "she doesn't care to show me where she really lives." But as they passed from one room to another, she couldn't help saying, "Where do you live, Miss Le Fane?" "Mostly in the garden," said the other. Miss Pym thought of those horrible health huts that some people indulged in. "Well, sooner you than I," she replied cheerfully. In the most distant room of all, a dark, tiny closet, Miss Le Fane opened a deep cupboard and brought out a Crown Derby plate, which her guest received with a spasm of joy, for it was actually that missing from her cherished set. "It's very good of you," she said in delight. "Won't you take something for it, or let me do something for you?" "You might come and see me again," replied Miss Le Fane wistfully. "Oh, yes, of course. I should like to come and see you again." But now that she had got what she had really come for, the plate, Martha Pym wanted to be gone. It was really very dismal and depressing in the house, and she began to notice a fearful smell. The place had been shut up too long. There was something damp rotting somewhere, in this horrid little dark closet, no doubt. "I really must be going," she said hurriedly. Miss Le Fane turned as if to cling to her, but Martha Pym moved quickly away. "Dear me," wailed the old lady, "why are you in such haste?" "There's a smell," murmured Miss Pym, rather faintly. She found herself hastening down the stairs with Miss Le Fane complaining behind her. "How peculiar people are. She used to talk of a smell." "Well, you must notice it yourself." Miss Pym was in the hall. The old woman had not followed her, but stood in the semi-darkness at the head of the stairs, a pale, shapeless figure. Martha Pym hated to be rude and ungrateful, but she couldn't stay another moment. She hurried away, and was in her cart in a moment. Really, that smell! "Goodbye," she called out with false cheerfulness, "and thank you so much." There was no answer from the house. Miss Pym drove on. She was rather upset, and took another way than that by which she had come, a way that led past the little house raised above the marsh. She was glad to think that the poor old creature at Hartley's had such near neighbours, and she reined up the horse, dubious as to whether she should call someone and tell them that poor old Miss Le Fane really wanted a little looking after, alone in a house like that, and plainly not quite right in her head. A young woman, attracted by the sound of the governor's cart, came to the door of the house, and seeing Miss Pym, called out, asking if she wanted the keys of the house. "What house?" asked Miss Pym. "Hartley's, mum. They don't put a board out, as no one's likely to pass, but it's to be sold. Miss Le Fane wants to sell it or let it. I've just been up to see her." "Oh, no, mum, she's been away a year, abroad somewhere. Couldn't stand the place. It's been empty since then. I just rin in every day and keep things tidy." Loquacious and curious, the young woman had come to the fence. Miss Pym had stopped her horse. "Miss Le Fane's there now," she said. "She must have just come back. She wasn't there this morning, mum. 'Tisn't likely she'd come either. Fair scared she was, mum. Fair chased away. Didn't dare move her china. Can't say I've noticed anything myself, but I never stay long. There's a smell." "Yes," murmured Martha Pym faintly. "There's a smell. What chased her away?" The young woman, even in that lonely place, lowered her voice. "Well, as you aren't thinking of taking the place, she got an idea into her head that old Sir James, well, he couldn't bear to leave Hartley's, mum. He's buried in the garden, and she thought he was after her, chasing round them bits of china." "Oh," cried Miss Pym, "some of it used to be his. She found a lot stuffed away. He said they were to be left in Hartley's, but Miss Le Fane would have the things sold, I believe. That's years ago." Yes, said Miss Pym with a sick look. "You don't know what he was like, do you?" "No, mum, but I've heard tell he was very stout and very old. I wonder who it was you saw up at Hartley's." Miss Pym took a Crown Derby plate from her bag. "You might take that back when you go," she whispered. "I shan't want it after all." Before the astonished young woman could answer, Miss Pym had darted off across the marsh. That short hair, that earth-stained robe, the white socks. "I generally live in the garden." Miss Pym drove away, breakneck speed, frantically resolving to mention to no one that she had paid a visit to Hartley's, nor likely again to bring up the subject of ghosts. She shook and shuddered in the damp, trying to get out of her clothes and her nostrils that indescribable smell.
The Mistress in Black by Rosemary Timperley. The school was deathly quiet and seemed to be deserted. Nervously, I approached it from the road, followed a path round the side of the building, and came to the main entrance. I tried the door, but it was locked, so I rang the bell. Footsteps approached. The door opened. A tall, pleasant-faced man with a grey moustache stood there. "Good morning," I said. "I'm Miss Anderson. I have an appointment with the head mistress at 10 o'clock. "Oh, yes, come in, miss. I'm the caretaker." He stood aside for me to pass and closed the door again. "If you wait here, I'll see if Miss Leonard is ready for you." He went along the corridor in front of me, turned to the right, and vanished. With my back to the front door, I looked round the hall. On the wall to my left was a green baize notice board with a few notices neatly arranged and secured with drawing pins. I wondered whether that board would still be so tidy when their vacation was over and the children were back. Past the notice board were swing doors opening onto an empty gymnasium, its equipment idle, its floor shining with polish. The paintwork was fresh and the place looked as if it had just been decorated. To my right were a number of other doors, closed, mysterious. For everything in an unfamiliar building seems mysterious. And ahead of me, to the left of the corridor and alongside it, was a flight of stairs leading upwards. My nervousness increased. Interviews always panicked me, and I really needed this job. Trembling a little, I waited. The silence itself seemed to make a noise in my ears. I listened for the caretaker's returning footsteps. Suddenly, a woman appeared at the top of the stairs and began to descend. She startled me, as she had made no sound in her approach, and I was reminded of one of my previous headmistresses, whose habit of wearing soft-soled shoes had given her an uncanny ability to turn up silently when she was least expected. This woman on the stairs was pale, dark, very thin, and wearing a black dress unrelieved by any sort of ornament. Unsmiling, she looked at me with beautiful, but very unhappy, dark eyes. "Miss Leonard?" I said. She didn't reply or even pause, merely moved towards the doors of the gymnasium. At the same time, I heard the caretaker's returning footsteps and turned to see him re-enter the corridor. "This way, dear," he called. "Miss Leonard will see you now." As I went towards him, I thought I smelled something burning, so hesitated. Again, I looked through the glass at the top half of the gymnasium doors. The woman in black was out of sight. "What's the matter?" The caretaker came up to me. "Feeling nervous?" "Yes, I am. But it's not that. I thought I smelled burning." He looked at me sharply. "No, not now," he said. "That's all over, and I should know. But I've got a bonfire going in the grounds. Maybe the smoke's blowing this way. That'll be it. Anyway, I can't smell it any more. Was that Miss Leonard I saw a second ago?" "Where?" he asked. "On the stairs. Then she went into the gymnasium." "You're in a proper state of nerves, you are," he said, as I followed him along the corridor. "There's no one in the building today except you, me, and Miss Leonard, and she's in her office waiting for you. Coming on the staff, are you?" "I hope so. I've applied for the job of English teacher." "Good luck, then," he said. We stopped outside a door. "This is Miss Leonard's room, miss." He knocked on the door. A voice called, "Come in," and I went into the headmistress's room. Miss Leonard was at her desk, the window behind her. She rose immediately, a plump yet a dignified figure, with neat white hair and a pink suit which heightened the colour in her cheeks. She was utterly unlike the woman in black. She smiled. "Do come right in and sit down, Miss Anderson. I'm glad to see you. It's not easy to find staff at a moment's notice at the end of the autumn term." It's not easy to find a job at this time either, I said. Most schools are fixed up for the whole of the school year. We were too. Then suddenly there was a vacancy. You're 25, you have a BA degree in English and 2 years teaching experience. She was looking at my letter of application which lay on her desk. That's right, Miss Leonard. You haven't been teaching for the past 12 months. May I ask why? My mother and I went to live in Rome with my sister and her husband, who's Italian. Mother was ill and she wanted to see my sister again before, well, Mother's dead now, so I decided to come back to England. And do you know anything about this school? No, I simply answered your advertisement. I'm glad you did. She picked up a folder of papers and handed it to me. In here, I've enclosed your timetable for next term and details of syllabus and set books, so you can do your homework before you arrive. You mean I've got the job? Yes, why not? That's marvellous. Thank you. We talked for a while. Then, as she took me back to the main door, she said, You'll find the rest of the staff very nice and friendly. I think I've seen one of them already, I said. Really? Which one? I don't know. It was just that she came down the stairs when I was waiting in the hall. She was wearing a black dress. Miss Leonard said casually, Staff do come back during the vacation sometimes, to collect forgotten property or whatever. Goodbye for the present, Miss Anderson. When you arrive on the first day of term, come to my office and I'll show you the staff room, then take you to your first class. And the interview was over. Christmas passed. January began. Diligently I studied my folder of information, and then, on the night before the first day of term, snow fell. My lodgings were a train journey away from the school, and on the very morning when I wanted to be punctual, my train stuck. Ice on the points. By the time I reached the school, I was late and distraught. Added to this, the school itself looked different under snow. I couldn't even find the path to the main door. I took a wrong path, lost myself wandering round the building, then peered through a classroom window. Lights were on inside. About 35 little girls in white blouses and dark tunics were sitting at their desks and listening to the teacher. The teacher was the dark, thin woman in the black dress whom I had seen before. Fascinated, I stood and gazed. It was like watching a silent play. Myself in the outside, dark, the actors in the light, playing their parts. In the front row of the class was a little girl with golden hair falling like bright rain over her shoulders. Next to her was a dark child, her black hair cropped close as a boy's, and next to this one was a child with a mop of red curls. All the pupils were attentive, but this red-haired girl was gazing at the teacher with an expression of adoration. It was touching, yet a little alarming. No human being deserves that much young worship. I retraced my steps along the wrong path in the snow, found the right one, and finally reached the entrance door. It was not locked this time. I let myself in and hurried to Miss Leonard's room. "Come in," she called in answer to my knock. As I went in, I blurted out, I'm so sorry I'm late. It was my train, the snow." "Never mind, Miss Anderson, I guessed as much. I'll take you to the staff room." She led me up the stairs from the hall, along a first-floor corridor, into a room. It was an ordinary staff room. Notice board, lockers, tables, hard chairs, easy chairs, electric fire. The light was on, but the room was empty. At least, I thought it was empty at first, then realized that someone was sitting in one of the chairs. I saw her only out of the corner of my eye, and she was in a chair in the far corner of the room, away from the fire. So although I recognized her as the woman in black, I didn't turn to look at her. If I thought anything, it was just that she had a bit of a nerve to leave her class, which I'd seen her teaching a few minutes ago, and come and sit in the staff room. And now she'd been caught out by the entrance of the head mistress. Miss Leonard, however, took no notice of her. She said, "This will be your locker, Miss Anderson. The bell will ring any minute now for the end of the first period. Then I'll take you to your first class. It's a double period of English. You'll have seen that from the timetable. Mrs. Gage is looking after them at the moment. She is our biology teacher, and she'll be glad to see you, as by rights these first 2 periods should be her free ones. That's why the staff room's empty." But the staff room was not empty. There was the woman in black,
looking at me seriously with those beautiful, sad, dark eyes. Mrs. Leonard led the way to my first class. The teacher there looked quickly round as we entered. She was a lively, dark, fairly young woman with eagerly bent shoulders and black-rimmed spectacles. She wore a red sweater and brown skirt. "Here we are, Mrs. Gage," said Miss Leonard. "Now you'll get your second free period, all right." She faced the class. "Now, girls, this is Miss Anderson, your new English teacher. Help her as much as you can, won't you?" And I, too, stood facing the class. It was the same class which I had seen through the window only 15 minutes earlier. There was the child with fair hair in the front row, and the dark one next to her, and... No. It was different. The child with curly red hair was not there. Her desk was empty, and of course the teacher was different. Miss Leonard and Mrs. Gage left the room. I was on my own with this unfamiliar, familiar class. I spent the next 40 minutes or so in trying to get to know them, checking on their set books and so on. Then the bell rang for morning break, and I returned to the staff room. The chair where the woman in black had been sitting was empty now, but other chairs were occupied. The staff had gathered for elevenses. I heard someone say, above the noise of the many voices, "How does that damned chair get over in the corner like that? Who puts it there?" "Night cleaners have strange ways," said another voice. "Extraordinary about night cleaners," said the first. "They work here for years, and so do we. And which of us are the ghosts? We coexist, but never meet." A woman in an overall came in with a tray bearing a pot of coffee and cups and saucers. Mrs. Gage came over to me. "Coffee, Miss Anderson?" "Oh, thank you. How'd you like it?" "Black, no sugar." "Same here." She collected coffee for us both. "Sorry you missed a free period because of me," I said. "My train got held up in the snow." "That's all right." Sipping my coffee, I studied the other women around me. "Doesn't everyone come here for a coffee at break?" I asked Mrs. Gage. "Everyone. It's only our elevenses that keep us going." "Then where is, one of the teachers? She was taking your class, my class, this morning. I saw her through the window." "Not that class," said Mrs. Gage. "I started with them immediately after morning assembly." "But it was that class. I recognised some of the girls, and the one with red hair wasn't there." Mrs. Gage looked at me sympathetically. "You're all upset over being late, aren't you? And maybe you're upset for other reasons too. I don't blame you. It's not easy to be taking Miss Carey's place." "Miss Carey? Who?" But as I tried to ask more, the woman in the overall came to collect our dirty cups, and the bell rang for the third period. We all went off to our classes. I still had one more period with the same class I'd taken before, or so I thought, until I reached the room. Then I saw that the teacher's chair was already occupied. The woman in black sat there, and the child with the red hair was in the third desk in the front row. "Sorry," I murmured, withdrew again, and stood in the corridor to re-examine my timetable. Surely I hadn't made a mistake. No, I was right. This was my class. So I went back, and the teacher's chair was empty now. So was the third desk in the front row. That was when I began to be afraid. So afraid that a sick shiver travelled down my spine, sweat sprang out on my skin, and I needed all my self-control to face the class and give a lesson. At the end of the lesson, when the bell rang for the next period, I asked the class in general, "Where's the girl who sits there?" I indicated the third desk in the front row. No one answered. The children became unnaturally quiet and stared at me. "Well," I said. Then the fair-haired child said, "No one sits there, miss." And the dark child next to her added, "That was Joan's desk." "Where is Joan?" Silence again. Then Mrs. Gage walked in. "Hello, Miss Anderson. We seem to be playing box and cocks this morning. Do you know which class to go to for last period?" Yes, thank you. I've got my timetable." I hurried away. Busyness is the best panacea for fear, and I was very busy getting to know a different class until the bell rang for lunch. Back to the staff room again, and it was full again, and there was Mrs. Gage kindly taking me under her wing. "Miss Leonard asked me to look after you until you found your way around," she said. The staff dining room is on the second floor. Would you like to come up with me?" I was glad of the offer. The staff, all female, sat at 3 long tables in the dining room, and the place was as noisy as a classroom before the teacher arrives. 2 overalled women, one of whom I had seen at breaks, served our meal. Conversation was mostly shop, the besetting sin of female teachers. As the newcomer, I kept quiet, but I looked at those women one by one, trying to identify the woman in black. She wasn't there. Unhungry, I did my best with the meat pie and carrots. Then, when rice pudding and prunes arrived, for teachers have children's diet, I murmured to Mrs. Gage, "Who's the member of staff who wears a black dress?" She looked round. No one, as far as I can see. "No, she's not here, but I've seen her." "Really? But I think everyone's here today. We do go out for lunch sometimes, but when the weather's like this, it's easier to have it on the premises." "What was she like?" "Dark, pale, thin, not very young, with lovely eyes." "Wearing a black dress, you said?" "Yes." Mrs. Gage gave a small, unamused laugh. "Sounds like Miss Carey, but you can't possibly have seen her." "The one who's left, whose place I've taken?" "No one could take Joanna's place. And, oh, I didn't mean— Miss Anderson, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything either." She didn't look at me, but she had stopped eating her prunes. "Did something bad happen to her?" I asked. "She tried to burn down the school." The words were whispered, and the noise of voices around us was so loud that I thought I must have misheard. So I said, "What?" "She tried to burn down the school," Mrs. Gage repeated. Others at our table heard her this time. Conversation faded, ceased. Heads turned towards Mrs. Gage. "Don't all look at me like that," said Mrs. Gage. "I'm only telling Miss Anderson what happened last term. She has a right to know." Leaving her sweet unfinished, she pushed back her chair with a scraping noise and left the room. I sat petrified. Murmurs of conversation began again, but no one spoke to me, so I pretended to eat a little more, then rose and left. I found my way back to the staff room. Mrs. Gage, cigarette in hand, was sitting by the electric fire. "Sorry about that," she said. "Until you asked, I presumed you knew. It was in the newspapers. I've been living in Italy. I only came back just before Christmas." "Could you tell me what happened before the others returned from lunch?" "Sure. Have a fag. Rotten first day for you." She passed me a cigarette and lit it for me. "The smell of burning. I've noticed it before. It's only our cigarettes, Miss Anderson, and we better get them smoked before the rest of the staff come back. Some of them abhor cigarette smoke. These spinsters. I'm one too." "Not really. You're still young." "So you want to know about Joanna Carey?" "Of course I do. After all, I've seen her. Did she get the sack, and now she comes back uninvited, or what?" "My dear child, you can't have seen her. She's dead." "Then whom did I see?" Mrs. Gage ignored this question. She said, "Miss Carey, Joanna, had been a teacher here for 20 years. She was excellent at her job, and the kids adored her. Then, about a year ago, she changed." "In what way?" "Not in the way she taught. Her teaching was always brilliant, but in her attitude. After being most understanding and sympathetic with the young, she gradually became more and more cynical, to the point of cruelty. She made it clear to all of us, staff and pupils, that she now hated her job, and only went on doing it because she had to earn a living somehow." "But why did this happen? Why?" "Who knows why anything? But in fact, I do know more about her than most of the staff. Joanna and I were friends before she changed. She often visited my husband and me in the old days. She and I had occasional heart-to-hearts over the washing up, so I learned something of her private life. She was the mistress of a married man for about 10 years. That was her private life. Then he ditched her, decided to be a good boy again. When it happened, she told me, and she laughed, didn't seem to care very much. But it was from that moment that she began to change, grow bitter, disillusioned. The world went stale for her. The salt had lost its savour. She began to take revenge, not against the man, but against everyone else with whom she came into contact. That meant us, staff and kids. She was filled with hate. And hate breeds hate. Even I, who had been her friend, began to avoid her. She was left alone. You said she tried to burn down the school. She did. She failed in that. But while she was trying, she burned herself to death. And one of the children. One of the children? Oh, no! It's true, Miss Anderson. I wouldn't say it if it weren't. I, of all people, once so friendly with Joanna, I'd be the last person to admit it if it weren't true. But it happened. What exactly did happen? One Friday evening, towards the end of last term, she came back to school. This is what the police found out when they investigated afterwards. Everyone, except Mr. Brown, the caretaker, had gone. She soaked the base of the long curtains in a gymnasium with paraffin and set fire to them. Imagine the flare-up that would make, all those curtains in that big room. Why she didn't get away afterwards, no one knows. Maybe she fainted. Maybe she deliberately let herself be burned, like that Czech student, you know. People do these things when they're desperate. Mr. Brown saw the flames, sent for the fire service, and after they'd come and put out the fire, her body was found among the ashes of the curtains. And the child, you said? Yes, little Joan Hanley. A dear little girl with red curly hair. She adored Joanna. She was found there too, burnt to death among the ashes of the curtains. But how did she come to be there in the first place? Once again, no one knows. She was one of Joanna's worshippers. There were several in the school. Girls' schools are diabolical in this respect. Rather all-female wards in hospitals. Unnatural passions are aroused. Joan Hanley would have done anything in the world for Joanna Carey. So did Joanna invite the girl to the party? I don't know, but it looks like it. Didn't the police find out anything about why Joan Hanley was there? They tried. She had told her parents that she was going to the cinema, which she often did on Friday nights. When she didn't come home at her usual time, her parents wondered, and the next thing they knew, the police were on their doorstep, telling them that their daughter had been burnt to death at the school. That's all I know, Miss Anderson, all any of us knows. Since it happened, workmen have put the gymnasium to rights. Hence all the fresh paint and the pretty new curtains. These tragedies are happening all the time, all over the world, I know that. But when I think of Joanna in her hatred and bitterness, drawing a child into such a burning... Oh, God! She put her hands over her face. The staff room became deathly quiet, only the two of us there, Mrs. Gage and me, crouching over the electric fire, our cigarettes burning down, the silent snow covering the world outside. And God knows why, I suddenly looked behind me. I looked at that chair in the far corner of the room. It was no longer empty. The woman in black sat there. She looked straight at me, with those tragic eyes. Then the staff room door burst open and the other women poured in, filling the quietness with noise, filling the empty chairs with bodies, talking shop. And I thought, no wonder Joanna Carey took a hate against all of this. And yet, to burn a child, along with herself, no. I didn't. The sound came over clearly, loudly, as if it filled the world, yet no one seemed to hear it. It had spoken in my head only. I'll prove it, said the loud voice in my head. Come. Mrs. Gage was leaning back in the chair by the fire. She had lit another cigarette and closed her eyes. She looked tired out, and no wonder. I got up and left the room, that room full of talking women. I walked blindly, yet guided, along the unfamiliar corridors. Outside, in the snow, the children were having snowball battles. They were having a lovely lunch hour. Heaven was outside. Hell was within. I walked, without knowing why, into the classroom which I had seen through the window, the classroom where I had taught during the second and third periods of the school morning. I walked up to the third desk in the front row. I sat down in that desk, as if I were the little girl, Joan Hanley, who had, day after day, sat down in that desk. I opened the desk lid. There was nothing inside. I looked at the scratchings and carved initials on the top of the desk lid. I found J.H. loves J.C. and over it an unsymmetrical heart pierced by a rather wonky arrow. But I knew already that J.H. had loved J.C. I had seen the child's face through the window only this morning. I had seen what did not exist yet, which did exist. What to do now? My hand, guided by God knows what or whom, put its fingers into the empty inkwell socket. The fingers found a closely folded piece of paper. I unfolded it carefully and read, "Dear Mum and Dad, I do not love you. I love Miss Carey. Where she goes, I go. I follow her everywhere. Tonight I have followed her to the school. She has gone to the gymnasium. I shall follow her there. Something's going to happen. That is why I'm writing. Whatever she does, I shall do too. Because I love her. I must hurry now to be with her. Funny, really, as she doesn't even know I follow her. I'll put this under my inkwell. I don't expect you'll ever read it, but you never know. Yours sincerely, your daughter, Joan." "I didn't know she was there," cried that voice in my head, loud with its silence. "I did not know she was there." "Of course you didn't," I answered aloud, loudly. "It's all right. I'll tell them." The classroom door opened and Miss Leonard walked in. "Miss Anderson, what on earth are you doing?" What on earth was I doing? I was sitting at a dead child's desk, a scrap of paper in my hand, and talking to myself. I found something, Miss Leonard." I passed her the letter. She read it. "So, that's what happened," she said. "Miss Carey didn't take the child there with her at all. The little girl secretly imitated her goddess, even to the point of suicide. Where did you find this letter?" "In the inkwell socket. I'm surprised it hasn't been found before, maybe by one of the children. No, I cleared that desk myself, removed the inkwell, and didn't think to look underneath it. And the children never touched this desk. I did think of removing it, but that's too much like giving in to superstition. What made you look there, Miss Anderson?" She led me here. She spoke in my head. I don't understand it, but it happened." "You're psychic, aren't you? Did you know that already?" "Not until I came to this school." "You saw her on the day of your interview, didn't you?" "Yes, on the stairs. I remember. And I fobbed you off with a practical explanation." "Did you ever see her, Miss Leonard?" "No, but Mr. Brown did, more than once. And one of the children last term after the fire insisted that Miss Carey wasn't dead, as she'd seen her in the corridor. Neither of them was lying. Some individuals see and hear more than others. Have you been very frightened?" "At first I wasn't, because I thought she was real. Later, I did feel frightened." "And now?" "Now, I just feel desperately sorry for her. Her eyes, Miss Leonard. If you could have seen the sadness in her eyes." "Mr. Brown mentioned that. You may talk to him if you like, but please no talk of ghosts to anyone else." "Of course not. Anyway, I think she'll go away now. She'll be free of the place. She's been punished so dreadfully. Maybe ghosts are people in purgatory, and we see them around us all the time without realizing that they're ghosts." "Maybe you do," said Miss Leonard, smiling a little. The bell rang for the beginning of the afternoon school. A wail of disappointment rose from outside. I looked out of the window, saw the children cease their snowballing and move obediently towards the building. Only one figure moved away from the building, moved through the oncoming crowd of girls who took no notice of her at all. She walked farther away, on and on, past the playground, across the snow-covered playing field. A pale sun was shining, and the snow dazzled, accentuating the thin, dark outline of the woman in black. She looked so utterly alone. Then a small figure began to follow her, running quickly and eagerly, and the sun turned the little figure's mop of red curls into a flame shaped like a rose. The child overtook the woman in black and walked beside her, lightly, dancingly, and the two retreating figures cast no shadows on the snow and left no footprints. The Cigarette Case by Oliver Onions.
"A cigarette, Loader," I said, offering my case. For the moment, Loader was not smoking. For long enough, he had not been talking. "Thanks," he replied, taking not only the cigarette, but the case also. The others went on talking. Loader became silent again, but I noticed that he kept my cigarette case in his hand and looked at it from time to time with an interest that neither its design nor its costliness seemed to explain. Presently I caught his eye. "Pretty case," he remarked, putting it down on the table. "I once had one exactly like it." I answered that they were in every shop window. "Oh, yes," he said, putting aside any question of rarity. "I lost mine." "Oh?" He laughed. "Oh, that's all right. I got it back again. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to claim yours. But the way I found it, the whole thing was rather curious. I've never been able to explain it. I wonder if you could." I answered that I certainly couldn't till I heard it, whereupon Loader, taking up the silver case again and holding it in his hand as he talked, began. "This happened in Provence when I was about as old as Marsham there, and every bit as romantic. I was there with Carroll. You remember poor old Carroll, and what a blade of a boy he was. As romantic as 4 Marshams rolled into one. Excuse me, Marsham, won't you? It's a romantic tale, you see, or at least the setting is. We were in Provence, Carroll and I, 24 or thereabouts, romantic, as I say, and this happened. And it happened on the top of a whole lot of other things, you must understand, the things that do happen when you're 24. If it hadn't been Provence, it would have been somewhere else, I suppose, nearly, if not quite as good, but this was Provence, that smells, as you might say, of 24, as it smells of argillasse and wild lavender and broom. We'd had a dickens of a walk of it, just with the knapsacks, had started somewhere in the Ardèche, and I'd tramped south through the vines and almonds and olives, Montélimar, Orange, Avignon, and a fortnight at that blanched skeleton of a town, Les Baux. We'd nothing to do, and had gone just where we liked, or rather just where Carroll had liked, and Carroll had had the De Bello Gallico in his pocket, and had a notion, I fancy, of taking in the whole ground of the Roman conquest. I remember he lugged me off to some place or other, Pourrières, I believe its name was, because I forget how many thousands were killed in a riverbed there, and they stove in the water casks, so that if the men wanted water, they'd have to go forward and fight for it. And then we'd gone to Arles, where Carroll had fallen in love with everything that had a bow of black velvet in her hair. And after that, Tarascon, Nîmes, and so on, the usual round. I won't bother you with that. In a word, we'd had 2 months of it, eating almonds and apricots from the trees, watching the women at the communal washing fountains under the dark plane trees, singing Magali and the Quéconte. And Carroll yarning away all the time about Caesar and Vercingetorix and Dante, and trying to learn Provençal, so that he could read the stuff in the Journal de Félibrige that he'd never have looked at if it had been in English. Well, we got to D'Aubusson. We'd run across some young chap or other, Rangon his name was, who was a vine planter in those parts, and Rangon had asked us to spend a couple of days with him and his mother, if we happened to be in the neighbourhood. So, as we might as well happen to be there as anywhere else, we sent him a postcard, and went. This would be in June or in early July. All day we walked across a plain of vines, past hurdles of wattled can, and great windscreens of velvety cypresses 60 feet high, all white with dust on the north side of them, for the Mistral was having its 3 days' revel, and it whistled and roared through the can till scores of yards of them at a time were bowed nearly to the earth. A roaring day it was, I remember. But the wind fell a little late in the afternoon, and we were poring over what it had left of our ordnance survey. Like fools, we'd got the unmounted paper maps instead of the linen ones, when Rangon himself found us, coming out to meet us in a very badly turned-out trap. He drove us back himself through D'Aubusson to the house, 1.5 miles beyond it, where he lived with his mother. He spoke no English, Rangon didn't, though of course both French and Provençal, and as he drove us, there was Carroll using him as a Franco-Provençal dictionary, peppering him with questions about the names of things in the patois, I beg its pardon, the language, though there's a good deal of my eye and Betty Martin about that. And I fancy this Félibrige business will be in a good many places where Frederick Mistral is under that court of love pavilion arrangement he's had put up for himself in the graveyard of Malden. If the language has got to go, well, it's got to go, I suppose, and while I personally don't want to give it a kick,
I rather sympathised with the government. Those jaunts of a Sunday out to Les Baux, for instance, with paper lanterns and Bengal fire, and a fellow spouting Au Blanche Venue d'Arles, they're well enough to compare favourably with our bank holidays and Sunday league picnics, but that's got nothing to do with my tale after all. So he drove on, and by the time we got to Rangon's house, Carol had learned the greater part of Magali. As you know, no doubt, it's a restricted sort of life in some respects that a young vigneron leads in those parts, and it was as we reached the house that Rangon remembered something, or he might have been trying to tell us as we came along, for all I know, and had not been able to get in a word edgeways for Carol and his Provençal. It seemed that his mother was away from home for some days. Apologies of the most profound, of course. Our host was the soul of courtesy, though he did try to get at us a bit later. We expressed our polite regrets naturally, but I didn't quite see at first what difference it made. I only began to see when Rangon, with more apologies, told us that we should have to go back to D'Arbisson for dinner. It appeared that when Madame Rangon went away for a few days, she dispersed the whole of the female side of her establishment also, and she'd left her son with nobody to look after him except an old man we'd seen in the yard, mending one of those double-cylindered sulphur sprinklers they clap across the horse's back and drive between the rows of vines. Rangon explained all this as we stood in the hall drinking an aperitif, a hall crowded with oak furniture and photographs and a cradle-like bed-crib, and doors opening to right and left to the other rooms of the ground floor. He had also, it seemed, to ask us to be so infinitely obliging as to excuse him for 1 hour after dinner. A postcard had come unexpectedly, he said, and already he had made an appointment with his agent about the vendange for the coming autumn. We begged him, of course, not to allow us to interfere with his business in the slightest degree. He thanked us 1,000 times. But though we dine in the village, we will take our own wine with us, he said. A wine sur fin, one of my wines, you shall see. Then he showed us around his place. I forget how many hundreds of acres of vines, and into the great building with the presses and pumps and casks and the huge barrel they call the Thunderbolt. At about 7 o'clock, we walked back to D'Arbisson to dinner, carrying our wine with us. I think the restaurant we dined in was the only one in the place. And our gaillard of a host, he was a straight-backed, well-set-up chap with rather fine eyes. He did us on the whole pretty well. His wine certainly was good stuff and set our tongues going. A moment ago I said a fellow like Rangon leads a restricted sort of life in those parts. I saw this more clearly as dinner went on. We dined by an open window from which we could see the stream with the planks across it, where the women washed clothes during the day and assembled in the evening for gossip. There were a dozen or so of them there as we dined, laughing and chatting in low tones. They all seemed pretty. It was quickly falling dusk, and the girls are all pretty then, and are quite conscious of it, you know, Marsham. Behind them, at the end of the street, one of those great cypress windscreens showed black against the sky, a ragged edge something like the line the needle draws on the rainfall chart. And you could only tell whether they were men or women under the planton by their voices rippling and chattering, and suddenly a deeper note. Once I heard a muffled scuffle and a sound like a kiss. It was then that Rangon's little trouble came out. It seemed that he didn't know any girls, wasn't allowed to know any girls. The girls of the village were pretty enough, but you see how it was. He'd a position to keep up, appearances to maintain. Couldn't be familiar during the year with the girls who gathered his grapes for him in the autumn. And as soon as Carol gave him a chance, he began to ask us questions about England, English girls, and the liberty they had, and so on. Of course, we couldn't tell him much he hadn't heard already, but that made no difference. He could stand any amount of that, our strapping young vigneron. And he asked us questions by the dozen that we both tried to answer at once, and his delight and envy. What? In England, did the young men see the young women of their own class without restraint? The sisters of their friends, mem, even at the house? Was it permitted that they drank tea with them in the afternoon or went without invitations to pass the soirée? He had all the later Prévosts in his room, he told us. I don't doubt he had the early ones also. Prévost and the disestablishment between them must be playing the mischief with the convent system of education for young girls, and our young man was, co-educationalist. By Jove, yes. He seemed to marvel that we should have left a country so blessed as England to visit his dusty, wild, lavender-smelling, girlless Provence. You don't know half your luck, Marsham. Well, we talked after this fashion.
We left the dining room of the restaurant and had planted ourselves on a bench outside with Rangon between us, when Rangon suddenly looked at his watch and said it was time he was off to see this agent of his. Would we take a walk, he asked us, and meet him again there, he said. But as his agent lived in the direction of his own house, we said we'd meet him at the house in an hour or so. Off he went, envying every Englishman who stepped, I don't doubt. I told you how old, how young we were. Hey-ho. Well, off goes Rangon, and Carol and I got up, stretched ourselves, and took a walk. We walked a mile or so until it began to get pretty dark, and then turned. And it was as we came into the blackness of one of these cypress hedges that the thing I'm telling you of happened. The hedge took a sharp turn at that point. As we came round the angle, we saw a couple of women's figures hardly more than 20 yards ahead. Don't know how they got there so suddenly, I'm sure. And at the same moment, I found my foot on something small and white and glimmering on the grass. I picked it up. It was a handkerchief, a woman's, embroidered. The two figures ahead of us were walking in our direction. There was every probability that the handkerchief belonged to one of them, so we stepped out. At my "Pardon, madame," and lifted hat, one of the figures turned her head, and then, to my surprise, she spoke in English, cultivated English. I held out the handkerchief. It belonged to the elder lady of the two, the one who had spoken, a very gentle-voiced old lady, older by very many years than her companion. She took the handkerchief and thanked me. Somebody, stern, isn't it, says that Englishmen don't travel to see Englishmen. I don't know whether he'd stand to that in the case of English women. Carol and I didn't. We were walking rather slowly along, four abreast across the road. We asked permission to introduce ourselves, did so, and received some name in return, which, strangely enough, I've entirely forgotten. I only remember that the ladies were aunt and niece and lived in Darbisson. They shook their heads when I mentioned Mr. Rangon's name and said we were visiting him, and they didn't know him. I'd never been in Darbisson before, and I haven't been since, so I don't know the map of the village very well. But the place isn't very big, and the house at which we stopped in 20 minutes or so is probably there yet. It had a large double door in two senses, for it was a big porte-cochère with a smaller door inside it, and an iron grille shutting the whole. The gentle-voiced old lady had already taken a key from her reticule and was thanking us again for the little service of the handkerchief. Then, with the little gesture one makes when one has found oneself on the point of omitting a courtesy, she gave a little musical laugh. "But," she said with a little movement of invitation, "one sees so few compatriots here. If you have the time to come in and smoke a cigarette, also the cigarette," she added with another rippling laugh, "for we have few callers and live alone." Hastily as I was about to accept, Carol was before me professing a nostalgia for the sound of the English tongue that made his recent protestations about Provençal a shameless hypocrisy. Persuasive young rascal Carol was, poor chap. So the elder lady opened the grille and the wooden door beyond it, and we entered. By the light of the candle which the younger lady took from a bracket just within the door, we saw that we were in a handsome hall or vestibule, and my wonder that Rangon had made no mention of what was apparently a considerable establishment was increased by the fact that its tenants must be known to be English, and could be seen to be entirely charming. I couldn't understand it, and I'm afraid hypotheses rushed into my head to cast doubts on the Rangons, you know, whether they were all right. We knew nothing about our young planter, you see. I looked about me. There were tubs here and there against the walls, gaily painted with glossy-leaved aloes and palms in them. One of the aloes, I remember, was flowering. A little fountain in the middle made a tinkling noise. We put our caps on a carved and gilt console table, and before us rose a broad staircase with shallow steps of spotless stone and a beautiful wrought iron handrail. At the top of the staircase were more palms and aloes, and double doors painted in a clear grey. We followed our hostesses up the stairs. I can yet hear the sharp, clean click our boots made on that hard, shiny stone, see the lights of the candle gleaming on the handrail. The young girl, she was not much more than a girl, pushed at the doors, and we went in. The room we entered was all of a piece with the rest for rather old-fashioned fineness. It was large, lofty, beautifully kept. Carol went round for Miss, and whatever her name was, lighting candles in sconces, and as the flames crept up they glimmered on a beautifully polished floor, which was bare except for an Eastern rug here and there. The elder lady had sat down in a gilt chair, Louis XIV, I should say, with a striped rep of the colour of a petunia, and I really don't know, don't smile, Smith, what induced me to lead her to it by the fingertips, bending over her hand for a moment as she sat down. There was an old tambour frame behind her chair, I remember, and a vast oval mirror with clustered candle brackets filled the greater part of the further wall, the brightest and clearest glass I have ever seen. He paused, looking at my cigarette case, which he had taken into his hand again. He smiled at some recollection or other, and it was a minute or so before he continued. I must admit that I found it a little annoying after what we'd been talking about at dinner an hour before, that Rangon wasn't with us. I still couldn't understand how he could have neighbours so charming without knowing about them, but I didn't care to insist on this to the old lady, who, for all I knew, might have her own reasons for keeping to herself. And after all, it was our place to return Rangon's hospitality in London if he ever came there, not, so to speak, on his own doorstep. So presently I forgot all about Rangon, and I'm pretty sure that Carroll, who was talking to his companion at some Felibrige junketing or other, and having the air of Gounod's Mireille hummed softly over to him, didn't waste a thought on him either. Soon Carroll, you remember what a pretty crooning humming voice he had. Soon Carroll was murmuring what they call seconds, but so low that the sound hardly came across the room. And I came in with a soft bass note from time to time. No instrument, you know, just an unaccompanied murmur, no louder than an Aeolian harp. And it sounded infinitely sweet and plaintive and, what shall I say, weak, attenuated, faint, and pale, you might almost say, in that formal, rather old-fashioned salon, with that great clear oval mirror throwing back the still flames of the candles in the sconces on the walls. Outside, the wind had now fallen completely. All was very quiet, and suddenly, in a voice not much louder than a sigh, Carroll's companion was singing Oft in the Stilly Night. You know it. He broke off again to murmur the beginning of the air. Then, with a little laugh for which we saw no reason, he went on again. Well, I'm not going to try to convince you of such a special and delicate thing as the charm of that hour. It wasn't more than an hour. It would be all about an hour we stayed. Things like that just have to be said and left. You destroy them the moment you begin to insist on them. We've already, one of us, had experiences like that, and don't say much about them. I was as much in love with my old lady as Carroll evidently was with his young one. I can't tell you why. Being in love just has to be taken for granted too, I suppose. Marsham understands. We smoked our cigarettes and sang again, once more filling that clear-painted, quiet apartment with a murmuring no louder than if a light breeze found that the bells of a bed of flowers were really bells and played on them. The old lady moved her fingers gently on the round table by the side of her chair. Oh, infinitely pretty it was. Then Carroll wandered off into the Quai Conte. Awfully pretty. It is not for myself I sing, but for my friend who is near to me. And I can't tell you how like four old friends we were, these two so oddly met ladies, and Carroll and myself. But for all the sweetness and the glamour of it, we couldn't stay on indefinitely. And I wondered what time it was, but I didn't ask. Anything to do with clocks and watches would have seemed a cold and mechanical sort of thing just then. And when presently we both got up, neither Carroll nor I asked to be allowed to call again in the morning to thank them for a charming hour, and they seemed to feel the same as we did about it. There was no hoping that we should meet again in London, neither an au revoir nor a goodbye, just a tacit understanding that the hour should remain isolated, accepted like a good gift, without looking the gift horse in the mouth, single, unattached to any hours before or after. I don't know whether you see what I mean. Give me a match, somebody. And so we left, with no more than looks exchanged and fingertips resting between the back of our hands and lips for a moment. We found our way out by ourselves, down that shallow stepped staircase with the handsome handrail, and let ourselves out of the double door and grille, closing it softly. We made for the village without speaking a word. Hey-ho. Loder had picked up the cigarette case again, but for all the way his eyes rested on it, I doubt whether he really saw it. I'm pretty sure he didn't. I knew when he did by the glance he shot at me, as much as to say, I see you're wondering when the cigarette case comes in. He resumed with another little laugh. Well, he continued, we got back to Rangon's house. I really don't blame Rangon for the way he took it when we told him, you know. He thought we were pulling his leg, of course, and wasn't having any. Not he. There were no English ladies in D'Aubusson, he said. We told him as nearly as we could just where the house was. We weren't very precise, I'm afraid, for the village had been in darkness as we had come through it,
and I had to admit that the cypress hedge I tried to describe where we'd met our friends was a good deal like other cypress hedges, and, as I say, Rangon wasn't taking any. I myself was rather annoyed that he should think that we were returning his hospitality by trying to get at him, and it wasn't very easy either to explain in my French and Carol's Provençal that we were going to let the thing stand as it was and weren't going to call again on our charming friends. The end of it was that Rangon just laughed and yawned. "I knew it was good, my wine," he said, "but—" A shrug said the rest. "Not so good as all that," he meant. Then he gave us our candles, showed us to our room, shook hands, and marched off to his own room and the Prevost's. I dreamed of my old lady half the night. After coffee the next morning, I had put my hand into my pocket for my cigarette case and didn't find it. I went through all my pockets, and then I asked Carol if he'd got it. "No," he replied. "Think you left it behind at that place last night?" "Yes, did you?" Rangon popped in with a twinkle. I went through all my pockets again. No cigarette case. Of course, it was possible that I'd left it behind, and I was annoyed again. I didn't want to go back, you see, but, on the other hand, I didn't want to lose the case. It was a present, and Rangon's smile nettled me a good deal too. It was both a challenge to our truthfulness and a testimonial to that very good wine of his. "Might have done," I grunted. "Well, in that case, we'll go and get it." "If one tried the restaurant first," Rangon suggested, smiling again. "By all means," I said stuffily, though I remembered having the case after we'd left the restaurant. We were round at the restaurant by 9:30. The case wasn't there. I'd known jolly well beforehand it wasn't, and I saw Rangon's mouth twitching with amusement. "So, we now seek the abode of these English ladies, eh?" he said. "Yes," said I, and we left the restaurant and strode through the village by the way we'd taken the evening before. That vigneron's smile became more and more irritating to me. "Is it then the next village?" he said presently, as we left the last house and came out into the open plain. We went back. I was irritated because we were 2-1, you see, and Carol backed me up. "A double door with a grill in front of it," he repeated for the 50th time. Rangon merely replied that it wasn't our good faith he doubted. He didn't actually use the word drunk. "Mais tiens," he said suddenly, trying to conceal his mirth. Si c'est possible, a double door with a grill, eh? But perhaps that I know it, the domicile of these so elusive ladies. Come this way." He took us back along a plantain-groved street and suddenly turned up an alley that was little more than 2 gutters and a crack of sky overhead between 2 broken-tiled roofs. It was a dilapidated, deserted ruelle, and I was positively angry when Rangon pointed to a blistered old porte cochère with a half-unhinged railing in front of it. "Is that your house?" he asked. "No," said I. And "No," said Carol, and off we started again. But another half hour brought us back to the same place, and Carol scratched his head. "Who lives there, anyway?" he said, glowering at the porte cochère, chin forward, hands in pockets. "Nobody," said Rangon, as much as to say, "Look at it." "Monsieur then meditates taking it?" Then I struck in, quite out of temper by this time. "How much would the rent be?" I asked, as if I really thought of taking the place just to get back at him. He mentioned something ridiculously small in the way of francs. "One might as well see the place," says I. "Can a key be got?" He bowed. The key was at the baker's, not 100 yards away, he said. We got the key. It was the key of the inner wooden door. That grid of rusty iron didn't need one. It came clean off its single hinge when Carol touched it. Carol opened, and we stood for a moment motioning to one another to step in. Then Rangon went in first, and I heard him murmur, "Pardon, mesdames." Now, this is the odd part. We passed into a sort of vestibule or hall with a burst lead pipe in the middle of a dry tank in the centre of it. There was a broad staircase rising in front of us to the first floor, and double doors just seen in a half-light at the head of the stairs. Old tubs stood against the walls, but the palms and aloes in them were dead, only a cabbage stalk or 2, and the rusty hoops lay on the ground about them. One tub had come to pieces entirely, and was no more than a heap of staves on a pile of spilt earth. And everywhere was dust. The floor was an inch deep in dust and old plaster that muffled our footsteps. Cobwebs hung like old dusters on the walls. A regular goblin's tatter of cobwebs draped the little bracket inside the door, and the wrought iron of the handrail was closed up with webs in which not even a spider moved. The whole thing was preposterous. "It is possible that for even a less rental," Rangon murmured, dragging his forefinger across the handrail and leaving an inch-deep furrow. "Come upstairs," I said suddenly. Up we went. All was the same state there. A clutter of stuff came down as I pushed at the double doors of the salon, and I had to strike a stinking French sulphur match to see into the room at all. Underfoot was like walking on thicknesses of flannel, and except where we put our feet, the place was as printless as a snowfield. Dust, dust, unbroken grey dust. My match burned down. "Wait a minute, I've got a bougie," said Carol, and struck the wax match. There were the old sconces with never a candle end in them. There was the large oval mirror, but hardly reflecting Carol's match for the dust on it. And the broken chairs were there, all guiltless, and the rickety old round table. But suddenly I darted forward. Something new and bright on the table twinkled with the light of Carol's match. The match went out, and by the time Carol had lighted another, I had stopped. I wanted Rangon to see what was on the table. "You'll see by my footprints how far from that table I've been," I said. "Would you pick it up?" And Rangon, stepping forward, picked up from the middle of the table my cigarette case. Loder had finished. Nobody spoke. For quite a minute nobody spoke, and then Loder himself broke the silence, turning to me. "Make anything of it?" he said. I lifted my eyebrows. "Only your Viron's expression," I began, but stopped again, seeing that wouldn't do. "Anybody make anything of it?" said Loder, turning from one to another. I gathered from Smith's face that he thought one thing might be made of it, namely that Loder had invented the whole tale. But even Smith didn't speak. "Were any English ladies ever found to have lived in the place? Murdered, you know, bodies found and all that?" young Marsham asked diffidently, yearning for an obvious completeness. "Not that we could ever learn," Loder replied. "We made inquiries too, so you all give it up?" "Well, so do I." And he rose. As he walked to the door, myself following him to get his hat and stick, I heard him humming softly the lines, "Therefrom oft in the stilly night, I seem like one who treads alone some banquet hall deserted, whose guests are fled, whose garlands dead, and all but he departed." Bosworth Summit Pond by L.T.C. Rolt. With the exception of the lock-keepers in their lonely cottages by the cold Bosworth and Cannon's Hanger locks, and of the infrequent boatmen who navigate its narrow, tortuous course, very few people are familiar with the little-used North Midlands section of the Great Central Canal. Many have crossed over it and perhaps caught a brief glimpse of its still, reed-fringed waters as they hurried northward by those great main road and rail routes which stride so arrogantly across the Midland shires. Yet they are seldom sufficiently interested to inquire whither this forgotten water road leads. Again, antiquaries and those who make it their hobby to collect village churches will be familiar with the splendid brooch spire of St. Peter's, called Bosworth, which, standing foursquare to the winds of the Wolds, is such a prominent local landmark. But when they stand in the nave to admire the remarkable 14th century rood screen, or the delicate tracery of the clerestory windows, they do not realize that the waters of the Great Central Canal lie directly beneath their feet. In fact, the Church of St. Peter stands upon that great belt of limestone which extends from the Dorset coast to the Yorkshire border, and which here forms the central watershed of England. As a glance at a contoured map will show, the erosion of the small streams which may carry the rainwater from the church roof to the Humber, the Wash, or the Bristol Channel has considerably narrowed the ridge at this point. Consequently, it was here that the canal engineers decided to cut the watershed by a tunnel over a mile long. Just above the lock, called Bosworth Top, and within a few hundred yards of the churchyard wall, the canal disappears underground. But as both lock and tunnel portal are hidden in the thick undergrowth of the Bosworth wood, a stranger standing in the churchyard would be unaware of their existence. Before he leaves the precincts of St. Peter's, I would draw the visitor's attention to a tombstone standing on the north side of the churchyard. The stone itself is of no particular merit, while it bears no inscription to attract the eye of the collector of curious epitaphs. It may therefore easily escape notice. Although a frequent visitor to the church, I must confess that I never noticed it myself until my attention was drawn to it by Fawcett's story. It was then
that I appreciated that the inscription, though simple, is after all somewhat singular. It reads, "Here lies the body of Mary Grimston, of Canonshanger in this parish, aged 25 years. Here lies also the body of John Fortescue Lofthouse, of Coppice Farm, Cold Bosworth, died 14th February 1841, aged 31 years. In death, they were not divided." The fact that the date of Mary Grimston's death is not given might conceivably be due to an error on the part of the village mason, but that two ostensibly unrelated persons should be buried in a common grave and accorded an epitaph usually reserved for those who have enjoyed many years of conjugal felicity should strike the reflective as peculiar. Henry Fawcett was one of those men who love messing about in boats, to use a popular phrase, and as he was a man of independent means with no domestic ties, he was a confirmed bachelor, he was able to indulge his passion to the full throughout his long lifetime. Although I accompanied him on several occasions, even I had no idea of the extent of his voyaging until, after his death, there came into my possession a number of manuscript volumes in which, minutely detailed in his cramped, characteristic hand, he had kept a complete record of his travels. From this it appeared that there were few harbours in the Mediterranean or along the northwestern seaboard of Europe with which he was not familiar. As may be imagined, the log recorded many adventures, some of them experiences that would have induced many less intrepid sailors to leave the sea for solid earth. There is thus something oddly ironical in the fact that the man who single-handed could ride out an equinoctial gale in the Bay of Biscay without a qualm should have been scared almost out of his wits on the narrow landlocked waters of the Grand Central Canal at Cold Bosworth in the heart of the English Midlands. It happened in 1932, on what was fated to be his last voyage. In the autumn of 28, Fawcett had returned to England a sick man. He lay in hospital all that winter, and when at last he was able to get about again, he realised bitterly that his seagoing days were over. But he would not leave the water. "I shall have to stick to fresh water," he told me ruefully. He sold his yawl Deirdre and bought one of those long, narrow canal boats, which he proceeded to convert into a comfortable, motor-driven houseboat. The last time I saw him was during the winter of '31, when he had a snug berth on the Trent and Mersey Canal. He then seemed in good health and spirits and told me of his intention to move south in the spring. I had no further news of him until the following June, when I heard with some surprise that his boat, the Wildflower, was up for sale. A week or so afterwards I read the announcement of his death in the Times. Because Fawcett recorded his last voyage in his usual scrupulous manner, and thanks to my intimate knowledge of the district, it has been easy for me to reconstruct the story of his experience at Cold Bosworth. He was accompanied by a friend unknown to me, who was referred to in the log as Charles. The journey from the Trent and Mersey to the Great Central was accomplished in good weather and without any untoward incident, and a fine May morning found them beginning the long climb up the Canonshanger Locks towards Cold Bosworth summit level. Charles, it appears, had to return to London for a couple of days on business, so it was agreed that when they reached a convenient mooring point, Fawcett should wait his return. Because it is connected by branch line with Rugby, Cold Bosworth was selected. Fawcett consulted the lock-keeper at Canonshanger as to a convenient mooring and was advised to tie up below Bosworth Top Lock. By midday, they had reached the summit, and here they paused for lunch before entering the tunnel. Navigating a boat through a canal tunnel is always a strange experience, but Fawcett seems to have found the passage of Bosworth Tunnel singularly unpleasant. Not only was the narrow cavern of crumbling brickwork as cold and dark as a vault after the warmth and brilliance of the May sunshine, but water streamed from the roof and descended in cascades from the chimneys of the ventilation shafts. He had the utmost difficulty in keeping a straight course, for the damp atmosphere exhaled an evil-smelling mist which obscured the farther end of the tunnel and rendered the headlight on the bow ineffective. All he could see ahead was the lambent white curtain patterned confusingly with shifting shadows. At one moment he thought he saw Charles leaning dangerously over the gunwale at the bow, and called out, fearing he would strike his head against the tunnel wall. But Charles answered from the aft cabin close at hand, and the shadow presently vanished. At length a wan disk of daylight appeared, and they presently emerged from the mists into the bright sunlight of the short pound between the tunnel mouth and Bosworth Top Lock. The canal here is well sheltered by the slopes of Bosworth Wood. On the one hand, the trees grow down to the water's edge, but on the towing path side, a narrow border of smooth green turf intervenes. It looks an ideal mooring, and Fawcett wondered why the lock-keeper at Cannon's Hanger should have advised him to lie below the lock. Not only did this appear less inviting, but it was farther from the village. His recommendation seemed even less explicable when, having brought the Wildflower alongside the bank, Charles discovered rusty mooring rings buried beneath the turf. Obviously it was here that in the days of horse-drawn traffic the horses were detached and led over the hill, while the boats were laboriously legged through the tunnel. Now the horse path had become a little-used footway climbing up the wooded slope towards the village, and in places almost blinded by the thick undergrowth of briar and hazel. It was up this path that Charles set forth half an hour later, just in time to catch the afternoon train from that sleepy station called Cold Bosworth and Marlborough Road. Fawcett was too well accustomed to his own company to feel lonely or at a loss after the departure of his friend. When he had brewed himself a pot of tea, he filled his pipe, got out his rod, and sat out on the deck fishing. Though he caught nothing, he was well content, for the contemplation of his motionless float was little more than an excuse for the enjoyment of a fine evening. The westering sunlight threw golden moted rays between trees resplendent with new leaf, and the wood was loud with birdsong. The smoke of Fawcett's pipe made a thin blue column in the windless air, yet when the sun left the wood and the shadows began to gather round the mouth of the tunnel, it grew chilly, and he went below. He cooked himself a liberal supper, wrote up the log for the day, and then, with a sigh of contentment, turned in to his comfortable bunk. But for some uncountable reason he was denied his customary sound sleep. After a fitful doze, during which he tossed and turned uneasily, he suddenly awoke to full consciousness, and the dawn was already breaking before he slept again. Two distracting sounds contributed to this wakefulness. One was a soft, recurrent thudding, as though some resilient object floating in the water occasionally nudged the hull of the boat. The other was a faint but desolate wailing, rising and falling in mournful, irregular cadences, and sounding, now close about the boat, and now infinitely far off. It seemed to come from the direction of the tunnel, and though Fawcett could see through his cabin window a pattern of branches in motionless silhouette against the moonlight, he concluded it must be some trick of the wind blowing over the top of one of the ventilation shafts. With the aid of a boat-hook he might, he reflected, dispose of one of these disturbances at all events. Yet, for some reason, he felt singularly disinclined to leave his bed. He excused himself on the grounds that the night seemed to be remarkably cold for the time of year. The following day passed uneventfully. After his comfortable night, Fawcett slept late, and consequently it was nearly noon when, breakfast disposed of, he set off for Cold Bosworth to replenish his stores in the village shop. On his return, he spent the rest of another glorious afternoon happily engaged on the numerous small jobs which can always be found on a boat. Charles was due to return the following morning, and this was a good opportunity to get everything shipshape before they continued their journey. Tomorrow there must be no lying late abed, so he turned in early, and this time fell almost immediately into a deep sleep. Whether what followed was a dream or not must be left for the reader to judge. He suddenly found himself standing on the stern of the Wildflower and peering into the mouth of the tunnel. He had no idea why he was doing so or what he expected to see, for though the moon was bright, the blackness of the tunnel was impenetrable. The night was calm and beautiful, the moon-silvered water reflecting dark arabesques of leaf and branch with mirror-like perfection. Yet somehow the whole scene seemed to have become charged with that sense of imminent terror which is the prelude of nightmare. Still, he continued to stare wide-eyed into the blackness, seeing nothing, and hearing only the hollow echoing plash of the water which dripped from the tunnel roof. But at length he perceived a thickening of the shadows beneath the curving abutment wall, and presently saw a figure, more shade than substance, move down to the margin to crouch and stare into the still water. It moved without sound, and only the face showed pale in the moonlight. For a time the figure seemed to grope beside the water, and Fawcett knew, without knowing why he knew, that it sought for something which it feared to find. Then, with a swift movement which suggested that it had been startled by some sound inaudible to Fawcett, the figure rose and turned to peer intently into the tunnel. It was at this moment that the feeling of ominous expectancy, which all this while had been gathering like a thundercloud in Fawcett's mind, suddenly assumed most hideous shape. Something rose out of the water, something monstrous that the reason most vehemently questioned, yet which possessed the semblance of human shape. Mercifully it could not be clearly seen. The face, if face there was, seemed to be hidden by dark hair, as by a veil, but the phosphorescence of corruption dimly suggested a nakedness of obscene distension. The dark watcher on the bank, with a gesture of despair, made to turn away, but stumbled. Upon the instant his fearful antagonist fell upon him with such lithe and intent purpose that the issue of the brief and soundless encounter was never in doubt, and soon the waters had closed over them both. Now, long before this, Fawcett should have awakened with a shout to find himself trembling and sweating in his bed, but he maintains that there was no awakening, that his fear gradually ebbed away until he realized that he was in truth shivering in his pyjamas on the aft deck of the Wildflower. I have little doubt that the physical and mental rigours of this experience were at least partly responsible for his early death, for there is no further entry in the log, and I conjecture that it was his friend Charles who took the Wildflower on to Horton Junction, where she lay until she was sold. My recollection of Fawcett convinced me that he had experienced something more than a nightmare, accompanied by a risky feat of somnambulism, and it was this conviction which took me to cold Bosworth. I will not weary the reader with all the details of a search which took me from the lock-keeper at Cannon's Hanger, through the dusty files of the Marlborough Messenger, to the tomb in the churchyard to which I have already referred. The lock-keeper at Cannon's Hanger proved to be uncommunicative and sceptical, though he admitted that the summit pound east of the tunnel was said by the boatmen to be disturbed, and that on this account they would never tie up there. Old Tom Oakey at Bosworth Locks, however, was more loquacious. "They do say," he vouchsafed, "that summit be troubled by a chap which drownded hisself there a long time back, and it was this observation which was really the starting point of my research. The story begins not with the chap what drownded hisself, but with Mary Grimsden. She lived with her widowed mother in a small cottage pulled down many years ago, which stood on common land on the fringe of Cannon's Hanger Woods. They appear to have been of gypsy stock, and Rebecca Grimsden is described as a herbalist. From this and other references I gather that she must have been a formidable old woman, who, had she lived at an earlier period, might well have suffered death as a witch. It seems that Mary took after her mother, but this did not prevent young John Lofthouse from falling a victim to her dark good looks. The Lofthouses were substantial yeoman farmers who had held Coppice Farm for generations, so that it is easy to understand why the infatuation of the heir with a cottager of doubtful antecedents and dubious occupation soon set tongues a-wagging. Eventually, news of the affair reached the ears of his family, and the young man, who by this time may have realized the extent of his folly, undertook to see his Mary no more. Yet rumour hinted that the girl was with child by young John, and that she intended by this means to retaliate against her faithless lover and his family. But from this embarrassing eventuality, the family of Lofthouse was spared by an unforeseen and surprising circumstance. At dusk, on a fine evening in August of 1840, Mary Grimsden walked out of the little cottage at Cannon's Hanger and never returned. Despite a most extensive search, no trace of her could be found, and though he had forsworn her, it was remarked that John Lofthouse appeared to be deeply affected by her loss. Though old Rebecca Grimsden persisted that she had been the victim of foul play, the village seems to have come to the conclusion that Mary's gypsy blood had got the better of her. Hardly had the talk aroused by this affair died down when, in February of the following year, on the night of the 14th to be exact, it found fresh and startling matter in the disappearance of John Lofthouse. But this time the mystery was soon solved. A local boatman who had delivered a cargo of lime for Coppice Farm and who was working late down the Bosworth locks claimed to have seen on the towpath the figure of young Mr. John walking swiftly and alone in the direction of the tunnel. Acting upon the strength of this evidence, it was decided to drag the canal beginning at the east portal of the tunnel. This led almost immediately to a discovery of a most shocking nature. For not only was the body of John Lofthouse recovered, but entangled with it in the grappling irons was another. Because the latter had been long dead, it was unrecognizable, nor was it possible to determine the cause of death. Death, in such a form, is never pleasant to behold, but this discovery seems to have had a singularly disconcerting effect upon the beholders. Though the canal had been dragged without result at the time of Mary's disappearance, Rebecca Grimston identified a ring recovered with the body as having belonged to her daughter. Had it not subsequently been confirmed by other, more reliable witnesses, it is doubtful if this evidence of identification would have been admissible, for to judge from her conduct at the inquest, the old woman was out of her mind. Usually grim enough, there is a peculiar quality of the macabre about the account of the proceedings at this inquest. In the first place, when ordered to view the bodies of the deceased, the jury was so affected the proceedings had to be suspended for a time. When the hearing was eventually resumed, Rebecca Grimston's interruptions made matters worse, for she seemed to be labouring under the ghastly illusion that she was attending her daughter's nuptials. Together with other singular observations which are not recorded, she kept reiterating that she had fulfilled her promise to provide her daughter with a bridegroom, an assertion which proved so disquieting that the coroner was compelled to order her removal from the court. Despite evidence that John Lofthouse had become increasingly morose since Mary Grimston's disappearance, an open verdict was returned in both cases, perhaps in deference to the feelings of the young man's family. Yet why that family should have consented to the burial of their son in a common grave with a gypsy girl, and why they caused to be erected over it so curious a memorial, is not explained. I have formed my own conclusion, which I prefer not to discuss. Why we shall never know what occurred on that sultry August night so long ago when Mary Grimston disappeared, I may mention in conclusion a discovery of my own which I consider significant. I was exploring the wood which gives Coppice Farm its name when I came across a circular wall of old brickwork, and upon investigation found that it protected the mouth of one of the ventilation shafts of Bosworth Tunnel. The wall was not so high that an active man might not thereby rid himself of a heavy and unwelcome burden, and as I leant over the parapet, I could hear as from a well the drip of water far below. I returned in the gathering dusk of that winter evening past the east portal of the tunnel and along the towing path. The water looked black and was very still under the shadow of the trees. Though I would assure the reader that I am not a credulous man, I have to admit that I felt disinclined to stop and look about me, but hurried on, keeping as far as possible from the water's edge, and must confess to a feeling of profound relief when I reached the lower level below the top lock.
The Catacomb by Peter Shilston. I'm retelling this story as it was retold to me. Imagine, if you can, a coach making a tour of the island of Sicily in the middle of August, carrying a couple of dozen English package holidaymakers on the usual lightning inspection of places of interest. Palermo in 2 days, Agrigento in another 2, Syracuse meriting only 1, a trip by chairlift up Mount Etna and then home. The sort of people one finds on such tours are invariably the same. A number of school teachers, earnest retired couples, parents who have inappropriately brought children and are beginning to wonder why they didn't save themselves trouble by going to the beach instead, and a handful of single, unattached people. Furthermore, their behaviour is always the same. Some spend all their time grumbling at the quality of the hotels and food. The young men wonder why there are no available attractive young ladies on the tour. The children get bored, and the school teachers carry guidebooks and maps around everywhere and take enormous numbers of photographs. Others seem to show no interest in historical sites at all and spend all their time either sitting in the nearest cafe or buying various unpleasant souvenirs. This particular coach party was a typical one, I think. Among its members was a certain Mr. Pearsall, a quiet, solitary, middle-aged man of vaguely scholarly appearance. He had enjoyed the tour, and had been duly impressed by the Greek temples of Agrigento and the mosaics in the great cathedral at Monreale. But he hadn't managed to make close friends of any of the other passengers, and now that the holiday had only a couple of days left to run, he was looking forward to getting back home again. Consequently, he was mildly irritated when old Mrs. Tavistock in the back of the coach started to complain of stomach pains. She had been something of a moaner throughout the tour, but now she was looking genuinely ill, with the result that Giuliano, the courier, had to ask the driver to stop in the next town so that a doctor could be brought. The next town turned out to be a nondescript settlement nestling beneath an enormous cliff, with little apart from this huge overshadowing presence to distinguish it from any one of 50 other small towns that they'd already passed through on the tour. Here Giuliano went in search of a medical man, leaving his charges dozing, idly reading their books or making desultory conversation. It was mid-afternoon, and the sun was blazing fiercely. All sensible Sicilians were indoors having a siesta. Shutters were down on every window, and not a soul was visible in the street. After a while, Giuliano returned, and regretted to inform them that they would have to wait at least an hour for Mrs. Tavistock to receive attention before they could proceed. In the meantime, they could get out and stretch their legs, though it was unlikely that they would find anywhere open. The coach would sound its horn to call them back when it was time to go. Here he engaged in an animated conversation in Italian with Umberto, the driver, who made many emphatic gestures, the upshot of which was some more unencouraging information. The local people, said Giuliano, kept themselves very much to themselves, and there were really no facilities for tourists at all. No coaches normally stopped here, and there was little point in trying to explore the town. Really, it had nothing to offer. He expressed his regret again and had a few more words with Umberto. Mr. Pearsall's command of Italian wasn't great, but he seemed to detect the phrase, "can't come to much harm if they're all together." Mr. Pearsall, however, did not intend to stay with the others as they stood around on the pavement in a pointless fashion. He had glimpsed a church down a side street as they drove into town. It had looked old and surprisingly large for such an insignificant place, and he thought it might just be worth an exploratory visit. The harm Giuliano had mentioned, assuming he'd understood him right, he took to mean thieves. They had been warned to beware of bag snatchers in the major cities, but it was hardly likely that gangs of muggers would bother to patrol a town where no tourists ever stopped. The streets seemed absolutely deserted. Besides, Mr. Pearsall was still quite fit, and imagined he could hold his own against the average thief, or at the very worst, run fast enough to get away. So taking his camera, he imparted his intended destination to a fellow passenger, who showed not the slightest inclination to accompany him, and set out at a brisk pace. The side streets of the town were very narrow and ran steeply up the hill towards the great beetling overhang of the cliff. Some of them had steps in them. Mr. Pearsall wondered how claustrophobic it would be to live beneath that great black shadow, and also speculated whether the town was ever damaged by rockfalls. After a couple of turns into dead ends, he found himself in a little gravel-strewn square, as devoid of people as the rest of the town, and facing the church itself. A glance at the sun told him that he was approaching it from the west end. The southeastern corner of it almost touched the base of the cliff. Because it had exactly the same colour and texture as that towering mass, the church gave the slightly disturbing impression of having been carved by the hand of a giant in a single piece out of the living rock. His first sensation, Mr. Pearsall tells us, was of great age and general dilapidation. The church looked far older than the Doric temples at Agrigento, which he had admired earlier in the week, though his intellect told him this couldn't possibly be the case. He supposed it must be a Norman building, though possibly on an older foundation, Arabic or even Roman. The style was typical enough, though rather ill-proportioned. 2 squat, heavy towers with hardly any windows, and those very small, flanked a portico of 3 large pointed arches. What little decoration there had ever been was now barely discernible. There seemed at one time to have been fresco paintings inside the portico, but now the plaster was badly cracked and in some places fallen away entirely. Only a few dim outlines of human figures, presumably saints, could be discovered. There was a large wooden door, decayed and worm-eaten, with panels carved in what had been ornate abstract patterns. Moorish influence, said Pearsall to himself, and tried the door. It was locked. This was predictable enough under the circumstances, but still annoying. Mr. Pearsall retreated to the square to take a picture, and then looked at his watch. A mere 15 minutes had passed since he left the coach, and he still had plenty of time to kill. The day was hotter than ever, and if there were any shops in this god-forsaken place, they were resolutely shut. He decided to stroll round the outside of the church for sheer lack of anything else to do. Besides, he would be in the shade for part of his walk, and it would be cooler. Without any great enthusiasm, he set out. He was a mild-tempered man, but if there was one thing that caused him irritation, it was suddenly finding himself with nothing whatsoever to do when he had expected to be occupied. Along the south side of the church, the shuttered houses ran so close that the street was more like a tunnel. He hadn't gone far when he noticed a small side door. It should cause us no great surprise that he tried to open it, and much to his gratification found it wasn't locked. Surprised at his good fortune and congratulating himself on his persistence, he went inside. At first there was nothing to be seen, so dark was the interior after the savagery of the afternoon glare outside. But soon Mr. Pearsall's eyes had grown accustomed to the gloom, and he was able to look around him. He knew at once that his walk had been worthwhile. In his tidy fashion, he began to classify what he could see. A long, high nave with aisles on either side, clearly another Norman church, with the pointed arches learned from the Arabs. But unlike some of the others he'd seen on his visit, this church hadn't been revamped later on in the Baroque period. There was not a Corinthian pilaster to be seen. The capitals of the columns seemed to be a mass of grotesque carvings, but were so thick with grime that he couldn't distinguish them clearly. Indeed, the whole interior was very dirty. The pews were thick with dust and the candles so discoloured that they looked as if they hadn't been lit in years. Clearly they weren't expecting visitors, for there was not a guidebook or a postcard visible anywhere. Then Mr. Pearsall saw the mosaics. He had already been initiated into the marvels which the Normans had bequeathed to Sicily in this field, in such staggering compilations as the Cathedral at Monreale and the Palatine Chapel in Palermo. But even so, the examples of the art on display at this out-of-the-way place quite took his breath away. Here, some nameless craftsman of the 12th century had taken the Byzantine style and interpreted it with a vigour and a liveliness that were all his own. A veritable poor man's Bible of astonishing power covered the walls. Mr. Pearsall quite forgot the passing of time as he followed the treasures on display. Here was the creation of the world in a sequence of 7 pictures, and there were Adam and Eve tempted by the serpent and expelled from paradise. More scenes followed: Cain murdering Abel, the building of the ark, the drunkenness of Noah, the Tower of Babel, Abraham and the destruction of the cities of the plain, the sacrifice of Isaac, on, each one more startling than the last. How odd, thought Mr. Pearsall, as he moved from scene to scene, full of wonder and admiration, that the inhabitants of this town should discourage tourists. Here they had some of the finest mosaics on the island, if not in the whole of Italy, and yet they were left to decay out of sight in a locked and dirty church. Why, with just a little initiative and energy from the town's authorities, visitors would surely come flocking to see such marvels. Did they object to the very idea of tourists? Surely there were enough prospective cafe owners and postcard dealers in the place to insist that something was done. And why was the church not mentioned in any of the guidebooks which he had read so assiduously before starting on his tour? Such were the musings that passed through Mr. Pearsall's mind. But after a while, he began to have doubts. It became noticeable that though the artist had great natural vigour, it was the portrayal of evil which called forth his finest efforts. The serpent in the Garden of Eden, for instance, was given a human face that bore a sinister and seductive leer. In the story of Cain and Abel, there was no doubt that it was Cain who was intended as the hero, for Abel, as he lay helpless on the ground, was a mere hapless simpleton, whereas his murderer, standing over him with a spade raised to cleave his skull, was full of savage power. King Nimrod's soldiers at Babel looked like mindless automata. The picture of Saul and the Witch of Endor was situated in the darkest corner of the church, perhaps deliberately, and was covered with cobwebs. After examining it closely, Mr. Pearsall was almost glad of this, for inside the witch's cave were certain unpleasant, non-human shapes that were perhaps well left unseen. Perhaps the artist was a Manichaean, mused Mr. Pearsall. A Cathar or an Albigensian, or are they the same thing? Have I got the dates right? More convinced of the existence of evil than of good. Perhaps his mosaics were condemned as heretical, but in that case, why weren't they destroyed instead of just closing the church down? Now, I wonder what he's made of the New Testament. These mosaics were even more unsettling. Mr. Pearsall couldn't find an Annunciation or even a Nativity, but there was a quite horribly realistic massacre of the innocents, in which a number of ingenious and disgusting means had been devised of slaughtering the children, whilst King Herod sat on his throne overlooking the carnage and laughed. The portrayal of Judas receiving his 30 pieces of silver from Caiaphas would have stood out as one of the artistic masterpieces of all time, were it not so exceedingly unpleasant. And so it progressed through various nasty portrayals of people possessed by devils, through the stories of Simon Magus and Ananias, both of whom once again were the most vivid characterizations in their particular scenes, right up to a terrifyingly powerful portrayal of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. By this time, not only was Mr. Pearsall distinctly upset by the mosaics, but he was feeling increasingly ill at ease. At first, the church had been completely silent, but as time went on, it seemed full of little noises he couldn't locate. His footsteps echoed round and round in a long diminuendo, but they seemed to be answered by odd rustlings and creakings. No doubt these were the normal sounds of rodent life or of aged woodwork at the start of its death throes. But when, like Mr. Pearsall, one is alone in an ancient church in the middle of a strange town, where not a single human inhabitant has yet shown his face, and when furthermore one is surrounded by the most disturbing illustrations of biblical evil, such rational explanations carry distinctly less force. Once or twice he held his breath and stood perfectly still to see if the noises continued. Not only that, he also increasingly felt that he was being watched. Probably it was only the faces in the mosaics that caused this, but on more than one occasion he thought he saw a movement right in the corner of his field of vision and whirled around in alarm, only to find nothing. Finally, he came to a Virgin Mary who was quite devoid of the usual serenity, but instead had the voluptuousness of a vampire. So appalling was her expression that he thought for a while she must be a portrayal of the scarlet whore of Babylon. But no, she had the posture and the usual clothing of the Virgin, and there in her arms was the Christ child, a hideous infant, with an oily and sanctimonious grin, which put Mr. Pearsall in mind of a satiated appetite for something perverse. He shuddered and was filled with a sensation of such acute distaste that for a moment he quite forgot the noises. All this time he had avoided looking at the East End, intending to keep till last his viewing of what was always the glory of the Sicilian churches, the great figure of Christ in the apse above the altar. Now he could keep from it no longer, and turned his gaze in that direction. It was indeed a masterpiece, in spite of the dirt and the cobwebs that encrusted it. As usual, Christ's head and shoulders were portrayed robed in red and blue, the right arm extended in blessing, the left holding an open book lettered in Greek. The treatment of the material by the unknown artist was marvellous, but the expression on Christ's face was uniquely horrible. A malignant sneer of contempt. The eyes were very piercing. Mr. Pearsall couldn't read Greek, but he suspected that the words written on the open page of the book were hardly a normal scriptural text. And the right hand, was that the usual gesture of blessing? Or was it the first and last fingers held up, the gesture known as the devil's horns? This is a blasphemous church, said Mr. Pearsall to himself. The mosaics may be very fine, but they are also very horrible. Some bishop, perhaps even the Pope, condemned them and had the church closed down. Even the townspeople don't like to talk about them because they are still a very religious people, and they don't let tourists in. Just as well, these pictures are enough to give anyone nightmares. Well, I'm glad I've seen them, but it's not a pleasant place to visit on your own, and I can't say I'll be sorry to leave. He glanced at his watch and was almost relieved to find that his hour had practically expired. It gave him an excuse to leave without exploring the rest of the church. With a brisk walk that an unsympathetic observer might have thought perilously close to a panic-stricken run, he turned away towards the south door by which he had entered. But now it was locked. For some time Mr. Pearsall struggled in a quite futile fashion, shaking the door, twisting the iron ring this way and that, searching for a catch, but he was entirely unable to shift it. He thumped the door with the palm of his hand and kicked it, and a great ringing boom echoed round the church like a salvo of cannon fire. And to this day he swears that from somewhere there came a kind of sinister chuckle in answer. With a considerable effort he pulled himself together. This is stupid, he told himself. There's probably some custodian who forgot to lock the church up before his siesta and only realised his mistake when he woke up. But he must be a very careless or stupid man, or he would have checked to see if anyone had gone inside. All the same, he didn't want to knock again and risk that dreadful echo, so he decided to search for another door that might be open. Logic suggested that there should be one on the north side, perhaps opening to a cloister or something similar. Crossing the nave with a certain trepidation and carefully avoiding a glance at the blasphemous figure of Christ, though he imagined he could sense the cruel eyes bearing on him with an almost tangible force, he went in search. Sure enough, there was a door in the corner of the north aisle, and it wasn't locked, though it seemed a long time since it had been opened. A strong thrust was needed to shift it, and it groaned horribly as it swung inwards, dislodging a shower of dirt. A peculiar, musty smell seeped into the air. Mr. Pearsall found himself peering at a flight of worn stone steps running downwards into the darkness. Now, this didn't look like the way out at all. Indeed, the smell suggested that the lower chamber, whatever it was completely sealed from the outer air, and had been so for a very long time. It was a most unpromising route for one wishing to leave the building, and to this day, Mr. Pearsall has never been able to give a satisfactory explanation of why he decided to descend those steps. He was already late, and after the unsettling effect of the mosaics, most of his exploratory zeal had evaporated, but nonetheless he could not resist the lure of the doorway. He wondered afterwards whether he was in full control of his movements anymore. The whole place bore a distinctly sinister air, but still he had to push the door fully open and take his first tentative steps down into the darkness. The stairs were long and curiously dank in spite of the dryness of the climate. Soon all trace of the light of the main body of the church, which had itself seemed so gloomy when he had first entered, had been lost, and he was obliged to take his cigarette lighter from his pocket and proceeded by its flickering illumination. He turned a corner beneath a glowering archway of uncut stone, descended a ramp, and gasped at what he saw. It was a catacomb. A long corridor opened before him with side passages running from it. Perhaps the whole area beneath the nave was covered, and it was inhabited. A long double line of human forms stood along each passage. All ages and classes had their representatives here, men and women and infants, monks and warriors, learned scholars and ladies of fashion. They were dressed in clothes that must once have been their finest, furs and silks and embroidered gowns, now sadly mouldering and decayed, but bearing still a glimmer of their former glories. And they had faces, for clearly much ingenuity had been expended to preserve the bodies, though with mixed degrees of success. There was a girl child whose clothing looked at least 200 years old, but who from her skin and hair might just have fallen asleep. But beyond her, a man in priestly robes who had lost his nose and his cheeks, and his eyes had decayed to blank, milky globules. And further on, a soldier in the chased steel breastplate, who was perhaps a mercenary from the Renaissance period, had lost his flesh entirely and now grinned mindlessly with a naked skull. Poor Mr. Pearsall. The effect would have been quite nasty enough under bright electric lights and surrounded by his fellow tourists, but here, on his own, locked in, and after already being alarmed and upset by those hideous mosaics, and furthermore with just a single weak flame to protect him from the darkness, the shock was overwhelming. Quite why he didn't turn and bolt, he's never managed to explain. He takes refuge in mysterious talk of feeling a call, which dragged him onwards. Certainly it is irrefutable that he walked on down the passage, through the grisly ranks of the dead, horror mounting within him, but quite unable to save himself. All the bodies had been there a very long time. Mr. Pearsall's knowledge of the history of costumes was not great, but he was fairly certain that none of the garments worn could be placed any later than the middle 18th century, and the majority seemed to be medieval. What was left of his rational mind told him that similar catacombs were not unknown elsewhere, but such a piece of information seemed extraordinarily useless. As he walked onwards, he appeared to be moving back steadily in time towards the early Middle Ages. Very few of the faces had any flesh on them by this time. Some were left almost naked with their clothing in flimsy rags, and others had simply fallen and lay in heaps on the floor, but still he had to go onwards until he reached the end. He had lost now all sense of direction, but suspected he was moving beneath the altar, beneath the Christ of the devil's horns blessing and the malevolent glance. And here was the centre of this labyrinth of death, a great throne of gilded wood, much rotted, where sat a body, clad in the gorgeous robes and mitre of a bishop. This much Mr. Pearsall took in at a distance, but as he drew near, he wouldn't look at the figure directly. He tried to force his eyes to look only at the slippers. He was sure he would lose his reason if he looked higher, but he could not fight as a force stronger than his mind raised his head gradually higher. The gold-embroidered cope, the skeletal hands with the episcopal ring loosely enclosing a bony finger, the crozier propped up in the other hand, the bones of the face bare of all flesh, the grinning yellow teeth, the eyes. The eyes, not decayed at all, but alive, piercing, glaring. My God, the same eyes as Christ in the mosaic. The lighter fell from Mr. Pearsall's nerveless grasp and he plunged into darkness. It was a lighter of cylindrical shape and he heard it roll tinkling away out of his reach. For a few seconds he scrambled uselessly on the floor for it, then realized how pointless such a search was. He would have to find his way out in total darkness. How far was it? How many turns had he taken? He waved his arms in front and to either side, walked a few paces, touched stone, turned, walked more until he met another obstacle, turned again. It was at this stage that he began to hear noises again, a horrible, dry rustling. which he would have loved to think was a rat. It came from behind him. He moved quicker and walked slap into one of the bodies. His face buried itself in the rotting fabric, and he felt the lifeless arms slump across his shoulders. His nerves snapped entirely, and he screamed. A muffled noise quickly extinguished. He ran at random, hit another body, and ran again and struck again. Corpses were collapsing all around him, but still there was a rustling and a padding and a dry, gravelly cackling behind him. And it too was moving. Not fast, but soon it would reach him if he couldn't find the stairs. He fell and cut his hands and screamed again, but not from pain. He lost count of how many times he smashed into obstacles until, bruised and bleeding, he could go no further and cowered back against the stone wall. The rustling was quite close now. Light, he must have light. He'd lost his cigarette lighter. He had no matches. Frantically, his hands searched his pockets for a miracle. Of course, he had flash cubes for his camera. With trembling fingers, he pulled one out and fiddled for what seemed an eternity to fit it in place. He pressed the shutter button, and nothing happened. A dud. He turned it round and tried once more. Still nothing. The rustling was only inches away. Think, man, think. He'd forgotten to wind on the film, so of course nothing would happen. Pull round the winding lever and try again. Just time. He must have fainted. But when he awoke, it was bright daylight, and he was lying on the back seat of the coach. Juliana was leaning over him. The courier had been told where Mr. Pearsall had gone, and when he failed to return on time, Giuliano and Umberto had gone to the church to find him. Entering by the south door, which, by the by, they emphatically denied was locked, they heard his screams from the crypt and saw the flash. They found him without much difficulty. He was within a few yards of the steps. Giuliano was more relieved than annoyed, but he chided Mr. Pearsall for disturbing the bodies in the catacomb. Banging into them in the dark was careless and destructive, but as for deliberately dragging one body all that way from its resting place, and it being the body of a bishop too! Mr. Pearsall didn't have the strength to argue.